Greetings, greetings, greetings. Please, as you come in, like this live and share it to your social media platforms. I'm about to go off. I'm so angry. I'm so livid. I'm so disgusted with humankind. And we are watching the moral and social degradation of society and the world. Please understand, everybody that comes in, I'm asking you to share this to your social media platforms, at least 2 platforms and at least 3 friends. I am about to go off. This is so stupid. I've seen this before. I've warned everybody about this. The same level of grace that these jackasses gave to this demon monster spawn will not be granted to them. Their own children, cousins, Ray Ray, Pookie, the jails all over the world are filled with people that look just like them. Yet they're giving grace. The same man that's on trial would rape, pillage, and plunder their own daughter. I'm mad. Share this everywhere. Share this live everywhere. I'm furious. I'm tired of it. This is so stupid. This is an indication of who we have sunk to our lowest common denominator, of who the heck we are. Everybody that comes in, share this to at least 2 of your social media platforms. Share it to at least 5 of your friends. We need to fill this house. We got the internet now. See, I went through this 23 years ago. We got the internet. Now everybody's fucking texting me. All the media outlets are fucking calling and texting me. I'm livid. How could this happen? I'm so fucking angry. A jury member who can't speak English. How could people be so stupid 25 years later? You haven't only given him freedom, you have sent out a cauldron to every psychotic, nasty, demonic person in the world to treat you and your daughters like this. I'm so angry. If you never knew that just society is against you and that people are demons, this is it. I'm so angry. How could they be so stupid? Do you know they're sending a message to every person out there that DV is okay? You're going to see domestic violence cases go through the roof. You're going to see drug use and abuse and rape and everything go through the roof. I'm telling you, we got social media now. Internet, do what you do. The jury is a jury of his peers. They have to announce themselves. They have to be made public. If they don't make themselves public, dox their asses. I guarantee you, when you look inside their lives, you will see people who have money problems, and all of a sudden they have an infusion of cash. Lay their asses bare. Lay them bare. They were paid off. I don't care what nobody say. I've seen this before. And the only reason they found him guilty on the 2 charges and not all the other ones which were proven is because he didn't have no co-defendants to throw under the bus. That's why the hell people are like, how could you be a RICO with one person? You think the government don't know what they were doing? They knew if there was somebody else on, y'all would throw them under the bus and let him free. You friggin' imbeciles. I'm so angry. This is so stupid and short-sighted. Find those fucking jurors and lay their names out for the world to see. And their pictures. Dox their asses. Dox them. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm not worried about many more cases. I'm not worried about many more cases. This is the one that mattered. Who cares about KK and D-Rock? I bet they'll find all of them guilty. But they were working at his behest. What sense does that make? They're a bunch of cowards. That 20 pieces of silver, shall it burn their lives down? Father God, I'm praying right now. Reveal all of the jurors. Reveal what they got. Reveal how much money they were paid off for. Lay them bare, Lord God. Reveal it to everyone. Reveal that they're 20 pieces of silver. Let it tear their lives down. Let it destroy their lives. This is a travesty of justice. How could one person do so much wrong and 25 years later get off again? How? What is wrong with y'all in society? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? You gonna tell me nobody in that jury got a daughter? There's 4 women on the jury. Y'all don't got daughters? The men, you don't have wives? You don't have sisters, mothers? I know you all got mamas, if nothing else. I know you got mothers. You think this is okay? This tells you who they are as people. I say it all the time. People find a problem finding people guilty of the shit they doing in their own lives currently. I am angry. I'm furious. And nobody tell me about my anger. The Bible says anger, but sin not. I got the right to be angry. We live in a sick society. We live in a sick society. You think they would let you off if you were guilty of any of that? There's people in jail for life for less than that. I'm so fucking angry. I'm furious. How does somebody get off twice in one lifetime? How? And if you were so innocent, why would you be held? Why would you be tried for a second time in your life if you're so innocent? Why is there a record of all these dastardly deeds that you've done if you're so innocent? How many of you people out there had 2 trials in your life for dastardly things? How many? I'm angry. And when I shed a tear, the heavens rumble. I'm angry. So stupid. I don't care what anybody says. I'm telling you, the jury was paid off. And all of you friggin' puffy defense and co-defendants, you stinking rat bitch content creators, you stinking trifling hoes that did all this stupid stuff. You Lamishas, you Adrians, you friggin' Ariel Mitchell kids. You Chris, you all of you people that did all this foolishness. You Lionel B's, all of this is on y'all. May every one of your daughters endure what you let him free from. Everyone. All you content creators taking that side money, acting like his co-defendants, like his defense team, may every one of your family members be succumb to everything you let him free from. Let's see how y'all like that. Let's see how y'all like that. And you shouldn't have any problem with me saying it because you let him free. What you mad at? If you don't think it's anything worthy and you let him free, may your family members be succumb to that. May your family members and you, matter of fact, not even you, your family members, so you can watch them suffer. This is sick. This is sick. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Gina Hun, may your twat rot out with a fire that never ends in your mouth. You wanted to stay down and be the bottom, bitch? May your insides rot out and you smell like 10-day-old fish left out in a home with 10-day-old cabbage on a stove. May no one come near you. You want to be a down bitch? You sat on Tasha K and said he stomped a baby out of you. And then you stood your ass in front of Whole Foods and said, he didn't do anything that was dangerous to me. May your insides rot out. May your twat smell like a cesspool of every disgusting, vile thing on this earth, and may no one ever touch you. May you live your life in exile, in squalor for what you have done. You sat on Tasha K years ago when she was in the studios of Love 860. You think I don't know where you was? I know where you were. You said this man stomped a baby out of you, and you told of all the vile things he did to you. And because you such a thirst trap, you want to know what this is, guys? Love on your daughters, because that's what this creates. These women are examples of women who didn't get enough love to lay themselves at the feet and the mercy of a demon and beg for his love. So much so that they will disavow doing the right thing. That's what this is. Fuck MW. If you think you came here to gaslight me, go and go suck out your mama blood clot. Okay? I never said God said he was going to get life. I said his life was going to crumble. He was going to delete himself and that Babylon would fall. And I was right on all of them. Because if you think this man wants to sit in jail for the length of time that those 2 cases give, you's a fool. But if you think you're going to come here and gaslight me, you trifling bitch. If you think you're going to come on my platform today, no, sucker, you're not. You're not. Anybody that think they come in here to fucking play with me today, I promise you, y'all going to see the side of me that God ain't finished worked on yet. Try if you want. Fucking trifling. Fucking, of course, the looking assholes got their goddamn door open, watching. Because that's what the fuck they do. They watch us. But you better believe. God told me his world is going to crumble. He is going to delete himself. And Babylon will fall. Babylon is falling. Look at your country. You out here flexing. You think you cute. You flexing. Baby, that ain't no flex. Because you live in this country. So while y'all sitting there capping for him and caping for him, watch and see what you end up with. I don't care if he's still going to do 15 to 20. He should do life. 15 to 20 don't even cover the years I suffered. Why is that a consolation prize to me? They showed themselves to be flat out punks. Punks. You're going to tell me Gina Hahn was so missing nobody could find her, and now you dilly-dallying in the fucking parking lot, and TMZ just happened to be right there. Hey, Gina Hahn, what do you think? What game y'all think y'all playing? You think I can't see through the veil of this game? You think I can't see through the obvious veil of this game? All these content creators that participated in this outcome, may you get the life you deserve. May you watch the suffering of those you love. May you watch the suffering of those you love. That's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. May those 20 pieces of silver, the same 20 pieces that Judas used to betray Yeshua, may they burn a hole in your mind, body, soul, spirit, flesh. May your mind start to unravel, and may you endure the suffering and the friggin' recompense you deserve for your hand in this. All these people that came to the internet to make a maku, yes, TMZ are problems. They are. Because they all prop this up. I'm so angry. And then there's people out here laughing while your brother's sitting in jail for less than that. While your daddy ain't never been in your life because he's sitting in somebody's jail for less than this. But you celebrating for Puffy? He ain't gonna give you nothing, idiot. Ain't no Scooby Snacks. He don't even prop up his own children. His sons couldn't carry a decent tune in a goddamn bucket strapped to their back. What you think you getting out of it? All of those jurors that took a payoff. Listen, that 20 pieces of silver, may it burn a hole. May it burn a hole in everything you touch. May everything you touch dissolve into ash and fall apart. May that 20 pieces of silver never be able to materialize into anything positive. May you suffer the indignities that you deserve for letting this monster get off. And may you be revealed to the world. Everybody who lives, the neighbors of these jurors, co-workers of these jurors, so-called friends and family of these jurors, so help me God. Lay them bare. Internet, do what y'all do. I guarantee you will start to see an influx of cash. You're going to see people with new satellite solar panels on their house, new cars, fur coats at Christmas and Thanksgiving. Watch. I'm telling you what I know. I've seen this before. All you independent reporters, get out there and investigate these jurors. They're a jury of your peers. They are doing public duty, so they are subject to it. They don't have no expectation of privacy. The same crap that you let this monster off on, when you know it's the truth, because y'all still got celebrity worship. And God said, put no idols before me. You're going to suffer. This is horrendous, absolutely horrendous. No, the jurors have been paid off already. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Nobody. Nobody. We live in a sick world that likes debauchery. Debauchery. Because why would you allow the jury deliberating on this case after you saw the history from 24 years ago? Why would you allow them to not be sequestered for the entire process? Why? You let them go home so they can get the payoff. You think he didn't have his minions out there following people home? All paid off. Paid off. I've seen this before. I could see the writing on the wall. Everybody's messaging me. Fucking media people are messaging me like crazy. Where the fuck were y'all when this was going on? Huh? Where were y'all when the former bad boy employee came out and said, we knew he shot her, he's guilty. She's telling the truth. Where were y'all? But now y'all want to text me? Now you hope I'm okay? You see this world we live in? I am angry. So stupid. All of you content creators who thought you was going to black me out. You were going to put a blackout on me so y'all could have all the attention because you're so piss poor and desperate. You're so insecure when you see a chosen one in your presence. All of this is on y'all. Because you encamped together to do harm. Let me take these stupid lashes off. But you don't even know you hurt yourself. Because he would do it to you and your children in a heartbeat. You're so desperate and you're so stupid. You're so stupid. So stupid. Now everybody want to know what I think? Listen, when I'm angry, I got to get those first few tears out. Trust and believe. If you think I went hard for 25 years, baby, when I stand on neck this time, Louboutins, since that's what you love fanciness, I'm standing on your neck in stilettos, boo. And anybody want to get in the way to defend you, you better protect your esophagus. Because I'm coming for all of y'all. I'm coming for all of y'all. Y'all did this. Your hands is in this. You see them 20 pieces of silver you got that you think you stunting with now? All of y'all who couldn't buy yourself a little raggedy ass microphone for your own channel, even though you was raking in the dough. All of y'all who powdering your nose, dusting your nose with cocaina on set, and flexing, thinking it's about y'all. I'm dragging y'all. I'm dragging y'all for filth. I dare one of y'all to say my name so I could let loose all of this intel I've collected on y'all. I dare one of y'all to say my name. I'm coming for esophaguses, baby. I'm coming for your esophagus. Trust and believe. Y'all did this. Where's all the scallywags out? Where's all the Lionel B's and all the Lamishas, all the Courtney Burgesses, Ariel Mitchell? Where the stars at? Where your favorites at? Where they at? Baby, once the tears, hold on. It's done. I got it out because I ain't giving y'all my energy. I know this is an energy harvesting situation. Whatever you able to harvest out of what you got from me is all you gonna get. Now you better harvest some safety because I'm coming for esophaguses. I'm coming for esophaguses. Y'all let PR reps come and pay y'all to act as his co-defendant / defense team. Y'all ratchet, stinking, 20 piece of silver collecting content creators. You low budget, low brow, stupid individuals who your very selves sat in a jail. Your very brothers, your fathers, your cousins, your uncles, your nieces, all of them is going through. They in jail. Who you think the jails is full of? Huh? But y'all wanted to play his co-defendant, his defense team? I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all better than I could ever tell y'all. I'm going to show y'all better than I could ever tell y'all. Count those few tears and rage that y'all got. If you was on an energy harvesting and you came over here to watch, baby, you better save that. You better fall it in. I need it like flour and save it. Because you see where I come after it? You can't turn back now. I am coming. Baby, when I say esophaguses, I'm not even going the long way. I'm going to rip it out your asshole. How dare you contribute to the degradation of society where our children and us have to live? You can't blame this on nobody but these people who so desperate. All of you people who make money your God, you're going to burn in hell for it. You're going to burn in hell. May the fire never leave your crotch. All you freaking heifers that wouldn't come, all you young Miamis, all you Gina Hans, and all you other scallywag squalor heifers, all you ninjas that walk around at his foot, y'all tough in the street, but y'all sitting down with this demonic, whenever he don't got nobody around, and he got his friggin' Mollyana and Kay and all that, y'all be his little bees. Y'all be his little bitches. You think we don't know? We know. And I know. You better run for the hills. You better run for the hills. You better run for the hills. So help me God. So help me God. Internet. Do your internet thing. Do your internet thing. Bring these friggin' stupid jurors out and lay them bare. You don't care about our society. You don't care about our safety. You don't care about our ability to walk free outside of the constraints of what this devil do. You don't want to send a celebrity to jail. May your children and the people you love end up right where you didn't want him to go. And may you face the indignity of that. And may you sit in a courtroom and watch a jury send yours up the river where they gonna go. Ain't none of y'all getting away from this. So help me God, ain't none of y'all getting away from this. Ain't none of y'all getting away from this. You're not going to escape this. So help me God. I will write your names in my book and say a prayer every day that you get the life you deserve. that you get the outcome that you deserve. They paid them off. I've seen this before. Everybody like, how is it RICO one person? How is it RICO one person? Because the government ain't stupid. And they know if they put anybody else up there with him, y'all would prosecute them and let him free. But y'all said, I didn't want to say certain things during the trial. Y'all so short-sighted, so dumb, so gullible for 20 pieces of silver. May that 20 pieces of silver, may that 20 pieces of silver come and drag. If you ever seen the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze, when the guy who was doing all the evil stuff, when the devil came up from hell and they dragged him, the devil's legions dragged him down the street off to hell, may that be your portion while your family watches and begs for your mercy. May that be your portion. This is sad and disgusting. This is an indictment on society. You will take money and let someone pay you off. You have no integrity. No integrity. I cannot wait. So help me God. So help me God. Every show I do from now on, I'm going to post the pictures and the names of the jurors, and I'm dragging them for filth with my First Amendment rights to free speech. Using copyright 107 for commentary. May I have my disclaimer, please? Every day, I'm going to say your names. I'm going to write your names down in my book every day. Be sure to smash the like. Or what the hackation is on. Now I can't highlight comments. Smash the subscriber button and make sure your notifications are all set to all so you don't miss a live. So help me God. If you jurors, if you raggedy bitches think y'all getting away with this, if y'all think y'all getting away with this, Father God said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. You will not get away with this. So help me God. You want to prop up a criminal? Then I'm gonna have your name and identity. I'm gonna show y'all every day. I'm gonna make a whole slide. I'm gonna put it up here every day. Every day, you will not escape. You will not escape. And you can't say shit because I'm protected by my First Amendment right to free speech as protected under the Constitution and my Copyright Fair Use Act. You want to stand up and prop up the devil? May you get the life you deserve. Exactly, Nellie Love. Nellie Love said something is definitely up. They found him guilty of RICO predicate, but not RICO. How does that make sense? They so stupid. They stupid, they imbeciles, and they friggin' piss poor people lacking integrity. They didn't take it seriously. I heard about all the joking and then this one and the frolicking on the damn jury. That made everybody in society ostracize y'all. Made all of your neighbors ostracize and rebuke you back to the depths of hell from whence you came, because you deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. May the minions from Ghost come up from hell and drag y'all down to in a gasoline jumpsuit on the express elevator to hell. See, I don't like consolation prizes. I know he still got time to get, but he should have been found guilty, or else what's the use of having a trial if it's no big deal if he gets off on some of the charges? He did the crimes. Copyright Fair Use, Copyright Fair U.S. Code 17, Section 107. Fair use is a limitation to copyright set forth in 17 U.S. Code 107 for purposes such as criticism and commentary that y'all going to get until God takes me off this earth. I won't spare you a day. Not one day. Shout out to Margie. You are staying strong with Grace. We are staying strong with you, Grace. The Nerd Herd is behind you and support you with everything you say 100%. I love you so much, Margie. Thank you. He can't bring me down. He can't bring me down. The Bible says, anger, but sin not. The Bible says that. Metro EV Charge says, don't let the devil bring you down, sis. You got too much integrity in class. And I still got it because my God has made provisions for things such as this, for the failures of humanity. The Bible says, anger, but sin not. The Bible. I haven't sinned, but I'm sure going to be angry because if you have dis-ease in your mind, body, soul, spirit, and flesh, and you don't get it out, it will cause disease in your body. And I'm not going to let it fester in me and cause me no disease. I'm going to get it out. I'm going to use my First Amendment right protected under the Constitution of free speech. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it. I don't have to say allegedly nothing. Fiction, fear of facts ain't fiction. I don't have to allegedly nothing. I got 9 bullet fragments in my face that prove it ain't allegedly. This man shot me in my face. Ain't no allegedly, and I ain't beholden to no allegedly. F they friggin' allegedly. I know facts, and facts ain't fiction. Y'all gotta say allegedly because y'all still don't believe all the way. But I don't got to. I watched him shoot me. Thank you, Ross Jr. May God wrap his arms around you and all the victims involved. He is still done in my eyes. The monster that he is now is exposed, and he reaped what he sowed in the end. Asheo, thank you. Yes, for Sean, you are 100% right. This is a miscarriage of justice for all of the victims. All victims. That jury was paid. I saw this 24 years ago. I'm telling you, there was an independent reporter 24 years ago that decided, or 23 years ago, he decided, let me look into these jurors. Let me look into this girl that we've proven lied on the stand. He did an investigation. A whole bunch of them were found to all of a sudden have all of these influxes of cash. I'm telling you what I remember without a shadow of a doubt. For the love of money, people will rob their own brother. For the love of money, people will steal from their mother. For the love of money, a woman will even walk the street for a small piece of paper. It carries a lot of heat. That almighty dollar will make you suspend all good sense and reason for 20 pieces of silver that will go on to burn a hole in your entire world. And I'm praying for it. I'm praying for it. I'm praying that this 20 pieces of silver exposes every last one of you demons that took a payoff. Everyone and all of you who succumbed to the bullies who took the payoff and let them dominate you. If you gave up what you knew to be right, everything that you freed and allowed to be not guilty, may you suffer the indignity of it. What you mad at? What you mad at? Don't be mad. You let it go. You know he's guilty. So now, since you don't want him to carry the weight of it, may it fall on your lap. The sins of a man befall his generation 7 times. You have cursed your generations, 7 generations to hell and brimstone for your actions. I hope you know that. In the very first trial, do you know jurors came back crying to Matthew Bogdanis, the district attorney, reporting that they all had him as guilty except for one sassy black chick who was like, if you don't find him not guilty, you are racist. You are racist. And she bullied the whole thing. And all these white liberals are, I don't want anyone to call me a racist. Okay, not guilty. She admitted that. And he admitted that. Whole bunch of them. It's provable fact. Go do Google. Y'all love to Google. Go Google. So angry. I'm so angry. How could the victims, survivors, be What do y'all think we supposed to feel today? You think these are just my tears? There are victims that are not alive anymore. My tears are for all of them. Because back when I said, if anybody listened to me 25 years ago, they wouldn't have to suffer. So who's next? Who doesn't sequester a jury in a case like this, especially after you got a representation of what he did in the past? So angry. I'm so angry. Somebody find out who Juror 25 is. I want to see his face. I want his name. Internet, do what you do. Pull him out. Somebody find me a picture. Somebody send me a picture of Juror 25. I want to know who he is. Listen, introvert, let me tell you something. You better identify why you're here. Because I'm a woman of God, but I ain't perfect. I ain't Jesus, baby. I ain't Jesus. Yeshua's job is taken. I'm getting ready to let off on that ass. So go ahead and think that you're gaslighting me, because I'll find out who the fuck you are too. Do I honestly think they proved every charge beyond a reasonable doubt since you want to be famous? Yes. Yes, they did. And let me tell you what else proved it. Your fucking eyes. Your eyes. We lived in this world with this demon for all these years. You know for 100% fact, these rumors been out forever. Ever. You want to come here? You better prove you better state your case. Because not only am I getting ready to strike you from my channel, if you here thinking you getting gaslit, you're going to gaslit. If you here thinking you coming to gaslit. Sarah said, society is crumbling in real time. America is falling fast. The economy will collapse. Next, the Lord is not playing with us about this chosen. Watch and see. And let me tell y'all something. Poetic Flacco. I want to show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Y'all want to big up, y'all want to celebrate these rappers? You think they're your friends? You think they're somebody good? Listen. A man who is affiliated with the CIA and the State Department came out, and the federal government came out and said, hip-hop for a long time has been co-opted by the CIA, and they have used it the world over to overthrow governments. The last time we had real hip-hop was when we had conscious hip-hop. When our conscious hip-hop was overthrown for all of this gangster rap and all that, that was the CIA. Let me play it. Let me play it for y'all. Let me play it for y'all so y'all can understand what's going on here. And y'all gonna let this savage back on the street? Y'all gonna let him back on the street? So help me God, if you ever cared about me, I want y'all to all go on a hashtag campaign justice for Natanya Rubin. I want y'all to go on a hashtag campaign everywhere on everybody's post. Every one of these nasty content creators that acted as an extension of his arm. All of them that we know have been paid. All these dastardly savages. Go on a hashtag campaign everywhere on your social media. So help me God, I will sit in a courtroom and tear him down to the ground before I leave this earth. I promise you, I am going to go on a media campaign. I'm going to tear his ass down before I leave this earth. I mean that. I mean that. You're going to hear my words. You are going to hear me. You are going to acknowledge what he did to me. Now that the case is over, let's see how long it takes for these. Let me prove to y'all that these content creators working with him. Let's see who got the courage to post the comment that the former bad boy employee called in and said, she's not lying. She was in fact. Matter of fact, let me play it right now. Let me play it right now. Let's see how long it takes the content creators to play this. Because if they continue to ignore this, you know who they are. And if you follow them, don't follow me. If you follow them, don't follow me. If you stand for this travesty of justice, if you stand for this horrific, disgusting act, I don't want you here. And I mean that with my heart and soul. Everybody's texting me today. Look, Dana, get your monkey ass out of my fucking chat, bitch. Now, don't come back here. If y'all see anybody in this goddamn chat trying to gaslight me, you know it's not a love fest. You know it's not a love fest for me. But so help me God, today ain't the day. Tomorrow ain't looking good for you either. If y'all see these motherfuckers, get them out of here. I'm not in the mood. Not in the mood. I'm telling you. So help me God, if you come in my chat today, and you think you're messing with me, and you coming to gaslight me, God gonna have to forgive me for some things. Stop playing with me, okay? Absolutely, for Sean. The juror that got the text message asking, are you juror number 6? And they told the judge should have been dismissed. 100%. 100%. But let's see. Who knows how high this thing goes? Because why wouldn't you dismiss that person? Why wouldn't you dismiss that person? Who knows? And somebody said, how do you qualify as a juror if you can't speak English? I don't even understand. It doesn't make sense because you cannot friggin', that makes for jury nullification. You can't even friggin' understand the nuance of everything said. How can you make a substantive decision? I don't want nobody in here telling me about no faith and questioning no faith. I've been walking with faith for 25 years. Don't do that to me today. Don't gaslight me. I am the definition of faith. Don't gaslight me. Bye-bye, introvert. Get your monkey ass out of here, bitch. This is why we got to educate ourselves. You know what this happens from? People on the jury that don't understand the law. People walking around society that don't understand. You live in this society. Why don't you educate yourself? Why won't you educate yourself? People are always mystified how I know so many things because I want to be in the know. I don't want to walk through life not knowing shit. Why won't people educate themselves? You know why I can sit down and have a substantive discussion about anything in the world that you put in my face? Anything. Because I educate myself. It's one thing when society withholds education or undereducates you as a child. When you become an adult, there's no excuse. You got this internet. Y'all all know all of the biggest songs and the this and the who's sleeping with who and all of that. Y'all know all of that. Y'all know twerking by the milk, twerking by the bread, little red, sexy red, ugly red, every damn thing. No some educational stuff. All these friggin' content creators coming into the fray, throwing mushugana and foolishness and tomfoolery into the fray so that this could happen. You gonna tell me you think them jurors went home and didn't consume any social media? Y'all did this. And may you all burn in hell. May you burn in hell. May you wear a gasoline jumpsuit. May God affix a gasoline jumpsuit to your body permanently. And everywhere a flame or a good strong energy could spark, may it burn and singe your blood clot forever and a day. Forever and a day. Anybody who contributed to this, because I see y'all content creators, and I'm dragging you for filth. You participated. All of these stupid narratives y'all placed in, all of these fake stories, all these heifers like Lamisha and Adria and all y'all dummies, the Lionel B's of society, Courtney Burgess, all y'all clowns, Ariel Mitchell Kid, everybody else. Who am I forgetting? Shout out, Jag. I am livid. I am so angry. I'm so angry. So angry. I'm so disappointed. Cassie, Mia, Capricorn Clark, Jane Doe, Bada, anybody else whose name I forgot, charge it to my head and not my heart. I stand with all of y'all today. And I can imagine what you feel like. There's a lot of traffic on my block. But baby, me and Lottie about to be singing. Somebody played with me today. Anybody think they playing with me today? I'm telling you, today not your day. Don't do it. Tomorrow not looking good for you either. But you better off saving it for another day. Don't come in here messing with me today. I promise you. I promise you. Angel said number 25 is a 51-year-old veterinarian in Manhattan. So probably easy to figure out. Okay. Thank you. All you other veterinarians, y'all better roll call it and be like, he ain't us. Because so help me God. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry about that. We're about to have a guest on the stage who always got my back, is always there for me. I know it's muted, I was on the phone. They always got my back, always there for me. Thank you, Martha Cardile, for that. When you said CNN has a breakdown of all the jurors. 55-year-old man who works as a scientist and lives in Manhattan with his domestic partner. Thank you, Lisa Bruno. I'm dropping a link. You know who this link is for. You know. And matter of fact, I'm going to have some of y'all come up on stage and talk as well, because I need that today. I do. But right now, this is for. I dropped the link, says come up. In the meanwhile, I want to show y'all something. I love you guys so much too. I see all your statements of love. I love y'all so much too. I appreciate y'all. I'm so glad I got y'all because I couldn't go through this by myself. I could not. I could not. 24 years ago, I went through this in the house with my sister, my kids, my mother, and I was devastated. I was inconsolable. Inconsolable. But I'm empowered. And baby, you might see some tears, baby, but that's just the human body's decompression system. Understand it's not a sign of weakness, boo. If I gotta shed a tear, that shit is sharpening my ass. You best believe I'ma get back out this world. Every tear I drop, I'ma get 1 million from you, all of y'all. I'm talking content creators that helped perpetuate this. I'm talking all y'all fake Lamisha, this one, that one, all y'all. Baby, for every drop I shed of eye water and decompression, God's human decompression system for the body's mental well-being, every one I shed, I'm gonna get 1 million. For every one tear I drop, I'm gonna get 1 million from y'all. And I mean that. If you think I'm letting up, if you think I'm taking my foot off the gas, wrong. I dropped the link, sis. Where you at? How are you the biggest thing in music, but your child can't get off the ground? None of your kids ain't a success. What that say? What does that say about who this person is? Hold on. It says, how are you?
How are you?
Not good at all.
I understand.
Not good at all. Disgusted.
You know, the past couple of days I've been in heavy prayer for you. And hmm, I'm I find it in bad taste that people want to take this moment to run around and act like this is all over. I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's nowhere near over. I know that God isn't done. I know that. I know what they want. What they want are for the whistleblowers and the real survivors of all of this craziness and the people that have been, harassed. They want to see us bow down. That's what they want.
I will never, I will never bow. I
That's
will
what they want.
never bow.
They want us to bow down. That's what they want. They want us, because see, they need that energy. People keep forgetting how all of this demonic stuff works. See, the devil will pull every trick, he will pull every illusion, he will create every distraction, and he has. Oh, it's been top notch. The amount of craziness that's going on. People have been sitting out there saying that he's coming home. He's coming home. Oh yeah, before deliberation.
Hmm. Because they
You
want to,
want to
they want to gaslight.
you want to know what I also find very 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 interesting?
Hmm.
They were able to prove that R. Kelly committed RICO, but not the diddler. That's weird.
Nonsense.
That's absolutely weird because there's no way that R. Kelly had more reach or had more backing
Wait.
than Diddy. Than
Hmm.
Puffy. Not possible. He is the boss. He's the big boss of the weirdos. And I think that's the problem that everybody's having a hard time looking at. Like, really? There's a lot of government collusion that was all brought up. How many lawyers and court officials came forward before the trial and stated that they were paid to obstruct justice in other cases on behalf of Mr. Combs? What I find interesting are all of the things that people have forgotten. They've forgotten a lot. I tell you what I do know. People are really, really, really trying to get people on board with believing that the devil is more powerful than God.
They are trying to do that. They are.
That's what they're doing.
And that's why I exist, because I will never stop calling God's name. Never. Even some people try to get up here. Oh, I thought you was a woman of God. God, the Bible said, learn your Bible. You can't come challenge me on this. The Bible said,
Understand.
anger, but sin not.
Well,
God made
understand this.
provision for us to anger because He understands that everyone of this world is not of Him. So for people to
Oh,
come here and try to gaslight me, you cannot. One thing I know is this word. And God
no,
is
the
not a
one
man that He should lie.
I don't even understand why people are sitting here questioning people's any kind of relationship with anything. Because the one thing, if you are a true believer of God, you would know that it's a sin to go and try to call somebody else out on what they're doing. You're supposed to be worried about what you're doing.
Listen, listen.
You're supposed to be worried about what you're doing. I don't have time to sit around judging people for not being perfect. What I can do is call the devil out where I see him.
Absolutely.
N- that goes in alignment with what God wants. But I'm watching it. I'm watching this in real time, and honestly, I'm kind of fascinated at how many people want to believe that the devil is more powerful than God.
Can we say that
Meanwhile,
again? They didn't hear you.
no, but I'm
I
just
don't think
trying
they
to.
heard you.
No, because everyone's talking about this and they're talking about that and they're talking about this, but they're not really paying attention to what's being covered up and what's being hidden and why it's being covered up and why it's being hidden. Everything was done to make sure that anything that could connect Diddy to any other person in the industry was whitewashed.
Mm.
They made sure of it. Funny because Tony Busby is back on the prowl. Ain't nobody talking about that. Ain't nobody talking about the fact that all of this, everything that's happening, is to protect the system
Oh,
of
Mm-hmm.
abuse.
what the jury just said
Mm-hmm.
is a friggin' resounding message that women are, it's open season on women. All of
Well,
the people running around, oh, DV ain't thing. Let me tell you something. Do you know domestic violence is about to go through the roof? Y'all sent a message to society. If you let this joker off, you sent a message to society that anytime a man get upset, he could put his foot up a woman's behind and she better take it. The only difference is you going to jail, Pookie and Man and Ray. Y'all might let him off, but you going to jail. There's
number
people in
one,
jail for less than this, for life.
I'm not claiming letting him off because I think people are forgetting about the two counts that they were able
I'm
to
not
agree
saying he's
on.
let off. I'm saying they let him off on finding him not guilty on those three charges, which he should have been.
Right.
However, they will go to jail for less than that if
Oh,
they make it
absolutely.
to the jailhouse. Because the people out there on the street in them uniforms is taking you out and sending you into the upper room right at the time. Or
Right.
in a gasoline jumpsuit on the express elevator to hell. See, they're not even letting you go through the system. They're not even adjudicating. They making live action snuff films out y'all asses. But y'all gonna let him be found not guilty? You are making open season on your daughters. But that
You
would
know
matter.
what they care about? You know what those jurors,
Juror number 25. You ain't got no daughter to worry about, huh? You ain't got no
do,
woman in your life to worry
do
about, huh?
you know what those jurors are worried about? Everybody who's attached to him that was sitting in that courtroom that's been following them home, allegedly, after they finish, that's been looking. These
Well,
people,
they better worry about the legions of devils that follow them home and be laying beside them in their bed. Y'all don't remember that
oh, I
live I
know.
did where I talked about
Okay.
what you gonna do when the edge of your bed
Okay.
sink down? What you gonna do when the edge of your bed sink down and you hear that depression, but ain't nobody visibly in the room with you? Y'all don't remember that live I did?
Mhm.
You don't remember that live I did? See, that ain't gonna be only for Yeshua. That's gonna be for the Grim Reaper too, baby. When he come to cart your ass off to the lower room, to them fiery pits of hell, what you gonna do when you
Mm-hmm.
the edge of your bed go down, but ain't nobody
Mm.
really in the room with you? What you gonna do when you feel that little tap on your leg? Honjura 25.
Mm-hmm.
What you gonna do? You worry
Fear
about Ephesians 6:12 says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against
and
Mm.
principalities of darkness,
principalities.
Mm-hmm.
rulers of spiritual wickedness in high places." You worried about
Yes.
them humans in the courtroom when you should be worried about them spirits that's about to put you in a full Nelson
They
and
don't
drag
believe.
you down to the fiery pits of hell.
They don't believe. I
They
don't
don't.
think anybody. I
But,
don't
but
think
that's why they
anybody's
got to show
seen.
them better than they could tell them.
No, listen to me. They don't believe. What they believe in is that
They believe
these
in them
people,
20 pieces of silver. The same 20 pieces of silver that got Judas now gonna get your ass.
well,
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that people got paid off, and I have no doubt that people are afraid. And see, this is what I was talking about when it comes to acceptable monsters. The people that they pick and they choose to put on Front Street because they got all of the other people out there still working. If we ain't worried about taking down everybody,
I
there
was
is
asking
no
my senior
sparing.
friend,
There is no sparing. It's just going to be more and more and more. They all know that business with that girl Gina. All of a sudden, she want to pop out after everything she said, and now all of a sudden, oh, he's perfectly fine. I'm not
with a brand
worried.
new BMW though. She popped out with a brand new BMW.
Yeah, I know a car that she didn't have 6 months ago.
K Lig said, "Trigger warning: we prioritize your mental health over views on this channel. Please log off if you need to, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you, my love.
This is what they want. What I do tell you is this. Caught is caught. And as long as he's caught, and as long as he does not get out, as long as he is forced to go into jail and serve any time, any real time, anything more than 10 years, this ain't over.
Mm.
This is not over. And it's fine. I know that people want to believe, they want to see, they want to say, nah, whatever. When you have as many corrupt government officials tied to this thing that have been tied to this thing, if you don't think the government is going to do whatever they got to do to protect their reputation, they are.
Oh,
Mm.
and let me announce something to y'all. Just yesterday, Marco Rubio announced he is disbanding the Department of Women Affairs. They're firing 3,400 employees immediately. If y'all don't see that we are in a burning ship, this
Mm.
nation is this is the Titanic.
Yeah.
Mm.
America is the Titanic. Y'all better
We've
get your
been saying
documents
it.
apostilled. You better get your birth certificate and your documents apostilled and find somewhere where you want to go. This is a capsizing vessel. There is a hole in the side of America and it is leaking. This
Mm.
place is going to be a cesspool of debauchery and sin and violence. I promise you, those who are stuck here, you are going to be sorry. I pray respite for everybody who's stuck here. You
Hmm.
better get
Mm.
yourselves, have somewhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
The writing is on the wall. Y'all see, so the wealthy are building bunkers. Places of
They've
Mm.
been
security.
doing that, Natanya.
But
Then.
that's what
That
I'm
ain't
saying.
nothing
But it's
new.
all the little guy who is not. The little guy who is oblivious, who's going to work and worry about what they're going to eat for dinner tonight and where they going for vacation next year.
You want to know what's really sad?
Might
That
not
people
even be
actually
no
think
next
that
year
that
if they're going.
matters. No, that people think that that matters. There's a reason why I gave up my whole life and I walked away from everything to do what I'm doing now. There's a reason why. Because I know what
I
matters.
feel so disconnected from. People ask me all the time. I don't want to be involved in mainstream society. The spelling of my last name is Reubben. Please, I need y'all to spell it right. Natania Reubben. I appreciate y'all for saying justice for Natanya, but it got to be spelled right, or it ain't for me.
That part. I knew when I saw what was coming up and the way that they were putting it out. See, that's why I kept my head down and I kept working. This time was for you to speak out because you're a real survivor of this animal. It wasn't for me to be sitting here. I said everything that I needed to say, but I had other work to do. Because if we really want to make sure that we get to the end of this thing, we got to get them all. We can't just get one. We can't. We got to get them all.
I don't know. I'm trying to bring a video up here, and uh, this thing is just preventing me from like the hackation in real time.
I know.
The hackation in real time. Hold on. I can't believe this.
That's why I told you what I told you. When I first got back from New York and I found out what they was working on, haven't I been warning you what's been going on this whole
Yeah,
time?
you have. You have.
That's why I've been quiet because I wanted to see exactly how all this was going to play out. Because the truth is if I hadn't been speaking about everything that I saw, they would have just tried to find another way to alley oop it, to remix it, to. Mm-mm. No, I want people to see exactly how broken this system is. And what's really sad is it's the people that's fueling it. See, the bad guys and the good guys, we all know what it is. We all know the score. We know how this thing works. We know how this thing goes. We do. Period. They know. We know. The people who don't know are the people who are choosing not to see. And
Cognitive
that's the
dissonance.
public.
Cognitive dissonance. They want to not know. They love idol worship.
Oh, yeah. Listen
They
to me.
love it.
They, these people don't want people like Diddy and them to get off because they're innocent. They don't want them to get off because they don't want to have to admit that they're devil worshippers. How long have I been saying this? These people are devil worshippers. They worship the devil. See, for them, as long as they're so-called idols, y'all have seen all of the demonic witchcraft stuff that they've been doing at the award ceremonies. This was all they were working so that they could get their Diddy God out.
Oh yeah, because they've been
Just,
doing some very demonic things. I don't watch those things, but of course, when you're on YouTube, all those snippets come up in your thing. It's
yeah.
disgusting. It's disgusting.
I tell you what I do know, and I tell you what I do believe. In my heart of heart, anytime it gets this far, y'all better brace yourself for what God's about to do next.
Oh baby.
Because, see, like I've been saying, all of this exposure for all of these people, all of these YouTubers, like going up there and seeing what they were fixing up to do, what they were gearing up to do. I've never seen anything more disgusting and more sickening in my life. It's really one thing, to know what's going on, but to see how they like fix a trial in real time.
Yep. And anybody who
Something
doesn't see
else.
that the system is broken and acknowledge that what they saw happening in real time. I mean, for God's sakes, they use some of y'all favorite content creators to facilitate this in real time. Literally sitting on TV, dusting cocaine on their face, in your face.
Yeah.
I'm the first person to recognize that. I haven't never heard nobody talk about it. I'm the first person to
Um,
recognize it. Come on. But y'all
um,
love them. They got followers on followers on followers. While I'm sitting over here with my little 10 plus play that I appreciate wholeheartedly.
and
I
do you think that that's it? Listen to me. They're going
know it's
after
not.
they going after my channel. They trying to slow my channel down too. They trying to do whatever they have to do because the truth is, they wouldn't work this hard if we wouldn't have impact. And that's the thing that we need to be worried about. As a community, we really don't need to be worried about what they're saying. We really don't need to be worried about what they're doing. What we need to be doing is making sure that our voices are reaching the people who are outraged, the people who want to see. I've been saying it for I don't know how long. YouTube is a demonic app. I'm not here because I believe in this app. I'm not here because I believe that I'm going to get a fair chance. I'm not here because I think that everything that happens on here is true. No, I'm here to give the truth a fighting chance because these are where the lies are pretty much the loudest. See, when you are a true warrior of God and you decide that you're going to step onto the battlefield, you got to go wholeheartedly into the belly of the
Ain't no half
beast.
stepping with this. Ain't no half stepping with this. There's none.
Because trust me when I tell you, YouTube is the
No half
belly
stepping.
of the beast. There is no way in the world channels should be getting struck down for sharing stuff that's public record. There's no way, but I'm going to tell you why they working as hard as they working. Because I don't know if nobody is paying attention to the fact that everyone is
Who are
afraid of
the
that
young
word
who are the
Rico.
content creators, Kimmy? Kimmy said one content creator said we won today. Who's the content creator, Kimmy? Please drop it in the chat.
Listen to me.
I'm calling people
Anybody,
out.
anybody who was stupid enough to say that, it's just it amazes me.
They don't
It's
have
funny that Kimmy in the chat said that because I heard that today too.
who said it?
There's so many people. There were so many people. I don't know her name. She's lucky because I call you out by name right here, right now. But there's so many people.
I'm not
People in
surprised.
chat.
Armand? What?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Armand said it?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's two.
Listen, it is open season on woman hating. Open season on woman hating. But I'm going to tell y'all something. As you sow, so too shall you reap.
Okay.
You think for 1 second. If you think 1 second this is going to be a smooth ride for you, I'm memorializing everything. You see this brain. Y'all sat on live with me last night and heard
Did
me
I?
talk crimes of 1984 and the people involved and everything and all from my memory. And you sit here and you watch me with everything from my memory. If you think you will my memory,
Everybody.
you call me Dumbo the elephant, baby, because this memory don't quit. And I
Oh,
will never let you have a moment of peace. Never.
Latanya. Didn't I try to tell everybody all of these devil loving sons of bitches was in on this thing? Didn't I try to?
I've
Don't nobody ever
been
want to
saying it the
listen
whole
to
time.
me.
But that's why they be mad when you and I speak. That's why they be mad when we speak because they know we coming with it. They know we coming with it.
I hope every time. I hope every time both of you women speak, everybody's hair starts falling out.
Listen,
Every
I'm
time they think about your name, their bank account don't work, their stomach start hurting, and they got to make a doctor's appointment. Like I hope that
Listen
they
to me.
understand that
I'm
that's what's
not
coming.
giving nobody no power. I'm not giving nobody for sure. God bless you. But that demon, that little inhabited vessel has no power. You can't even say that. Just the acknowledgement of that is to disacknowledge God. See, this is what they want.
what? What happened?
We've been sitting here. Well, no, he said we just witnessed the power of that demon. That demon ain't got no power.
They lucky that I didn't see it on the screen. Like, and that's the interesting part.
Hmm.
This is why it's so fascinating to watch the public. It's interesting to watch the public because that's what
Oh,
y'all believe.
see,
That's
this
what
is the
y'all
thing.
believe.
What?
No,
They have
I,
no
I
idea
hear
what they're
what you're
seeing.
saying for sure.
Guys, hold on. Soul Light said I seen one content creator being surrounded by men wanting to
Huh?
fight.
Yeah.
Whoa. Are
What?
And
you?
guess what?
You said
And
Tisa
guess
was
what?
harassed? Men, y'all, this is what this not guilty charge brought about. Men
Look,
are empowered. These red pill, low budget, insecure, demon worshiper men. What did I just
Mm.
say?
can
Didn't I
we be,
say?
Oh
Didn't
Lord.
I say domestic violence is gonna go through the roof? You mean to tell me they
sweetheart,
so emboldened? They surrounding women outside the courtroom,
sweetheart?
outside the courthouse.
Can we clear up a few things?
What?
These aren't men. These are
At all.
sodomites.
Listen, but they
They're
are they
sodomites.
wear a meat suit of masculinity and
Oh,
male.
I know, but I'm talking
These
about
daughter
these are
sons.
sodomites. These are sodomites.
Daughter
This
sons
is
and sodomite.
the problem. Yes, daughter sons and sodomites. This
Daughter
is the
sons and sodomite.
problem.
They said Tisa is getting harassed by Ratchet TV.
Yeah, that weirdo. You
He
remember
is
the
a
one that tried to come
demon.
after me
Yeah,
last
he is
year?
a demon. Baby. Oh my God.
Honey, they're all demons. You don't know that? Every last one of these YouTube
Wait.
people.
Sasha P said they were trying to wait. One got
What?
baby down in front of the house, the courthouse. Lord.
This is the antics I'm talking
Sasha
about.
said they were trying to physically fight Tisha.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not surprised.
My God. My
You want
God.
to know why? Because the devil wants to make a good show of it. Yeah, Yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. When the devil goes his hard, it's because he knows he's about to get God smacked.
Mm-hmm.
All of this that's happening right now is a test of faith.
Lauren Kate said, as a person who was put to work at the age of 2 so my parents could live their lifestyle, I deeply, deeply know what greed and evil looks like. I see you, I hear you, I'm angry for you. I stand with you. Thank you so much, Lauren. And it sounds like you were put to work in the entertainment industry as an actress or something. I'm sorry that you had to endure that. You did not deserve that at all. And praise God that you made it through.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for standing with us. This
Is
is a
that Lauren speaks up?
it said Lauren Kate.
Okay.
This is a day that will forever live in infamy for the survivors of this demon. For
You know
all
what?
of the survivors, all of my co-survivors who were both victimized and able to survive, I stand with you. I stand with you. And
This
for
isn't
those
the
who
first
went on
time.
before us who did not make it, for all the Biggies and the Tupacs and
Mm-hmm.
all and Shakir Stewart and
Mm-hmm.
all of the people that did not make it,
Hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
Erica Kennedy, for all of the people who did not make it,
For Kim Porter.
for Kim Porter.
You know, it's funny how quickly people want to forget everything. And it's
Mm-hmm.
fine. But I tell you one thing, y'all better start paying attention to God. Like, seriously. Y'all got to
Mm-hmm.
start paying attention to God. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I can say it over and over and over again. But the reason why I'm sitting here today is because I'm not going to let my sister go through this alone. I'm not going to let
Mm-hmm.
y'all sit here and try to play in her face or my face
No,
or anyone else's face. And I'm going to tell y'all
no.
something right now. If y'all honestly think that this is going to make anybody back down, you're insane. Like, I don't want to be too much of myself right now. Like, I really
That's why
don't,
I
because
said, girl, tag me in. Tag me in and let me tell them.
I'm really trying my hardest to keep it humble because I don't want to start acting a fool. But I'm gonna tell you
That's
something right
okay.
now. It's moments like this that I live for. I live for these
Girl, what you
moments.
the like what they
I
mean?
want to be able to
What they
see
mean.
exactly how many of y'all is really coward as fuck. I want to see.
Yeah.
I
Shushu
want
said
to see how
you
many of
could
y'all
hear
are
them
going to sit there
yelling
and tuck your
at her.
tails.
Shushu said you could
Mm-hmm.
hear yelling at her during the live. That's now I don't endorse none of that. I don't endorse none of that.
Who's yelling and who doing what
They
live?
said they said Shushu said that you could hear the men outside the courtroom yelling at Tisa and trying to attack her while she was on live.
I think I remember Tisa's name through all of the shenanigans, but just as a woman from woman to woman, girl, please. In what world? In what
I'm going to put it
world?
to you this way.
Girl, it could have never. That camera would have been off.
Whatever
What you
it
talking about?
is, for all I know, that ain't nothing but a humiliation ritual to get ready for an initiation. I don't believe nothing that's happening. In my opinion, I watched how
Mm,
they sat there and they orchestrated these attacks. I watched it. They did it to me the day that I was there, which is why I said I'm not coming back here because I see how they playing. They have they, mm,
Let me put somebody on the screen. Hold on.
ooh. I'm telling you right now, like
it's
it's
amazing.
funny to me. It's funny to
Hmm.
me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take anything away from anything, but it's they doing the most.
Hmm.
They doing the most.
The absolute most. You want to know what I wish they'd do? I wish that you content creators would come out and explain why all of a sudden a lot of y'all lost 50 pounds out of nowhere. I know you've been telling your followers that y'all got new eating plans and y'all been fasting and whatnot, but why y'all don't tell them the truth? Why y'all
Because
look
they've
like
been
y'all
dying for
stressed?
this moment. Because they've been dying for their
Yeah.
viral moment. They've been sitting there waiting for their viral moment. Ain't nobody there for justice. Ain't nobody there for the truth.
Mm,
Most of the content
there.
creators that have been there have been lying, saying the exact opposite of everything that's
Mm-hmm.
happening in the courthouse. The simple fact that that much social media was allowed in that courthouse to begin with
Beyond
kind
me.
of bothered me. Yeah. It's a
Bob.
humiliate. All of this stuff is a humiliation ritual because everybody wants to get in, right? Everybody
Yeah,
wants to
everybody
be
wants to sign
there.
up for the devil's army. So why y'all don't just keep it gangster and say that? Why
I'm
y'all
gonna
don't
tell
just keep it gangster and say that?
because they can't. Because they can't. They can't do that. But I'm gonna tell you something right now, and this is why when Grace, when you and I would be having conversations, all of this stuff that happened
Hmm.
before the trial started, before
Hmm.
they started attacking your life, before they started going after my entire team, before they started seeing that Natanya was actually getting traction and that people were finding that
Hmm.
channel and that we were bringing people in and they started attacking her. Before all of that, what did I tell you? From Gog to Magog. Y'all better
Hmm.
start reading your revelations. You better start picking up your Bible and reading your revelations.
Tia
Yeah, you
said,
told them.
listen to this, guys. They said, Tia, one of our subscribers said, Ratchet even said to tell Diddy's son where Tisa was. See, they are. You see when you find somebody who is the devil,
Understand this,
what they got.
Ratchet TV sat here last year after the Diddler got arrested, and they were all trying to find a way to line me up so the Jigga Man could take me down. And all of this that was going on. First, he wanted to pretend like he was a supporter, and then all of a sudden it was, oh my God,
Wait,
Jag,
wait,
they're
is
going to
this
do this to
real?
you. This
Somebody,
is what
hold
they
on.
do.
Yvette said someone stripped naked and covered themselves in baby oil outside the court. Is that real?
For real.
I
Is
wouldn't be
it
They
real?
surprised.
allowing that.
Oh my God.
Like, let's be for real. Like, I know that they've been telling all types of goofy stories, but let's be for real.
Grace.
You mean to tell me down there in New York you allowed to do that in public without getting arrested?
It doesn't matter. Kanye West was allowed to bring his wife to the Grammys and get naked in front of everybody with children present
Well,
and
yeah, but
nothing
that's
happened.
down there. That's down over there in Hollywood, so we know that they play funny.
New
What
York
about New
ain't no
York?
different. New York ain't no
Oh,
different.
really? Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad
New
that
York
wasn't on
ain't
my
no
bucket
different.
list.
Understand this. Some of the most terrible crimes that have ever happened in America have happened in New York and nothing was ever done.
Yeah, like me getting shot in my face by Puffy. That was
Sis,
This is all like,
I finally have some of the audio and some of the stuff that I had
mm,
from when I was there in New York and what I found and what I saw and witnessed. The entire city was not interested in this trial. Matter of fact, they saw it as an inconvenience. They wanted it over as quickly as possible. New York made up their mind about this a long time ago. They want this thing over. Why do you think they would invite all of these content creators to come there? That's why I looked and I watched. But what I will say is, to all of those former prostitutes who are happy that the diddler is being let loose, God bless you.
and I
Like
hope your
for real.
cream works.
God bless you. Oh, they're definitely not like us. But
you
my
see when
thing
I
is
told people
I don't.
before. I told people before, I will sit down and go look at highlights and go through the who's who of content creators that are covering this case. And if you look at five different people, all five people are telling a different story. I said, how could any of this be real? Every one of their narratives is different. I knew something was up when I kept saying, how am I watching the who's who on the same
Mm-hmm.
narrative, and all of their narratives are different. The one
Mm-hmm.
person's narrative to me who was always succinct and matched what, like, there could be a mainstream, and I'm not celebrating the mainstreams because they're a bunch of scallywags too. But Kadisha Lynn always gave you a very substantive,
Kadisha Lynn
concise.
is, in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion, is the only content creator here on YouTube that
I
gave
agree.
accurate
I agree.
information the entire
I
time
agree.
through. And see, this is the thing. A lot of people keep forgetting Kadisha Lynn, she was over there on
Wait, wait,
TikTok
wait, wait,
making
wait.
big
They're saying
noise.
Armand Wiggins took his shirt off and they covered him in baby oil?
Yeah.
No, Mark. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Did not say that they were making this about them. That this was content creators centering themselves, making a pick me show, giving themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they
Who?
all want
What
to be they
respectable
want to be
journalist
celebs.
would do that?
Number
Because
one,
it's about them.
number one, are y'all see, I know the pedigree of all of these people. See, y'all are surprised. I'm not. I don't know why you trust Tisa either. I don't know why you would trust any of these people. See, that's the problem. You keep trying to put your trust in people rather than putting your trust in
Mm-mm.
God.
Yam J said, I watched the interview with the
A
Tower.
butterfly.
Who are the Tower twins? I don't know who that is. Explain how the baby oil feels. Says it has a different feeling from regular baby oil. Oh my God. Y'all thought I was joking.
No,
See, and here's the craziness. What the content creators was trying to accuse me of. Oh, you want to make this about you. You want to make it. No, y'all want to make it about y'all. And here's
of
the proof.
course.
The
Here's the proof.
projection of it all.
Content creators who I said were the nefarious actors are being
Mm-hmm.
nefarious actors. You all
Well,
want to
Mm-hmm.
be taken seriously
that's
as a
the thing.
journalist,
They're all nefarious
Mm-hmm.
actors.
but
And
you want
let's
to
be
be taken
clear.
seriously
Mm-hmm.
as a
I
journalist,
just want to.
and you go
I,
outside the
Mm-hmm.
court of a case like this and take off your shirt and smear baby oil on yourself. That's a serious
This
journalist.
can only happen in America. This
no,
can
no.
only happen in America, I swear.
You want
Well,
to
the
know what I?
Titanic.
You want to know what I find disgusting about most of this? It's people that are our color doing it.
Ooh,
That's the most
ooh,
disgusting
ooh,
part about
As my
this.
great grandmother
ooh.
said, I am not one of the niggas. I'm only helping them wear the skin. Everybody that
Okay,
sheds skin ain't your kid.
I'm
okay,
telling you right now,
okay.
the disgusting nature that Black America. I'm just again, man. But
That Willie
and
profile.
let's just be very clear about all of this. And
They
I'm going
said
to
they
say
were
this
working up to
regarding
Lovely
Tisa,
T doing it again. They said they were
regarding
working up to
Tisa,
Lovely T
and
and
regarding Lovely T.
Helen's bad boy over and over again.
And guess what? And they're standing there. They're standing there so everyone can see that happen. If they really felt like they were in danger, if they really felt like they were being rushed down, they would shut down their cameras and they would go. They're not going to
Mm-hmm.
do that because they want to be able to use this for content.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for real, for real. If it's really that volatile, why are they still there on camera?
Yeah.
Just go. Turn your camera
Mm-hmm.
off. Turn your feed off. Your job is done. No, they want to have those last viral moments for that next check. I don't think y'all seem to get what's going on here. Like it's just, I'm trying my best
Warrior
to
Queen
not
said
be.
Warrior Queen said Ticket TV did a good job and he's disappointed too. And
Well,
Mm-hmm.
understand this. Understand this. Once again, y'all need to stop shouting. These disinformation is out because if anybody
Mm-hmm.
is not forgetting, just a few months back, he was sitting there running down on Natanya, talking crazy about her until he was made to be embarrassed for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Are we forgetting that? Because I used to be a moderator over there, and I did that for a reason because I was doing recon. I wasn't sure exactly where he sat.
Mm-hmm.
But the second that he started attacking Natanya, and then I spoke up about it, and my wrench was taken, and I was blocked and hidden in the chat when I did absolutely nothing wrong.
Angel said,
Very
also
interesting.
YouTubers, I did not forget that not long ago we're going after Jag every single day. That's right. That's right.
And if y'all think they not about to try to come after me again, you're crazy. The difference is he's scared. Not at all. What have I always said to everybody? What have I said to every Jaginator? Steer into the crash because God is trying to use you as a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Every time
Mm-hmm.
said all skin folk ain't your kinfolk. Every time people
Mm-mm.
say, how are you so courageous? How are you so courageous? If you only knew what I had to endure these last 25 years and push through, if you only know what I've had to overcome, you can't be nothing but courageous. I am not
Mm-hmm.
affected by it. God didn't create me like that. I
Mm.
know God created me to be a warrior for justice. I know
I
it.
Forge the
know.
fire.
And guess what? And your fight is not done, just like my fight
Mm-hmm.
is not done.
Never.
And you want to know what I find so funny? Sentencing hasn't even happened yet.
Shout out
And
to Fit Joe.
everyone is,
He said,
oh,
I told y'all when we walk. When we talk, they don't care. They only care about views and content. Absolutely. And I've been saying, how long I've been saying that? People will say, I'm a hater. Natanya's a hater. I'm not a hater. I'm a realist.
Well,
And
the
I'm,
thing is why are you calling somebody a hater because they're disagreeing with you lying?
well, why are you calling somebody a hater that was victimized by this devil? What gives you the
Exactly.
authority
That
to
fucking
call
part.
me a hater?
Well, because
That part.
that's their demon horde god, and they want to believe in him, and I just I want to tell everybody, like, for real, if you truly have a strong belief in God, you need to look at exactly how many people are cowering and shaking in their boots right now. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all. Not by any means.
Anybody who supports Armand Wiggins after this is insane, especially if you're a woman. And if you're a man
Mm.
that loves women and you support this fool, you are insane. And all of the rest of them. I wish I could see them now.
No, you don't. No, you
No, we
don't.
don't.
Because the
We
only
don't like
thing.
them daughter sons like
I
that.
want to see them so I
Mm-mm.
can make a mental note. I absolutely do want to see them. I
Oh
need
my
to see
God.
some shit for myself.
It's
Shout out
for
to Ella.
me.
Love you, Natanya and the Nurher. Thank you so much for your supporting this channel. And y'all guys, support your girl. Buy me some therapy, some mental health counseling, some coffee, some something. Support your girl. If there was ever a time, today's the day.
Please, please.
That's right,
See,
Jamin. We ain't never scared around here. Absolutely, unequivocally not. And I will never back down. Never.
can't. But the thing is I still don't understand why everybody is so quick to think that because a bunch of compromised human beings who are either too afraid to send the devil to hell or have been paid not to,
Mhm,
it is the end all to be all.
mhm.
I'm still not understanding that. That's why they have a judge. Because, see, I think people tend to forget the power of a judge. If
I
a
think the
judge
same so
decides
much.
to look at sentencing and say that the jury did not do their job and that he wants to step over that and impose this, then that's what will happen.
Absolutely. Soul Life
See,
said, I
that
wish I could have warned you on a certain content to create in UK. He is a joke over here. And listen, I peeped game when I kept getting cut off. He made a video. He spliced his video and made a video of remember what, the Punisher. What's his name? Sharon something.
yeah, I didn't even
The
bother to
Punisher
learn
came
his
on
name. Stomach a
afterwards.
girl.
He snipped off a video and made a short of him. You think he did that with mine? No, no. I peeped game instantly. I was like, oh, okay, Ninja. Okay. And it was proving that the hack agent kept cutting me off while I was talking to him 8 different times. You think he showed that? Why wouldn't you highlight that if you were about truth and justice? You
Understand
out here,
this.
but you out here getting called out by Donat. Out here getting called out, asking if you came to the city for the jury verdict or gay pride.
Well,
Asking if
number
you came to the city and if you was gonna take him out and buy him something to drink.
well, number one, that little boy.
Is the
he-
devil.
No, well,
Donat is the devil.
yeah, no, he's a prostitute.
Oh, I know that.
He's
I
prostitute.
believe it with 100. I could hear it when he was on that man's live. He was like, "I'm live," trying to shut him up. I could hear it. I knew he was. I said, "Listen to him work in the room."
Well, he needs to. He needs to. He's been out there starving.
I bet.
See, this is the thing that I don't understand. If y'all see it's bullshit, why do you keep watching?
Why?
But it's the same reason that people rubberneck on the highway. It's the same reason when traffic is backed up on your highway and you're trying to get to work and you're like, what is going on? Why is traffic so backed up? It's all the people that got to stop and watch somebody change their tire or stop and stare at a car wreck. They can't help but to look.
Mhm.
People are sadistic at nature. Let's call it what it is.
I
Let's
hear
call it
what
what
you're
Okay.
it is.
saying, but what I'm telling you is this: for every moment that you're giving attention to this,
Mm-hmm.
what you're really saying to
Mm-hmm.
God is you're more interested in what the devil has going on than what God has going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what you're saying.
Yep.
It would be one thing if the judge had came through and said, "Hey, We're going to let him go. We don't think he really did anything. Like, then that would be something. But the simple fact that there's all of this excitement and the judge still hasn't spoken yet.
Martha Cardill said the prosecutors and the lawyers' letters are due by 1 p.m. Eastern Time today, stating position for bail or no bail.
Well, the truth is, there should be no bail. There should
Absolutely
still be
not.
no bail. Why does he need bail when he's about to be sentenced? The only reason he would be getting bail to get out before he's sentenced, because
So he
he
could
is
go spread some
guilty
more
of
money
something. What they
So he
going
could go
to
spread some more money around. I don't.
spread some more money around or leave the country?
If they let him out on bail to go do anything,
He's leaving the country.
may all my ancestors start to walk around in a circle. May they have already started walking around in a circle right now. So
Okay.
snatch that soul and send it.
What I'm not understanding is how him being found not guilty on a couple of charges, but being
But
found
guilty
guilty on a
and
couple of
still being
charges.
considered for bail, that don't make sense.
No,
It
listen,
doesn't make
like I
sense.
said, number one, those lawyers are going to do whatever they have to do to make it look like they're putting on a good show because they don't want to be honest. And you know what? I don't even know if I want to spoil it. I don't know. I'm kind of amazed. I'm kind of amazed. I'm just kind of amazed that people really think that this freak is going to walk away. When there are more cases coming forward. And you want to know what? They've been sitting here trying to say, oh, there's no criminal organization. There's no criminal enterprise. There's no this, there's no that. So
But the
then why?
jury's so stupid and short-sighted. People kept saying, how you going to have a RICO with one person? How you going? Listen, the government was not stupid. The prosecutors did not try him with other co-defendants because they saw the writing on the wall from my trial. When he had Wolf and Shine on trial with him, he knew he couldn't mess with Wolf at that time because Wolf knew all his dirt. He knew he couldn't mess with Wolf because there was too many live ninjas in the street that would have done him off. And so they
Wolf,
saw Shine. They saw Shine as the throwaway. The government realized, oh, when he had co-defendants, the jury suckered it out and let the co-defendant go down and let him walk.
Yeah.
So they didn't put him with they didn't do his RICO with co-defendants because they knew the jury could not be trusted to think rationally and come out with a guilty verdict.
No, they would have found an acceptable monster and let the bad guy go because of the fear and intimidation. But
so
see,
people sit here saying, "Oh, how you do a RICO with one person?" Because all it takes is one person to create a RICO. Wasn't John Gotti found guilty of the RICO? And all of the other Gambino, Lucchese,
they walked away.
All the mafioso families, weren't they found guilty of RICO? So how the fuck are you saying, how could one person be a RICO? See, black people love not to know shit. Black people love not to know shit. They get mad at me because I know too much.
What's that?
They love not to know shit.
It's bad. It's bad to not know, but it's even worse to not want to know.
Mm-hmm.
They love not to know something. Everybody think they're a Monday morning quarterback, but they don't know the law. Those are the same people when your nephew and your cousin and your brother and all and your son and everybody sitting up right in Rikers Island and all the jails all around the United States of America. Where was your knowledge of the law then? Why you didn't
tell you what I do know.
Cry aloud and spare not then.
A judge has the ability to set aside a jury verdict and give his own. I know that, especially federal judges. Federal judges have the ability to do that. It's just, I'm just amazed. I am, and I know people are expected. I know they were expecting me to be all upset and all up in arms. No, I went up there. I saw what it was hitting for. I get it.
Whose mic is echoing like that?
Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
She must be in the car.
No, I'm here. I can hear you.
No, but it's echoing. Mute your mic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
they people are confused about this thing called the law. They don't understand it.
Well, they don't know it, and more importantly, they don't want to know it.
Yeah, they don't. They like willful
They don't
ignorance.
want to know it.
They like cognitive dissonance. They
I've
do.
been telling every last one of these people from the second that I went up there to New York, they were fixing up for this. This was what they were planning on doing. I saw it from the jump. From the jump. Which is why
Yes,
I
you
did.
did. You said
I'm going to stay away from this and let it all play out because they're not going to use it to line me
Well,
up
here's
and
the
they're not
thing.
going to use it to
I
blame
spoke
me.
to the feds. I spoke to the feds twice. I'm going to tell you, and anybody who doubts it is a fool. Anyhow, I was sitting in that on that stand. He would not be found not guilty of anything. He would not be found not guilty of anything. It also takes a worthwhile opponent. A worthwhile opponent. And I'm not disrespecting none of the victims that went up there, but they were ill prepared to face off.
Number one, ill prepared. They picked the weakest people they
Listen,
could
anyhow, I was on that
find.
stand, and I promise you this: I will sit before that man one day where his fate is at stake, and anyhow I get a chance to speak, I'm gonna finish him off, and then I'm gonna eat his liver with the Chianti and fava beans. If you know the movie that's from, quote it.
yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
I
Yes, ma'am.
understand. And guess what? There are some lambs that need to be silenced today.
Asheo.
Let's be clear. I still don't think people get how this works. Everything that they did in this trial, everything that they did in this trial was to protect everybody else that they don't want exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I don't understand is how a case like Ashley Parham's doesn't get taken into consideration at all, even though my name was put in it.
And they, because they added all that foolishness to it to try to muddy it up. I knew when I heard that, I was like, oh, they really need to stop this shit. They really need to stop. Carla Turner says Armand has a huge triangle on his neck. Tisa been throwing up signs since forever. But
Yeah,
you got people that got cognitive dissonance. They don't even want to believe that.
look, y'all believe what y'all want to believe. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I rebuke the devil.
He said they need to stop treating these people like idols. Asheo.
No, they don't because they want to be like them. Do
And
y'all
that's,
remember the movie Vampire in Brooklyn and
yeah.
Eddie Murphy and he had his
Mhm.
ghoul and Kadeem Hardison played the ghoul and Kadeem Hardison was doing bad the whole time. He was
Yeah.
with Eddie Murphy. He was falling apart and all of that. But the second that they vanquished him, what happened? He got all
Didn't I say that?
spruced up.
Didn't I
And
say that? They're all trying to move themselves into position to see who's going to be the next gatekeeper.
yeah. And they wanna and they all wanna be faithful, loyal servants. And like I said, I've been dealing with this for a long time. Most of these YouTubers that y'all see talking have been infiltrated in my life to try to find a way to put a case on me, to try to find a way to set me up, to try to find a way to do. I'm not surprised. What bothers me though is people.
I don't know why there's so much traffic on my block when I live on a cul-de-sac and it's never, and I only got a few houses on my block. It's never this
I
heavy.
know,
But
I
baby,
know.
it's going
Stay
to be
away from the door
disgusting.
because nine times out
People,
of ten, TMZ is
slow
probably rolling
singing and
around there
flower
allegedly to try to get a
They,
picture of you.
they can't get a picture of nothing. It's going to be some soul singing and flower bringing. And I mean that. This, I said yesterday, the castle doctrine. Excuse me, K-Leg, please put the castle doctrine back in, or whoever posted it yesterday. Put that castle doctrine so I can read it out loud for y'all. That's watching. The demonic spirits, the monitoring spirits that's watching. If you think you plotting, baby Lottie right here by my side. It's going to be some slow
That's you.
and flower bringing. If my mother effing camera starts singing.
See, that's the thing. And rest in peace. Shout out to Locke. Let's be clear. Why is nobody talking about Busby kicking ass right now? And
Oh,
why is
absolutely.
nobody not talking about the fact that everything they're doing is to try to find a way to keep Rock Nation safe from all
Listen,
of this Diddy business?
Hello.
I don't
Hello.
understand why nobody is paying attention, which is why I'm on their ass, which is why we're not going to let it drop. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
you see, Busby won in court against him. His
Oh, I
lawsuit was
know.
dismissed for defamation
Oh, I
because
know.
fact ain't Facts ain't fiction and it ain't feelings. I keep
And guess
telling
what
people
that
that.
means? Guess what that means? That means that that autistic victim who they
Who's
hunted
telling
down
the
and
truth?
bullied was telling the truth. And guess what? That links who and who? And let's not forget who
Mm-hmm.
they're friends with. Let's not forget who the Carters have been friends with. The
Oh, absolutely.
abomination. Let's not forget who
Mm-hmm.
they're all dealing with. Every see, and this is the problem that I have. Ooh, this is the problem that I have with most of you Americans. You're idiots. Y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Y'all fall for the sugar in the gas tank. Y'all fall.
And guys, my YouTube, my excuse me, my Cash App is on the screen. $ the dopest nerd. Don't just oogle and watch and harness energy and say, I feel sorry for you. Put your money where your mouth is.
I know they do it to me all the time. You know, it's funny. People have seen me be set up by some of these very same YouTubers that are sitting over there at this trial, just like they were sitting over there at Tory Lane's trial.
I feel sorry for that young man. I feel sorry for that young, and
You want to?
I knew when his father was outside speaking. I said, "Oh, I know that passion. I know that level of passion. I've felt that. I've screamed those very screams. I know what that looks like. Been lining up. Hindsight being 2020, you can literally sit here and see how they've been lining people up all this time,
All this time.
lining people up, moving people out the way. The Cassidy's. Cassidy tried to speak on it forever and a day. Nobody want to hear what he had to say. Nobody wanted to hear what he had to say.
Now all of a sudden, I'm the devil incarnate because I
Shout
did
out
an
to Angel
interview.
for the roses and the
be-
hearts and the.
Because I did an interview with Demore Hadley, and we're not gonna stop.
Oh, shout out to Demore Hadley for being
You,
not afraid to cry aloud and spare not. Shout out to
yeah.
her, and shout out
Until
to
they
you
put
for bringing her story out. Shout out
until
to you, sis.
until they put a gag order on her, because they got a gag now.
But guess what? The story got out.
No,
The
and the
story
story
got
is still
out,
out, and we're not
and
done.
people
And
got
we're
to
gonna keep
thank
pushing.
you.
And we're gonna keep pushing. Like people just don't want to believe what's going on. Because the truth is the reason why nobody came to court to speak up, the reason why nobody came is because they would have incriminated themselves.
Absolutely. The views expressed by the dopest nerd are based on opinion and belief and are protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution.
It's unbelievable to me just how much people like to just be in you know, denial. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no intention of changing my position. I have no intention of showing any kind of regret. Because what they want us all to do is they want us all to say, "Hey, we're wrong. We were wrong. They're right, and we're this and we're that."
Lies.
And we're that."
It's not
Mm-mm.
happening.
Nah, not at all. See, they need your doubt in order to make their agenda
Hold on, y'all.
work.
I'm getting ready to pull up this. Hold on. Oh, y'all
They
talk.
need your doubt.
Shout out to my aunt for the super sticker, for the $20 super sticker. Thank you, my love. I appreciate you.
Oh yeah. Don't nobody want to talk about the fact that Busby just issued a new lawsuit where the sons were bringing victims to the daddy. And they worked for the Combs Enterprise, and that's not you know it's hmm. I tell you what, there are a lot of facts and details that came out during this trial that a lot of people didn't want to talk about. A lot of threads.
Birdie two tweets said, "Hey, I'm new to your channel and thanks for your platform. Do you think destruction will happen since this verdict I heard on another chat will be on other chats will be by October 31st?"
I don't know. We ain't talking no conspiracy right now. We talking what's going on. And what's going
But
on
here's
is
the
that
thing.
our sister is triggered.
Here's one thing that shall not go unspoken: the fact that it's supposed to be on October 31st on Halloween. I don't think that's by chance.
Yeah, well, that's when they got takeoff.
Yes.
That's when they got takeoff. What was that, back 2022? Yeah.
And everybody, if by in December, in the December months, especially when you get to the days of the 20s, make
Oh,
sure you stay
honey.
off the street because that's
It's
his.
going to be a
December's going to be very
nasty
interesting.
Christmas. It's going to be a nasty Christmas. And,
Mm-hmm.
hey, I just, it's wild. Oh, Jag is wrong. Jag didn't know what she was talking about. That's funny because everything that I said was going on was proven to be going on.
And
What I
everything he said was proven, and people did not want to hear it for nothing. For nothing.
Even with them dismissing whatever they're dismissing, it doesn't even matter. Everything that I said was proven to be true. So, once again, their entire objective is to kill the credibility of the real ones, to kill the stamina and and the chutzpah of the whistleblowers and survivors. They want us to show fear. They want us to break down. They
Well,
want to,
they'll never get
oh
that.
my God. Oh, no, no.
And the only reason they would be hell bent on doing that is because they already know that their time is up. They know what's coming. It's the public that's all dumbfounded, confused, and lost. And they're using you, you blind, ignorant public, to manifest their Hail Mary.
They're
You might want to
using
start
your
believing in ghost
energy.
stories.
They're using your energy. They're harvesting your energy to work their objective. I'm going to tell you this right now. Anybody that's bragging to be down with the Schluminati,
Hold on. I hope it didn't knock y'all off. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
God help your soul. God help your soul. I hope that this is a
All right,
lesson. Like,
guys,
if
we're getting
people,
ready to premiere this
mm,
video. Some of you have seen it, others have not. You should have seen it. I don't know why you haven't seen it. It's everywhere. But this is me on a radio show, on the Ryan Cameron radio show in the Atlanta market, 107.5, Magic 107.5, being interviewed about my situation, and a caller called in identifying herself as a former bad boy employee and confirming everything I said, that I was not lying. And not only did she know, but everybody in the entertainment industry and everybody that worked at Bad Boy knew he shot me. I want y'all to listen to this. Everybody should be sharing this. Any social media platform that is not reporting on this works for Diddy and has been paid. And whenever you get a chance and you go on their platforms, if you don't see them playing it, write on their hashtag you work for Diddy. And I
Please
mean that.
do.
Mercy. Show no
Please
mercy.
do.
Showing y'all none.
we'll see. A lot of people might just be too afraid.
Experience. She's not lying. I don't want to give my name, but I did work for Bad Boy back in the day. I'm from New York. I live in Atlanta now, and I was in the music industry for about 15 years. And when that incident happened, everybody knew she was not lying. But the way Puffy insulates himself with people around him, he's so protected. I mean, it's just really ridiculous. And I feel so bad for her because we all knew. Everybody in the music industry knew, just like them R. Kelly tapes. We all saw them and we knew. So
And 10.
she's not lying. I'm glad she's getting her just due. I hope she gets more justice out of this. And I commend her for coming forward because it's very brave of her. I haven't said anything since the 90s about nothing. But
First
that's
and
it.
foremost, thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you and I appreciate your candor in coming forward and speaking because I've felt for many years like an army of one. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you for speaking out. This means the world to me.
I was scared to call, but I was like, you know what? Forget it. She's up there by herself. I can be anonymous over the phone. That people will hear my voice and they'll know it's me. But yeah, she ain't lying. And
God
Puppy's
bless
gonna
you.
get what he deserves.
God bless you.
Thank you
sis.
very much.
You're welcome. Bye bye. Wanted to comment on the caller's experience. She's not lying. I don't want to give my name, but I did work for Bad Boy back in the day. I'm from New York. I live in Atlanta now, and I was in the music industry for about 15 years. And when that incident happened, everybody knew she was not lying. But the way Puffy insulates himself with people around him, he's so protected. I mean, it's just really ridiculous, and I feel so bad for her because we all knew. Everybody in the music industry knew, just like them R. Kelly tapes. We all saw them and we knew. So she's not lying. I'm glad she's getting her just due. I hope she gets more justice out of this, and I commend her for coming forward because it's very brave of her. I haven't said anything since the '90s about nothing. But
First
that's
and
it.
foremost, thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you and I appreciate your candor in coming forward and speaking because I felt for many years like an army of one. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you for speaking out. This means the world to me.
I was scared to call, but I was like, you know what? Forget it. She's up there by herself. I can be anonymous over the phone. That people will hear my voice and they'll know it's me. But yeah, she ain't lying. And
God
Puffy's
bless
gonna
you.
get what he deserves. Hmm.
God bless you.
Thank you
sis.
very much.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Now, all of these content creators who love to be Mr. and Mrs. Breaking News, that's fucking breaking news. Why y'all ain't playing it? This happened 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago.
The
Why
same
y'all not
reason.
playing it? Because you don't really give a damn about victims. You don't care about truth. You like mess. If I was up there twerking by the bread, twerking by the milk, I'll be everywhere. Viral.
Um,
But y'all don't like
listen
truth
to
and
me.
y'all don't like survivors. You don't like
I
overcomers. You like
no,
your
no,
victims to be
because
weak and crying and you do not like a strong survivor.
no,
That's
but
why.
it's worse than that. It's worse than that. It's even worse than that, Natanya. It's not even just that they don't like survivors. They don't care about survivors.
They don't.
Yeah,
Smash
matter
and
of
make
fact,
are
how
set
dare
to
you
off.
survive and be acknowledged for anything? Because the truth is most of them have been through a bunch of terrible stuff too. And guess what? Nobody cared about it. And guess what? You don't want anybody to care about anybody else's pain either. You know,
And how do
when
but
I think about my
how do you
childhood,
anticipate that you will overcome what you've been through, except for the fact, but for the fact that there's somebody strong enough to cry aloud and spare not for survivors and victims? Even if nobody came for you, you should feel power and strength in the fact that I cry aloud and spare not only on my behalf, but for everybody who's a victim survivor.
oh well,
I'm
who wants you to
advocating
be
out here.
that? Yeah, they don't want you to advocate. They want you to go away. They
Oh,
want
I know
just
that.
like they want me to go away.
I know that, but that ain't gonna happen.
Can I say something though about what you just played?
Shout out to Soul Light. We stand. Thank you for the $5, 5 pound super chat. We stand by you and we'll stand longer, stand stronger. Love to all. Thank you so much.
I have been telling everybody for years that all of the things that I've spoken about and all of the things that I've said are public knowledge in the game. Everybody knows. I've been saying this
You
for
have.
years as somebody who was in the industry, survived the industry, walked away from the industry, and still surviving the industry because once you walk away, it becomes their main job, especially if you say something, to run down on you and to rain down on you, to try to embarrass you, to destroy you. That's what they do because they want everybody. It's not about whether or not you're right or wrong. They just want everybody to say, "Ooh, you look at how bad it is for her. I don't want it that bad for me. Oh no, it's not gonna happen to me. Oh no, I just yeah. Look, she crazy. I don't even know why you would say something like that. I just yeah, yeah. And she just making it worse for everybody else and for the other people who do know. They looking at me crazy because I know her. And everyone's worried about themselves.
Yeah. And here's the crazy thing. I've said it before and I said it again. And make no mistake, let me take my glasses off so nobody's confused. I ain't afraid. Listen here. I'm a child of the Most High God. I ain't afraid of nobody. There is no man born to this earth except for
Yes.
one that was both spirit and flesh that I fear. I have the fear of God in me. Everybody else, go kick rocks with sandals on. I'm not afraid of you. And any day God says, tap me on my shoulder, sit on my bed and say, job well done, good and faithful servant. I'm flying free, baby. I'm throwing my arms out like wings and I'm the fuck out of here. But the rest of y'all, you ain't gonna know no peace once I live, while I'm alive. As long as I'm alive, there's no peace for you. Especially if you contributed to this. Especially
And as long as I'm alive, you will not be doing it alone.
Sleep on this. I don't fear none of y'all. And I ain't going to the light because earth is ghetto as fuck. I'm done here. I'm going to the dark so I can fly free. And my soul can be in the universe. But as long as I got breath in my body and I'm here on this earth, I ain't scared of none of y'all. So if you want to try, you better try your blood clot best. You hear? Try your blood clot best.
See, I am terrified. I'm terrified of God.
I'm not scared of him.
I'm terrified of God.
Nothing. Only God.
I'm terrified of God.
Everybody else could kick rocks barefoot.
I don't know. Yeah. See, and this is, it's just,
All
these are the moments.
You're stomping out. Oh, I don't want to be on the bad side. I don't want to be. That's what your problem is. Let your gonads drop down from your crotch and be a man.
Well, I mean,
cry loud and spare not. Women, stand up in your integrity as a woman, because you defending this behavior. You shall fall to the. You gonna fall on the same sword you wielding for this joke.
Yeah.
You get the life you deserve. And as long as breath is in my body, I'm calling y'all out. I see y'all. I got eyes to see and ears to hear. And this brain holds endless information. You know what people say? Not what can you do? Wow, you can do that too. No, when people talk to me, they say, well, what can't you do? Why would you play with and try a woman that God allowed to get shot in the face with a 9mm hollow point that they call a cop killer? Not only did I get shot, he left me whole with 9 bullet fragments in my face and head, with a traumatic brain injury, seizure disorder, and a whole litany of illnesses and problems and illnesses that I weaned myself off of the medication and fought through the pain. I fought through the pain of seizures and all of that. All that. Cold turkey. I'm too strong for y'all. That's what your problem is. You punk. You low-life yellow belly under the table crumb snack and content. I'm too strong for y'all. That's why you fear me. That's why you hate me. But as long as there's breath in my body, so help me God, you will not know a day of peace. You're going to have to, the whole of y'all going to have to fight me. You know what? Come back. I ain't scared of y'all.
You ain't got no reason to be afraid of anything. You walk with God. You walk with God.
All a bunch of punks, half-wit, 2-bit, under the table, young, yellow belly, crumb snatching bums.
All that. And then some. But see, this is the thing.
Punk. You scared of this polka dot backup dancing for Kwame, Gumby slope wearing shiny suit nigga. Y'all.
No, they just.
Everybody's so rough and tough.
They wanna believe in the devil's fairy tales.
Doing the Running Man come up to y'all. Then everybody's a punk.
No, that's not what they're afraid of. They're afraid that they're going to miss their big opportunity because they all know that they're going to hell. They got to have their heaven here. They know that they're going to hell. You know, Grace, do you remember?
For a bunch of suckers. Y'all looking for a bunch of suckers that can be scared, y'all. I ain't one.
You ain't going to find it here.
I'm a warrior for God.
Not here.
I'm a warrior for God. You got the wrong one on the right day.
At all. At all. But that's okay. Keep doing what y'all doing. I hope everybody's paying attention to who all the devil worshipers are.
Mm-hmm.
And I pray to God that I never see y'all looking at none of their content again, or see y'all in
Please don't.
channels again, or see y'all in their chats again, because I'm telling you right now, anybody that's rocking with the devil is not welcomed anywhere near anything that I'm doing or anyone that I'm around. Like, it's just not.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I'm not yeah, no, you know, I've sacrificed so much. I tell you one thing though, Grace, you remember it was about a week ago, I told you I had a dream regarding the
Yep.
diddler's fate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Today is kind of
Mm-hmm.
today is kind of convincing me that yeah, that wasn't a nightmare. That's really gonna happen. And I'm not gonna say what
Listen.
it is, but what I'm gonna tell you
Hmm.
is this: when the demon horde starts jumping up to praise, sometimes the biggest sacrifice for them
Mm-hmm.
is the biggest reward. And
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
just I just got a feeling that what's happening for the dealer today really isn't for his benefit. I really feel it's for his demise.
I agree
And
too, because I know what
Mm.
God told me. I know what God told me.
Okay.
I agree too.
Okay.
we ain't. I'm not gonna say it out loud
Me
because I
either,
don't want
because I
anybody.
already said what I had to
And they're
say.
lucky. They're
God,
lucky. You're not gonna say it because we have class. It's okay. Mm-hmm.
God gave
But
me a
what I'm gonna
scripture,
say is,
and
is
I
this:
already
if you're gonna
pronounced that.
worship, if you're gonna worship a dead man, make sure that he can resurrect himself.
That's right.
Have fun at the party, y'all. Have fun at the party. I hope they got good snacks. Y'all gonna need them.
mm, it's about to get
Mm.
real.
Mm.
It's about to get real. And I'm not gonna waste my breath. Like I'm done wasting my breath.
Mm-mm.
I for years for years I've been trying to warn everybody about not getting sucked up, not getting caught up into the hype. Um, you know, not believing everything that you see, but really leaning in to God's understanding because our understanding is ridiculous.
Lean
I
not
believe
into your own.
lean not into thine own understanding because everything that you know is a lie.
Everything.
Everything you know is a lie. Everything that you believe is a
Everything.
lie.
Listen,
Everything.
it came out already that hip hop has been used to overthrow a bunch of governments and nation states. A bunch. They took
Huh.
the last time we had authentic, true hip hop was back in the days during the conscious rap when they
And they
overthrew all the
defiled it.
rappers and everything went to over to a reprobate heart. They used that to
Mm.
go into all these nations and overthrow their governments. And you know what they use? Conscious rap. There's actual government
Mm.
documents that show, and ironically, they used
Wow.
USA, and they used USA to go in, and they wrote the line item as money for aid and children in need and food programs and this and that. But they were funding hip hop organizations, grassroots hip hop organizations around the country. I watched a documentary about 3 years ago where Putin said you can't do hip hop here, and they were trying to branch up hip hop, and they had a grassroots swell of hip hop, and it's supposed to be like conscious hip hop to overthrow the government and this that, and he outlawed it and banned it and said no. Good for him.
Wow. Mm.
And Cuba. Cuba also had in the beginning, you couldn't have Facebook and all that stuff. You couldn't have none of them social media out. They
Mm-mm.
created a social media platform and made it look like it was created by Cubans for Cubans since they couldn't
Oh wow, somebody's
it was
actually
funded.
Wow.
they're actually on my Instagram talking about me and Gene Deal are probably crying right now. Crying for what?
Listen,
I don't understand these people. I don't,
They're
but then
not
again,
people.
those aren't people.
They're
Those are
not people.
bots. Those are bots.
They're worse than that. They are what we call the living dead. And we know it. We can't do nothing. They're
they
dead already.
they used our precious hip hop that was created out of the struggle of people that said, "Don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head." Ha ha
And
ha.
guess
It's
what?
like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. Why
And
is that
guess what?
still so relevant?
Because it was prophecy, and people don't want to take into consideration that hip hop was meant to be for God's people.
That's right. And they co-opted it. And so
Mm-hmm.
They gave it
all your
away.
rappers that you rubbing baby oil on your body, but all of them are federal aid or they're CIA operatives.
They're with them
Yeah,
boys.
yeah.
All of them, they're with them boys.
They are the alphabet boys. All of
Mm.
your large ones. So anybody who's large,
Yes.
you know who they are, and the small ones and the in between ones too. All your guys, that's all this drill rap was created by the CIA to tear
Yeah.
down your community. All of this
Mm-hmm.
guys, making lip gloss called yellow discharge, CIA to tear you down. Because y'all didn't like UNITY, that's a unity. UNITY. Y'all
No, people
didn't
did
like
like
that.
it.
Y'all like
I
Unfortunately,
love
the
that.
very
y'all
people,
Uh,
like
but unfortunately,
hands
the
on your
very people that
knees.
were saying no, but the very people that were saying it opted up with the bad guys because
tragedy.
they didn't want to stand up for it. Like, let's just
Mm.
be honest. Most of our conscious rap community laid down and
And
let
here's
this
the deal.
happen.
They may have laid down, but I'm gonna still give them credit for speaking out and call and saying it first. They may have
Oh no, of
laid down for
course.
whatever reason they did. I don't know why. I won't even profess to know why, and I don't support it.
Well, I
However,
know
the
why.
fact
I
that
know
they
why
spoke
because
out
they
and
were working the
called for
silent
unity,
agenda. Because they were working the silent agenda, and that's the
but the
things that
fact
people
that they
don't like to
called
talk
out
about.
for unity from the get go, I'm gonna give props for that.
No, it was all wonderful. And guess what? They got us all to buy into it. And then they told us all to buy into the diddler. They told us all to buy into this too. You know,
And
there
some of it
used
was
to be,
organic. People wanted to buy into it, just like
oh,
some.
absolutely.
Matter of fact, hold on.
I sat in the game and I watched how we gave this whole thing away. I watched, and I always wondered what it was for. And as I got older and as I learned, I saw what the government was doing. I saw what they were doing to our people. I saw what our people were signing up for. I yeah, you turn on the radio. I don't listen to the radio often, but I heard it not that long ago. I was with some friends in the car over the weekend, and three different female rappers, and literally one said, "Yeah, and you put your face in between my legs and to do this and that." And I'm like, I don't want to hear this crap. Flip to another station and she, "Yeah, and you gonna eat this and you gonna eat that." And then boom, to the next station. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Now let me. I'm for the. I'm gonna read you some lyrics, and you tell me if this is somebody who has your best interests at heart.
Mm.
I'm like Lucifer. I come to tear your up your to tear your city up. I'm like Lucifer. I come to burn your building up. That sound like somebody who's in your best interest? Does it sound like somebody who love you? Does it sound like somebody who wants to see great things for you? You can catch me skating through your town, putting it down. Y'all relating, no waiting. I'll make your block infrared hot. I'm like Satan. Y'all feel a nigga struggle. Y'all think a nigga love to hustle behind the wheel trying to escape my trouble. Kids stop, they greeting me. I'm talking sweet to keys, cursing the very God that brought this grief to be. My life is based on sacrifices, jewels like ISIS, and fools that think I slip. You fuck around, you get your guys hit. They built me to be filthy. Do that sound like somebody that you want your kids listening to, but that's your favorite rapper? That's your favorite rapper. All the people that thought I was a goody two shoes when I started falling back from rap, because I was like, nah, I cannot. I'm a woman of God. I can't recite this. When you young and you don't know and the music sound good and the whole crowd is vibing, you vibe too until you start be like, huh? What? I've been off him. Off. Because I was like, wait a minute, wait, what? What? But some of y'all still playing it in the car with your kids. Some of y'all still
That's
dancing a jig.
no, but
That
that's
sounds
the
like
thing
somebody
that bothers me more
that
than
sound like somebody with your real interest at heart. And that's old music. That's old music. Y'all still been two-stepping to him. Craziness.
no, because
Crazy.
nobody's paying attention to the words. They're all hypnotized by the beat. It's so funny. I've been, I do that from time to time on the channel. I pull up an artist and I'll just read the lyrics. I won't hum it. I won't sing it. I'll just read the lyrics. And this is what you let our children listen to. When I see parents in the car with little girls and they're playing music where the girl is sitting there pretty much talking about, you know,
There's
every
a
kind of
video of a house
mm,
of a party, and it looked like 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, little kids. I don't think the oldest one was 5. And the little girl is holding what's supposed to be a microphone, and she's first of all, her leg control. She's sitting there, kind of squatting and doing the little bop bop, hands on your knees, hands on
I'm
your knees,
done. I'm done.
and all the kids is singing, twerk that for Jake, so twerk that ass for me. I'm like, what? They're like 3, 4, 5-year-olds. I promise you, if somebody in that room is over 5, I don't know. And the parent posted it. They thought it was fire.
They
Listen
always
to me.
do.
Listen to me. Are we forgetting? It wasn't that long ago. It was what was it? Halloween last year when DJ Envy had his daughter in that bikini
Mm-hmm.
singing Little Kim.
Yeah, that was
Crush
crazy.
on you,
That
doing
was,
the whole thing,
that
and I'm
was
like, how
wild.
don't y'all see that this is a whole Illuminati little
Ritual.
offering to the devil? No, it's no, it's tripping me out because they're sitting here acting like there aren't perverts
And her
everywhere.
mom came out when they were coming against Envy and said she picked it out.
How did you let your daughter pick that out? How
No,
did
no,
you let
no.
your daughter pick that
The
out?
mother
And
said the mother picked it out. It's no big deal. The mama picked it out.
and then meanwhile, these are the same people that have been doing disinformation during the Diddy trial the entire time. Like nobody's really paying attention to what's real, and it's cool, it's fine. I'm. This is why when y'all don't hear
Not
me
even
say
cool like
nothing,
that.
I'm
You
gonna let the
it ain't
devil do what he gotta do.
Mm.
I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna wait and do what God tells me to do. I just yeah, people play too many games. They play too many games with
Way
kids,
too
and then
much.
when these kids show up missing, and don't nobody care.
a lot of games. A whole
At
lot.
all.
You wanna know what I thought was really interesting? Apparently, nobody wants to accept the fact that the Ali Carter operation was a government operation to try to dissuade
I
people
believe
from
that.
believing real people like
Mm.
Listen,
me and like you.
listen. Do y'all notice I
It's
never
Mm-hmm.
tapped in on that?
oh yeah,
My loyal followers that have been around from the beginning. Do you notice I never tapped in?
neither did I. Guess
Yes,
what happened to me? Guess what happened to me, Natanya? People
Child.
started trying to attach it to me. I ignored it forever. Ask people, please stop coming through my chat, dropping that. If I should decide, if she wants to reach out to me and
tap
talk,
in. I was like, I said, Father
But
God, is it just me? Something about this don't pass the smell
oh,
test. Is it me, Lord? Because you know you be showing up for me. When you did that haze on the screen. And I feel your presence now because that's why I'm calming down. And I thank you for my sister, thinking it not robbery to come here and stay with me and to call me. I thank you. And for all the people who are nameless and I won't shout you out on live that have called me and reached out to me. You letting me know that you truly stand with me and you love me. Because I've gotten a lot, even some media people. I appreciate you for texting me and coming. And thank you. I ain't never tap in with it because Jag fell off. I never tap in with it because something about it just didn't pass the smell test with me.
stagnation.
It came across as very acty and very
Mm-hmm.
formative. I ain't with it. I know when somebody is circumlocuting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's bringing all the. I know when somebody's bloviating. Feel free to use Google at Webster's Dictionary. Look it up. Circumlocuting, bloviation. I can tell. I know when somebody's talking in circles and ain't saying a bunch of
I love it.
what they look like. And that's what I saw. It was always these dramatic renderings of this, that, but not really saying much of anything. If you such a freedom
Mm-hmm.
for fight for freedom, boo, say them names. Say
Mm-hmm.
them names. Put your boots on the ground. Say them names. Because I do it. I cry loud and spare not. I cry. They tried to come for me. You notice they done all ran scallywags, right? You notice they done all ran
Bald headed scallywags too.
all headed scallywags.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They
All
all
of
took
them.
off for the hills because they knew I was nobody to play with. And I told them,
They
just like
know it.
people, and listen, I referenced this one girl because that happened since the channel was live. But there's countless others. I could call y'all out
Mm-hmm.
because the people that's in my circumference, the outer circle of my inner circle, that's
Mm.
I knew y'all was moving funny style and y'all saw me or felt me take my hands off of y'all. Jag said they kicked her out. Let me give you another. Hold on, babe.
That's terrible.
Give you another. I'm gonna drop the
She
link
must
for
have
you
been
right
talking that too real.
now.
But while TD comes back, Natanya, again, you know that I tell you this all the time, and I just want to say it here now while we're in the presence of all of this beautiful energy. I say again that I'm so very proud of you.
Thank you, my
I'm so
love.
very proud of you.
Thank you, my love. I
And
dropped
I'm
the
gonna
link.
keep saying it. You're forged from fire. They have no idea who you are. And I want you to know that I'm so very proud. You keep you keep fighting. You keep showing everybody how to keep fighting. You keep showing everybody, look what happens when they try to play with the anointed. It only gets stronger. And today, man, like,
See, there's people in the chat saying like, "Oh, Natanya, that's not being dramatic." Just listen here. You talking out of your feelings. I'm talking from God. I'm talking for the prophetic when I go and get on my face and talk to God, what He tell me. So,
mhm,
with all due respect to your feelings, you entitled to them. But what you're not gonna do, you're not gonna correct me and collect and gather me on what
mm,
I know. Match your feelings
mm,
up against what God has told me. Y'all don't remember
like,
when I had Lamisha and thing because I thought they were victims. And then right on camera, God started working on me. And I was just like, God was working on me on in y'all face.
mhm,
And I had to come back. I was gone for a couple of days. Nirvana had to come cut off the thing. I had to go into deep prayer. And when I came back, I said, I'm
mhm,
okay, guys. But unfortunately, I have to tell you, God said it ain't true. They're not real. People were
mm,
so, oh, I thought you stood up for victims. I'm out of here. Well, where the
That
mhm,
was the point,
where
Natanya.
they at
mhm,
though? All of y'all
Listen to me.
right
Listen to
fighting,
me.
all of the
And
people who were
that's
supposed to be my subscribers or people that was just looking, who came against me,
mm.
where they at?
wait a
Who
All
second,
was
those
it
Natanya.
watching.
who better
This is
than
what
me?
I want to talk about later on my channel when we all sit down.
Mhm,
Um, because we need to have this, you know, we need to make sure that we're flooding out as much reality as possible. But there was somebody
mhm,
that said something about Faith having little girls dancing in her video inappropriately. I need y'all to just go back and look because the truth is there's two different videos. There is one video that was the official video, and then there was the one that they were circulating around talking about the little girls and she had these people. If you go back and look, I don't even think it was her. I think it was an impersonator. And I honestly believe that that was done as an intimidation tactic to make people believe that she could get caught up in this too. You know, she's been
Shout out
quiet,
to
Stevie
Margie for that.
J's been
Hold on one second.
quiet. There's
Shout
been
out
a
to
lot
Margie
of
for the $5 super chat. I love and support you, Grace. Thank you so much, Margie. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, it's
well, thank you, sweetnesses.
there's been a
You were
lot
saying
of intimidation,
mhm.
silent intimidation tactics. And the truth is everybody likes to fall for everything.
They
But
do.
that was the whole point. You know, the one thing that bothers me more than anything, especially now in this moment, is why nobody's holding all of the content creators that brought all of these fake people around, trying to
Mhm,
find a way to discredit you and trying to find a way to
mhm.
discredit me. Because that
Listen,
was the whole point. You know,
exactly.
that's why they got upset with me when I didn't go along. That's why they got
And they
upset
gotta
with me when I
remember,
started pulling their
Lionel B.
cards.
They gotta remember. See, they was mad when I showed that proof. Lionel B tried to line me up by luring me out to come
I
to his
know.
magnificent studio that he just had renovated. You spent all that money on a studio. Not only is your ass have not only had you not done any interviews in your magnificently renovated studio, you did that one piss poor one after I called you out and showed the proof on this very screen with Joe Torre, or not Joe Torre, Guy Torre, and then you
Yeah.
never get another one again. Not only did I call you out and prove myself to be
Mm.
Has
right, but
anybody
you
ever
tried to line me up.
seen him
Where the
again?
F is Lionel B? Hello?
That's a great question.
Hold
Not
on,
only that, Natanya, I had no idea.
people
I
put
had
you.
no idea.
People tried to come against me. Oh, you're wrong. Why would you do that to him? Where the fuck is he at? Where he at?
Where's he
That's
at?
very interesting.
Oh, that's right.
TD, I
He's
didn't
busy.
know.
No, that's right. He's busy pretending to be Nigerian and Jamaican on his backup channels like
Are you
Premium
serious?
Celeb. Because I
Listen,
know
Oh,
his backup channels.
let me tell you something.
They took his face, they took him down
They
after his big viral moment,
He
and then
spent
they
a
have him
lot of
working the
money.
back channels. And
But
guess what?
remember, I
He be
still
st-
have the email message. I still have the DM where he tried to
mm,
lure me out and get my address and phone number.
I
He
know.
had to lure me out to get to a hotel to come to his newly renovated studio that he spent all this money renovating. Why are you not doing no
that's
video?
extremely interesting. Natanya, I didn't know
In
Yes,
that
Florida,
that
where they
happened
have the
to you.
March in Florida,
yes.
where they have the Marchman Act
He
that
tried
I'm
to
learning a lot
he tried to
about.
lure me out. Mhm.
Huh,
I'll
that's
cover
funny.
your, I'll pay for your hotel and accommodations. Give me your address and your
Hmm.
full name.
Wow. TD, that sounds real familiar. I had no idea.
Your bumbo clot, you think I idiot you deal with? I got shot in my
Mm.
head. I have a traumatic brain injury and seizures. I'm still no fool. You think me I idiot?
No, this was the whole point, though. The whole
She said,
point was they were
I
trying to
love it.
find a way to discredit real people, and they've been working on it full time ever since Diddy got arrested. This all has been in place, working it up
Hmm.
till this moment. I'm still trying to understand why nobody is questioning Sean Atwood for all of his nefarious content where he was busy trying to attach people to me, trying to attach people to you,
And
trying to do all of
you
this.
know how
And then,
they came
oh,
at me super hard. Keisha said, but had no other interviews there. Yeah, something wasn't right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Spent all this money on his lovely studio and ain't did a not an interview except for Joe Guy Tory. And then
I
never
don't.
another one.
Yeah, and guess what? That interview went nowhere. The only reason they
Mm.
did that was because you called them out on it,
I
so they
know.
wanted to make it seem
I
like it
know.
was something else. No,
Mhm.
I'm just trying to figure out when is everyone going to start acknowledging that YouTube is complicit.
Listen, remember what
Mm.
I told you, sis? How they came at me. Oh, give me all the passwords to your channel and all your logins, and I'm gonna
What?
make your channel pop. We're gonna post, we're
Wow.
gonna make all these graphics and post all these stories for you and make you pop. I said, no, no, you're not. Oh no, give us all your password. I said, absolutely not. No, I don't give nobody my stuff. I will make
It's
my channel
funny
pop. If it is
because
God's will that this channel pop,
after that,
it will
they
pop.
next thing you know, my platform got infiltrated with a bunch of weirdos that are still weird now, doing all kinds of stuff.
Oh,
You
it was
know,
absolutely said to me.
people don't really want to take into consideration how deep this goes. The question
I'm
is,
not being ignored, Jen Brown.
is if y'all
Hi, Jen Brown.
Unapologetically black said at Natanya, I'm sure you know those people were sent to you. Oh, absolutely, unequivocally. I know they were sent, and I smelt them when they came. I keep telling y'all, I go by energy vibrations. I go by
Mm.
anytime God drops it on me, I go by feelings, vibrational frequencies. Trust and believe. I could feel the BS way before, way before.
Mm.
see, I'm just the kind of person that keeps my enemies close because I want to make sure I don't miss it
Me
when you
too.
slip up.
Me too.
Hmm.
You know,
Can't
when
believe
they
I still.
brought that whole situation in, Sean Atwood came in because Pierce
Yeah.
Morgan censored you and oh, whoopty whoopty woo and yada yada yada. It's so funny. Everybody talked a lot of crap about what I had to say on old Pierce Morgan, but nobody's paying attention to the fact that everything that I said is exactly what I said it was. I said Rock
Hmm.
Nation and the entities that run Rock Nation, these are very evil people, keeping people against their will, doing all kinds of things, hurting people, harming people. And now here we have the Demore Hadley story. I don't know. A lot of that sounds a lot like it lines right up. But I also said on one of my Blue Couch interviews in the Truth Suit, before I got my hair braided again, and I made it very clear. I said, who do you go to when you get screwed over by the industry? I said, you can't go to the boss because the boss is screwing you, and the boss's boss don't care if you're getting screwed. You can go to the authorities, but they're all bought and paid for. And even if you can get it
Mm-hmm.
to court, they'll hire a special and get yourself a special prosecutor. They'll just reassign and bring someone else to the case.
I'm gonna drop the link.
Isn't that what I said?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I'm gonna
Sure
what.
drop.
did.
If y'all remember when the arrest first happened,
What happened? Grace dropped what?
Damian Williams was in place, and then they switched him out for
Yeah.
somebody else.
And and,
I'm
and
sorry.
I believe they switched him out because they knew he I don't know beyond a shadow of a doubt, but he gave me that he was getting ready to try this case down to the ground. And that he was, there's some people that walk through life and their integrity is so intact. Not because they're better than this one, not because they're whatever, just because for their own personal fortitude, they believe in right is right and wrong is wrong. That's how I am. You can't come to me and be like, all right, listen, I know you're cool, blah, 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 but I'm gonna run you some dollars. I need you to do blah, blah, blah. Don't worry, we gonna hide it. Nobody ain't gonna see. You can't come to me with that bullshit. I tell you, I have had family Thanksgiving dinners broken up because we got into an argument over whether Kobe Bryant's wife should keep the $4 million infidelity ring, forgiveness ring he gave her. And I was like, are y'all crazy? I would never want that ring. I got by my own family. I'm talking about my blood family. I got called
Understand this.
bloody
What was that
crucial.
girl? What was that girl going to do other than that? She
I would
was
have,
15
you
years old.
listen. You could,
She
I
was
would,
15
when
years
they,
old, and her parents received money. And her
listen to me,
parents received money
listen to
to
me.
turn over so he could get guardianship of her so he could marry her. Why is everybody acting like they
But
don't know these things?
I'm talking about when he cheated on her and then he tried to give her a $4 million ring.
Yeah, I
And
know.
everybody told me off when I was like, there's no way in hell I would take that ring. No way in hell. Oh, you goody two shoes. What's the big deal? So what? Men cheat, the only one to get cheated on. Men cheat all the time. I was like, what?
Wow.
Listen, I'm talking about my own family, honey. I'm talking about a whole Thanksgiving dinner where I was like, get y'all coat, get the mac and cheese, and get the pies, and and went home and had me old mismatch Thanksgiving dinner with no turkey, with some greens and potato salad and mac and cheese and pies. Okay, I'm not staying here. I got too much integrity to be a part of this. I don't care if you're mad at me. Respectfully, let me stand on my business and you stand on yours. But I'm saying I would not. I would, and oh, what would you have done? I said I would give that ring to Christie's auction house or Sotheby's. I would auction it off. I would take, which would drive up the price because of whose ring it was. I would take that money and open homes for women who've been abused and had to escape toxic relationships and children so they could get their feet on. I would create programs and all that, and that's what I would do. And then, of course, because donations are tax deductible, I would clean my money and wash the redemptive money, and I would use that money in a trust fund to continue to support those houses. You cannot pay me $4 million to forgive you for your cheating. If I'm gonna forgive you, I'm gonna go sit with God and talk to God about my covenant bond and decide if I'm gonna cheat you. If I'm gonna forgive you, if you need to give me $4 million to forgive you, you ain't shit either. And that's me. I got integrity. And people be mad at me for my integrity, but I don't care. I don't care. I serve God. Me no business when nobody want to do it. Fit them $4 million cheating ring. Not me. You cannot demonize me and my womanhood and my divine femininity down to no damn $4 million ring to cover up for your cheating. This is the same man that turned his back on his own parents for that woman. And then you violate me when I'm sitting home with a newborn infant for you to sleep with a hotel maid and sodomize her raw? And you want to give me $4 million ring? No. People was vexed with me. I don't care. I will eat tuna fish on ice cream before I sit and be a part of anything that doesn't resonate with my spirit. I don't care what anybody thinks. And people going to be mad at me. I don't care. I don't care. I ain't never cared. My 55 years, I ain't never cared. And I ain't gonna start now. I'm gonna continue to stand in 10 toes down in my integrity and walk with God off until God tap me on my shoulder and say them words. Come home. Good job, good and faithful servant. I ain't running from it. I get to see my grandmother, my husband, my aunts, all them ancestors, my great grandmother. Please, I ain't running. And I ain't running to it, but I ain't running from it.
See, that's the thing. You're not supposed to be worried about it at all. You know, I remember being in jail. Hmm. The second that I stopped worrying when they was going to open that door, even though I knew I was there unlawfully, even though I knew they had broken the law to get me in there, even though I knew that I had no business being there, I had committed no crime, and yet money and influence made it possible for me to be sitting behind a locked door. The second that I stopped worrying about when they called my name and that door opened,
There you go.
I was all right.
That's right.
And then the second that that door opened, I wasn't don't get me wrong, it was good to be out, but I wasn't, oh my God, no. No. It's
Exactly, Natanya. I said the same thing when it happened back then. And K-Lig, you get a gold star. Because K-Lig said, this time they got her pinky toe. Yeah, they did. They got my pinky toe bad today. Bad. Yes,
I'm
indeed.
sorry. I'm under, what is this?
Huh? What happened?
Oh,
What you said, Jack?
nothing. The fear tactics are starting up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Somebody trying to.
Yeah. No, fear tactics. Somebody talking about I'm under investigation. Like they want everyone scared. Under investigation for what? For telling the truth?
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for channel members. It's echoing on your side, sis.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Hold on
dropping
a
the link
second.
in
Let
the
me
chat for any of the any of the subscribers. Y'all want to come on? Come up and express your feelings. Come up, jump on, get on live, express your feelings. How you feel about today? How you feel about what's happened? Y'all welcome to come up and express yourself.
see, that's the thing. They want everybody afraid.
Yes, they do.
They want everybody afraid. They want everybody to think that the devil's back in the driver's seat and that it's all going his way, and it's just not.
Nerd Herd regulars, come on up. Jump on that link. Come on. You gotta allow your mic and your camera.
It's pathetic. All of this is pathetic. It is. It's just sad. It's sad when you see how desperately people want the devil to
Desperately, people want 20 pieces of silver. The same 20 pieces of silver that took Judas out and been taking suckers out for years. The same 20 pieces. The link is in the chat for anybody who wants to come up and speak. Oh, somebody sent a private chat. Let me see.
if they threw Grace back out, they won't let her back
Wow.
in.
Wow, really? Damn.
Nah, they're mad. That's all.
They big mad.
They're mad. They're mad because people aren't over here screaming and hollering and losing their minds. They're mad because people ain't over here scared. They're mad. And that's why I just don't respond to these idiots. I don't. I don't. You can't because they really don't think God is real, and that's fine.
This shit went to D said, man, my husband over here talking smack but won't go up. Shaking my head. Tell him come on
Well,
up. Link is in the chat, guys. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a Christian, and I've been a Christian since the age of 9 years old. And God has got me through a lot of things in life. Asheo, indeed. To God be the glory for that.
And
Me
he
too.
will continue.
Yeah,
He will
absolutely.
continue as long as you don't turn from him.
That's right.
That's the thing. That's the other thing that I realized. People don't understand that your faith in God, it's what allows him to have faith in you.
Mhm.
Because when God loses faith in you, man, you ain't got nothing left but the devil.
No, show don't. Show don't. And that's not
So
what you want to be.
it's
That,
see, I know I'm one of God's chosen. I know that. I'm used to persecution. I hate to say it, but I am. And I'm not surprised. So, sis, I'm gonna get ready to check into a couple of things. You okay?
I'm okay. Thank you so much for coming over here. And thanking you for calling me. Thank you for loving me so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you something that I probably never said online. When I think about everything that you've been through, and when I think about when God put your name in my mouth and put your name in my heart, and I started speaking out, that was just God. That was God. I wasn't looking for. He said, call out everybody. Call out everyone that they forgot. And those are the people that I've really spoken about. The people that they've forgotten, the people that have been allegedly trampled on and left and scattered to the wind. Those are the people.
I know.
Because I would want the
Put
same
your
for
mic on
me.
mute. Not you, Jack. Oh, wait, go ahead.
But I'm glad that I had the courage to speak up for you when everyone was saying to forget you. I'm glad that I had the courage to do that. I'm glad that I listened to God's urging.
Me too.
And I told you I support you and I stand by you. I'll never regret that. I'll never change that. And I pray that everyone who says they support us, I hope this will be enough to create enough outrage for y'all to start calling out the devil where you see him.
That's right.
Like if you think this is bad, you have no idea. You have no idea. I think the outrage just comes from how much reality do people have to show you? How many things do we have to show you before you're willing to see? This
And
is,
here's the thing. First and foremost, I love you so much for that. And I always knew what it was predicated on. I knew it was the love of God from day one. From the first, come back up, dishing with the D. Tell your husband to come back up. I knew it was predicated on God's love from day one. And that's why all through it all, no matter what they did, all the secret emails, all the, you know, anonymous emails to try to separate us from being truth tellers and standing together, they could never win because I knew who you were. I know who you are. See, whether the people know or not, our conversations off air, offline, I know you, my sister. I know you are. And I'm eternally grateful for you thinking it not robbery to take on what God instructed you to do and to spare aloud, cry aloud and spare not on my behalf. And I will always do the exact same for you. I don't care what nobody says. You know they've tried to get perpetually to not friggin' stand up for you, but I'm gonna always do it. And I don't care.
and they've done the same with me to you. And the thing is you gotta understand the audacity that people have. The audacity to tell somebody, shut up, don't tell the truth. Shut up, don't stand by that person. Shut up, don't. When they tell you to do that, that's because they're afraid of what's going to happen when you do. And apparently, we have created quite the uproar because they doing the most.
Yeah.
Hey, Ms. Ag.
Come
Hey,
on.
Dragon. I'm
What
gonna
you
leave
get,
you
son, Jay?
guys here,
You
Natanya.
know,
I gotta move around. I'm gonna
Okay.
get something. There's a couple other things I need to check into, but there was no way I was gonna see you online this morning in the state that you were in and not sit here with you and sit here by you as a sister and virtually hold your hand and ask everyone to remember God is not done. Stop giving the devil so much credit. God ain't done here.
Right.
And for anybody who thinks that these battles are easily won and not hard fought, then you in the wrong game.
Right.
I'll see y'all soon. I shall.
All right.
Love you.
Okay, sis, we'll be over there soon.
So Queen
What's the dealie, Jay?
was good, nice.
Come and speak your piece, brother.
I just wanted to come and let you know you are loved.
Thank you.
You are definitely looked at in a high regard. I don't care what anybody else is saying about you. We know the truth. We stand by you, and I'm proud. I'm happy that Jag came and lifted your spirits, because yeah, man, it's wild. It's wild what's going on.
I was devastated earlier, I'll be honest. I'm able
Yeah, I
to
seen.
calm and peace restored to my spirit, but when I first heard it, oh, there was no talking me down at the time. And it's because of all the pain. It's because of all of the 25 years is nothing to sneeze at. It's a long time to endure what I've had to endure. To watch it happen again. Unmute yourself, Jay.
My bad. Yeah. So yeah, salute to you. You've been holding up strong. You. I know how you feel about, but Gene was one of the first as well. I know y'all ain't on the greatest terms, but
And here's the thing: I'm not a grudge holder. I don't hate him. I just wish he would stay on a straight course.
mm,
I can't take the whiffle and waffling back and forth. But I don't take nothing away from Gene because, like you said, he is the OG of coming out here crying aloud and sparing not. Honestly.
yeah, yeah, he was one of the first.
Mhm.
What I remember.
Yeah, I remember it too. I remember all those when he used to sit in that schoolyard or the park on the monkey bars, and I remember it. I remember the doggy diamonds and all. I remember them all. I used to watch them. So I
Yep, and
tell the
Freck.
truth. Yep,
Yep,
and wreck and all of that. Yep, I remember it.
yeah. And to those content creators putting baby oil on themselves, that's wild.
Listen,
What's the purpose of that?
listen. When I tell you that burns me in my soul, it looks like such foolishness. I always knew when he was on that Fox soul. I always knew he was a pygmy. I always knew he was a ooh pick me. I always knew that's why the show broke up because trying to outdo people, I knew it. And
Mm,
look what you want to go down and you're a content creator. You want to be taken serious. You want to hope to get on another show, and that's what you do. Oil yourself down with baby oil in front of. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it because I've been on here, but
yeah, I
baby,
haven't seen it either. I ain't about to see it
sickening,
either.
sickening. Like what gaineth the man to sell his soul, or gain the world and lose his soul? What gaineth the man? That will forever live in infamy. That's what you
Yeah,
want to be known for. It's just it's just so stupid.
yeah, they ain't got no shame. They ain't got no morals. They ain't got no dignity, no respect.
None. And I can't imagine what would make. Come on, Dragon Queen, jump in the conversation, my love. You don't have to sit there quiet. Unmute yourself. Come on in.
Oh, good morning. Well, actually, here it's morning here because I'm on the West Coast, y'all.
Okay.
But I not standing up look like a hot mess. Plus, I don't want to be rude because I'm also working at the same time.
So
But I just wanted to jump on. I'm a little late this morning, but I'm just speechless as to all of this. I mean, I admire your strength, your resiliency, your
thank
faith, your belief in God, and I mean, just one day I would hope to meet you. I mean, I listen to you and Jag often, and try to keep up with the storylines, and I cannot imagine, what you feel just, seeing all of this play out. But I just also feel very disheartened, and I feel sad for our legacy. I mean, I'm an older mom, but my toddler or my kid is, he's 6, and just to see what the world is today it's wild. I don't have words, but I just wanted to come up and salute you and, Jag, for the work that you do and the truth telling and the true journalism.
Thank you.
And I mean, that's what keeps me still listening, even though I work and have all kinds of other things going on. I know most people work too, but, everybody got their schedules and all.
Hmm. I appreciate you. That means so much. And here's the deal: life is tough already. All the things we go through in life and we have to deal with, they're tough already. God never promised us a bed of roses, especially if you believe the Adam and Eve theory of the eating from the tree of knowledge, and it brought sin down on us. We already knew once that happened, there was going to be a price to pay for it. But I think that we have the option. We have the option with everything we've seen in the history of the world to choose properly. There's nothing wrong with just being a decent individual, just being a decent human. Celebrating something like this when someone is facing punitive measures for things, actions they took, things they set out to do, harm they caused, and people to celebrate that when they get off is a special place in hell. I promise you. And I
Yeah.
appreciate everybody that stands with us. I appreciate it because I promise you, nothing, so help me God, I have such belief in mankind. Nothing told me that this was going to be it. I was like, oh, they're guilty on all charges. Not even a seed of doubt, because I believe in mankind and I believe in humanity that we're going to rise to our highest and best order and interest, and failed me again. But that's what I get.
True. Just hold on to faith.
I absolutely listen. Had it not been for faith, you wouldn't even. I wouldn't still be here. Y'all wouldn't know me. I have nothing but faith to hold on to.
That
Faith
part.
through some of the deepest valleys. Thank you, and I thank God for faith. I thank God that He created something for us to hold on to in the rough times.
Hmm.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I believe that.
He said, "No weapon formed against me shall prosper." He never said, "No weapons will be formed." He simply said, "Weapons will be formed, but if you walk according to my will and my way, they will not prosper against you." And I'm believing for God that He is going to come and do His big thing. Whatever cometh, what may, with what went on today in this court, God is going to circle back and He's going to give us double for our trouble. I believe that.
I
I,
believe it
Yeah.
too.
mhm.
Yeah.
It's
So
just I just wish mankind, God has also imbued us with free will. I just wish when we choose our free will, we choose it for the betterment. None of these people, anything that has been throughout this whole trial that has been presented of conduct that he did to all of the people he victimized, nobody would think it was okay for those things to be done to their daughter, their mother, their sisters, their aunts. Nobody would think it's okay, but they don't mind it happening to your family. That's bizarre to me, and
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It is crazy. And it's not until like, it's, you know, in like in your eyesight or, it happens to you that it's like, oh, all of a sudden, then it's like, oh, it's real.
Yep.
That trips me out. Like, I mean, I know, again, we know each other virtually, so to speak, in a way, but, I mean, I kind of feel like I do know you. We're virtual friends and all, but
You know,
it's just, I guess this past,
I don't think you're-
with the start of the trial and everything, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, no, no. I said you know me, and I am your friend.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, of course, it, like just for me, it initially became just background noises at work, honestly. But as I followed along over these, nearly what, almost a year, it's crazy. Um, but it's more than just, you know, like these, all the alleged allegations and all the, violence and abuse and all of this things. It just blows my mind.
You're right. You're right.
But thanks for letting me share and come
You're
on with
welcome.
you and
I
share space with you, and just keep doing you. And I will continue to be watching, and you have my support all the way from the Pacific coast,
well, thank you so much. Thank you for
nationwide.
Dragon
And
Queen.
I mean, for whatever it's worth, if there's anything I could do to support, from here, let me know. I mean, I'm not in the music
I know what you can
industry.
do. You can round up one of your Dragon Queen Z balls and fireballs. Throw it
Yeah,
all the
there
way.
we go.
That's what I could
Yep.
need right now. I need one of
Yeah.
those Dragon Ball Z balls right now.
Yeah.
Because boy,
Absolutely.
hmm,
Absolutely. You got it, sis.
thank you so much, Queen. I
Have a
appreciate you.
great day, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Yes,
All right.
salute
Bye
to
bye.
you.
Thank you, Jay. Nice to meet you virtually.
You
All
as
right.
well.
Thanks.
Take it easy.
Shout out to Sarah for the amazing super chat. Thank you for the
That's what's
$99
up,
super chat.
Sarah.
You too, Sarah.
Coming through.
I really do. I appreciate your support. And I don't understand. Like, who said, somebody just said having the jurors not sequestered. Let me see where that comment is, because it's true. How could you not sequester the jurors in a case like this? It doesn't make any rational sense. No rational sense. But I'm glad that I did. Oh, unapologetically black said, I don't know why they didn't sequester that jury. It's like they left it wide open for jury tampering. That's exactly what was done. You're 100% right. I said it the whole time. I knew it. I said they're not sequestering the jury. I even said it to the feds. Promise you, I did. Because I've been here. I've been here before. And here's the decision I made. I said I was not going to watch every day of the trial. I would, some days I didn't watch at all, and then I would have to look at, like, when they did the little roundup updates at the end. I would look at little sound bites and see what went on that day, because I could not sit for hours every day and watch this and take it all in. I've been there before. I've been there before. I know what this is. I went through the first trial. I know what this is. What up, Keisha? And I said I'm not gonna
Good,
put
Keisha.
this in my system like that on a daily basis, because I know what it would do. Could you imagine if I sat there and reported this every day, what I would feel like today? I would have probably shattered my computer, I promise. Would have been too much energy sowed into this for this to be the outcome. And I thank God I followed my as they say, follow your first mind. I'm so glad I followed it and did not do that, because it would have ruined me today. I'm gonna be honest. What's the deal, Keisha?
Yeah. Hey, Keisha.
Can you hear us,
On
Keisha?
mute.
No, she's
Can
unmuted.
you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, babe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear
Yeah.
you.
Listen, Natanya, I have to come on because I can hear you perfectly fine. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yep.
First, mine is echoing for some reason, but anyway, I just
You
want
may
to
have a
say,
TV on or
no
something in your.
matter what is going on in that truth, wait a minute,
Do
let
you have
me
a
turn
TV
it
on?
off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why it's echoing. Mute your TV. And for anybody else that comes up, if you have a TV on while you're on the phone, mute, or the computer, you have to mute one of the devices, or it's going to give an echo. I'm ready when you are, Keisha.
There we go. Listen,
Okay.
to God be the glory.
Indeed, to
That's
God be
what
the
I gotta say. And I know what you've been, and I got to definitely. Okay.
That's okay if your baby barks. Let him bark. He's saying something too. Come on, Keisha, we can hear you.
I'm definitely
Talk to
saying
us.
this. Yes, that's what I was trying to
No, it's okay. Let him bark.
Anyways, regardless of what's going on in that jury, just like I said in my chat, God got the last say so. He has the last say so in all of it. No matter if we see it today or tomorrow, it's coming to him. And I fully support you because All these years you have been singing, you've been crying aloud, spare not from the rooftop.
That's right.
Whether people believe you or not, I do. I just met you yesterday.
Thank you, sis.
That day is going to come. That day is going to come. Jury being sequestered because I can't understand why they weren't. I just can't understand that. But we know what it's about. When we see that, think to yourself what's really going on. There's a
That's
bigger picture in that. And I don't, like I told you, I wasn't following the trial per se, looking every day. I just couldn't. It was too much. It was a circus. It was a clown show. But I will say this. I did listen to one of those networks yesterday, and someone was saying he walked in with confidence and he smiled and all this stuff and told the judge, "You're doing a good job." Right when I heard that, I sat back and I said, "Lord have mercy." I said, "Lord, am I hearing what I think I'm hearing?" He's always been a cocky person anyways, but I said, "God, put your hand in this." And when I said put your hand in this, I'm not talking about with the jury, with the judge, with the crowd, with the fame content creators. I'm talking about when it's God's time that he has to answer to him for what he did to you and all those other victims. That's all I got to say.
You're right. You're 100%
Natanya,
right.
I'll fully support you, sweetheart.
Thank you, my love. I appreciate that, and I know you do. Thank you so much. And let me tell you something. God got his hand in it. You're 100% right, because justice delayed is not justice denied. The impact and the shock
That's right.
of revisiting that feeling from 24 years ago, from 23 years ago when the trial went on, reliving that feeling was when they acquitted him that day. It made today. I was livid. When I say I was livid, I was livid. But I know God is in. God is an on time God. And he may not always be there when you call, but he's always on time. And for that, because of my faith, I can step back and let God do his big thing. I can. And I appreciate you so much.
Yes, yes.
That's right.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you. Listen, when I say I got nothing but love for y'all, I got nothing but love for everybody and their support, because it means so much to me. When I tell you, when I tell you, I could not have gotten through this day, revisiting these feelings again. Could not have got through this without y'all. I promise you. Um, K-Lig said, if you enjoy the content, hit the like button. It's a free way to support the channel, and it really helps a lot with the algorithm. Asheo. Amazing Love said, hey, Natanya, I haven't been through in a while. Come through to check on you, my sister. Send in love. Thank you so much, my love. It was a boy. You're going to catch the replay, gang. It was a man down situation at the beginning. Sarah said, yes, Lord. Indeed, indeed. To God be the glory for it all. To God be the glory for it all. I dropped the link in the chat. If anybody else wants to come up, you're welcome to do so. I thank all of y'all so much. I would not have gotten through this without y'all. I mean, God is here by my side, but I'm going to be honest. Martha Cardile said, per CNN, Cassie's lawyers, Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this trial, including herself, as well as to the community, Wigdor wrote. To God be the glory. Yes, Douglas Wigdor. Yes, sir. Come through. Yes, Cassie. Yes.
Mm.
Saying that, and I pray that I hear people keep putting in the chat about bail. I pray he doesn't get out on bail. I pray he doesn't, because that would be a travesty of justice. And I tell you one thing, better not roll through here. Better not roll through here. She likes to party. She don't want trouble and she don't bother nobody. But trust and believe.
All right.
She's my bestest friend, and she got that. And I ain't saying that nothing could ever happen to me, and I can't get that. But guess what? That it's going to be a bunch of us on that glory bus. I'm going to the Lord. I don't know where y'all going, but I ain't going to be by myself. I'll tell you that much.
Right.
You know that. Run up and get
Hmm.
stuff up. Ain't no way I'm leaving
All
without.
day. Hmm.
And I ain't going nowhere no time soon. So I'm just letting you know. I believe in the Constitution
That's
and
right.
all my amendments, honey. I love them amendments. The fifth, well, I don't plead the fifth because I'm going to cry aloud and spare not. I'm God's child. But the first, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of public assembly. Oh, yeah, honey. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Hey, hey, I love my amendments. Try
Bear
me.
arms when you fear harm.
There you go. Better reacquaint yourself with those amendments.
Hmm.
What? Amazing Love said somebody I'm watching just said they talking about a 4 to 5 sentence. 4 to 5 what? Day? 4 to 5 year? Each charge is supposed to give 10 years. Each charge is supposed to give that he's been found guilty of. That would be a that would be a further insult to industry. Excuse me, insult to injury. Yes, Nazi Star. God has the final word. Asheo. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Margie said the truth will prevail. God knows all and sees all, and he will prevail in the end. Thank you, Margie. Thank you so much for always, even when I get out of myself. I thank God for you because you always stay in here with a good and awesome word. And I'm
Yeah.
so grateful for you. Thank you for being here for all of us. Your wisdom for all of us. It means the world. I mean that. I mean that.
Yeah. Margie's a real one.
She is absolutely one. Oof.
Yeah.
This is this has been this whole trial has been an experience, like, and for anybody who watched this entire trial, listened to all of these egregious things, and found yourself to be traumatized based on your own trauma that you've endured, to be re-triggered and traumatized about things that you may have suffered in your life, please, there are numbers. Kaylee, if you could drop the number for the suicide prevention line, and anyone that may feel like they need just a mental health prevention line to have someone to talk to, please drop it in the chat, Kaylee, so I can. Kaylee said, as per CNN, the bail hearing is set for 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Just a
I thought
note.
it was 1. Somebody said it was 1 p.m.
Mm, she said per CNN. Let me see. Oh,
Oh, 2.5 hours.
oh. Let me see. What time will the bail hearing be heard in the Sean Puffy Holmes trial? AI is slow. Y'all want to see something strange? Now this is AI that's supposed to be a real-time thing. It says the provided information indicates that the jury in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has not reached a verdict yet on all counts. The jury will resume deliberations Wednesday, July 2nd at 9 a.m. This is what AI is telling me in real time.
9 a.m.
That's this morning. AI is behind. Now, what gives? What gives with that? AI?
Sarah says you can't trust AI.
Listen, you could never trust AI.
Yeah.
Never. Never.
Nah, you gotta use it as a tool.
I listen, I tried to avoid using it at all. I could see the devil in it a while ago. Thank you, Kaylee. She said, trigger warning. We prioritize your mental health over views on this channel. Please log off if you need to, and we will see you in the next one. And if we could put the suicide prevention line number up here for people that may need it, because I understand that this is triggering to other people based on things they may have endured in their lives personally. And this can be a lot. So please, by all means, do not feel compelled to carry that burden alone. There are people that you can talk to that will be of assistance and can help you. And don't even think twice about reaching out for help, because mental health is a real thing and it is not a joke. And I don't want anyone to, yeah, I don't trust AI, Alexa, none of that either. I would never have any of those in my house. I don't understand how people have them in their house just for convenience. And like I was telling y'all before, it was announced that anyone who got the
Yeah.
no, what is the at the airport to skip the line? The it's slipping my mind. That you when you signed up for those, because nobody reads the terms and conditions, you signed away your rights. You gave the FBI access, unfettered access to all of your stuff, medical records, all your private everything, because you didn't read your for the convenience of skipping the line. See, there's something to be said for waiting your turn.
Oh.
Check, pre-check, the pre-check, and the other one. Everybody who gave they signed on the dotted line so they could skip the line because everybody wants to feel more important than somebody else. Mm. You signed away all your stuff. Because even if you go on an app, it says you have to say allow or don't allow because you still have to give your permission. All clear, thank you. Clear and TSA pre-check. If you got those, if you signed up for those, and you paying for the feds to have all your stuff,
That's
something
crazy.
in my spirit. I've been with people. Listen, I went on a business trip with my people. They all had Clear. They was like, "Come on, girl, sign up for Clear." I was like, "No." They was like, "Well, we leaving. We going to the Delta Lounge. We going you." And I stayed right in that line by myself. I was like, "Okay, I don't want it. I respect the people in front of me. I respect all the people in the line in front of me. I don't need to skip them so I can feel whatever." And no disrespect to my peoples. They think it's convenience, but I saw what it was for real. I just happen to know the things that I can see and hear. When I share it with people, everybody ain't able. So they're not ready to receive it or they
Agreed.
can't. You know, some people perceive when you say such and such, they perceive it as hated. You're 100% right, unapologetically black. I told them all, do not get the real ID. You're also abdicating your rights. I keep telling people, but they don't listen to me. You know, people don't want to hear. Some people listen, but other people don't. They think I'm a hater. They think I'm old fashioned. There's a lot to be said for old fashioned. It keep you away from the devil.
Yeah. They ain't listening. They gonna be drinking that nano. What is it? Nano
They drinking it already. The
particles or
Coca-Cola
something.
Corporation and the Coca-Cola Corporation made a deal um, with nanotechnology companies, and they now all of the sodas have nanoparticles in them. You want to know how? You want to know why? When you go to the supermarket, they say buy 2 cases get 3 free. Why they want to give y'all the soda so bad? Buy 2 and get 3 free. Well, some of y'all don't care. Some of y'all right now stacking up for your 4th of July. You got
You know, you know it.
celebration in a society that is yet to be independent, where you have yet to have the freedoms that you so believe. Before you celebrate Juneteenth, you celebrate independence. Independent of what? You see what they doing? Ending birthright citizen. Who you think is going to listen? Now, his child, Barron is a birthright citizenship child. Okay, so is Ivanka and the rest of them, because Ivana wasn't legal when she had them kids, and neither was this Melania. Well, he ain't gonna put his own child out, nor is he gonna put his people out. But he gonna put y'all. I will vote for Donald Trump. Where y'all at, Cubans and 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 Venezuelans for Trump, and all the Latinos for Trump? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Hmm?
Did they even vote though?
Huh?
Those,
What you say,
those
Jay?
all those other ethnicities.
Yeah,
That's something they voted.
everybody that fell for the okey doke. But the sad thing is they fell for the okey doke because they thought he was going to be able to put us out and send us where, guys? So dumb.
I heard his best friend was the one that rigged the polls. But
Oh, absolutely.
no.
There's a guy in New York. There's a guy in New York that decided, he said something kept troubling him about the election results in his town. I think they're upstate New York. And so he started doing a FOIA request and pulling the results, like the unfettered results. They showed more votes in a Democratic region in New York when the incumbent in the local races, all of the Democrats won. And then when it came to the federal race, when it came to the presidential thing, so down the line, all of the other, you can see how it fell, leaned completely Democratic. There was some Republican voters for the local things, but the Democrats, all the incumbents won. And at the top, Trump got more votes than are voting members of their community. Their city only has a certain amount of registered votes. Trump got like almost 500,000 more than that. And then what's her name got none. Zero.
Kamala,
And he was like, wait a minute. Wait a
how
minute.
that happened?
How is this possible? We don't even have this many registered voters in our city. How could he get this much? And in all of the other local races, because they used AI and they used all their digital Musk and that ketamine junkie Musk and all of it. Come on. This guy be literally rolling. He be like, or coming out of his, you know,
You look robotish, yeah.
robotish and, his amphibious family, his lizardry is popping out because I don't know how he looked human to anybody.
I don't
All of
know.
that weird stuff is by your consent. Who said that? Because you're 100% right. My aunt. My aunt said all this weird stuff has to be by your consent. Asheo, sis, that is the truth.
Um,
And I be trying to tell people, but y'all don't hear me though. I sound too old fashioned. Margie said, I will stand up and say I'm a victim of mental, emotional, and physical abuse for 56 of my 60 years. And trust me, my story could be a bestseller. But through God in my faith in Him. Thank you, my love. I'm so sorry that you had to
mm,
endure that. I'm so sorry that you had to experience that. You don't deserve it.
yeah,
Like, to God be the glory. And Margie also said, Natanya, I'm honored and I'm honored to be a part of the family. You all mean a lot to me. Thank you so much, my love. You mean the world to us as well. You mean the world
yeah.
to us as well. We thank you.
It's a
It's,
family over here.
that's right. Look, she said they take retinal scans, fingerprints, etc. for those priority programs. Absolutely. And you have the right to opt out and say, no, I don't want to be a part of any of this. But people don't. Because just like I said, while they're watching this one gatekeeper being, you know, prosecuted and moved out the way, everybody else is lining up because they want to be the new gatekeepers, including those content creators. Y'all want to be the gatekeepers for YouTube. I see y'all. I see you scoundrels pouring baby oil on yourself. My God. Desert Druzy said, Natanya, I'm so happy to see you live right now. Can I just let you know how much space you're taking up in my mind and my heart? Prayers and more prayers upon prayers for you and justice one day. Thank you so much, my love. That means the world to me. Thank you for that. Now I didn't stop crying, so don't get me emotional again. I can't do all of that all day. Mm.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Unapologetically back said that's why so many are still asleep. You're drinking the Kool-Aid. Ashe, that is so true. They have fallen unto the mysticism and the sorcery of these people. They want to be down. Hmm. They want to be down. They want to be down.
That's the sad part about it.
Hmm. I don't know what's your tell me from a male perspective, Jay, about these guys that's celebrating Puffy and celebrating and screaming down on female content creators out there and trying to fight them and stuff. What do y'all think about these type of dudes?
All I can say about that is they don't love their mothers. They probably don't love their sisters or their, female companion, like, family members. They just hate women. You have to. things that they were saying about Cassie,
Mhm.
I get it. She was part of it, but who initiated it? You see what I'm saying? Remember, she came into this as a kid.
Mhm.
Most of the artists came in as kids, so they're all victims in my eyes.
Mhm.
It's, the ones that are silent, they're controlled.
Absolutely. Controlled and complicit. Because Gina Hahn popped out to show her new BMW, and she's so casually strolling through Whole Foods. What you went to buy, Gina? Your celebration dinner? You think you're gonna be the down chick now? You're gonna be his bottom bitch? Stupid. So stupid.
That's crazy. So, what about that interview she did on
Tasha K.
Tasha K?
Margie said, "You're very wise and blessed by God. I listen to all you say." Thank you so much, Margie. I appreciate that. To God
Mm,
be the glory. It's all God. I give it to God. Toinette said, "Touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm." The dopest nerd, peace, Natanya. Vengeance is his. His word shall return. Shall not return known, or shall return known and void. Amen. Hallelujah to that. I agree wholeheartedly. Hallelujah. Yes, indeed. And I thank you so much for your wisdom, too. IVC, thank you so much for this $10 super chat. She said,
salute.
"Sending love and support today. OJ also walked, but we all knew how it ended. God will finish what men cannot."
Mm, that was hard.
And I'm gonna be very honest. I don't believe
Mm,
OJ did it. Not for 1 second. The man who they believe was the real guy died recently, and there was a whole bunch of talk right after OJ died. There was a whole lot of talk on mainstream platforms. This guy was a original. He was a guy that did a lot of like handyman stuff around the place, and he was on the one of the original people that they suspected. And but they wanted a big fish. They wanted to fry a big fish, and so they put him to the side. But they said he was never off the hook for what, and he had done similar things to other people whose handyman he was, and he recently passed away.
shit.
Unapologetically Black said, "The sad part is these men celebrating a monster has the same exact mentality as he does. No rational human being, no rational human being with any type of morals and values would celebrate that demon." Indeed, Asheo, and here's the deal. It's going to be open season on women. I hope y'all understand this. I hope y'all understand this. This is going to be open season on women and people that they deem they could victimize. How come we not talking about how many men is selling ass? All those friggin' sex workers. Like, who knew all these guys were professional selling ass? Y'all be out here calling women hoes. What about these ninjas? Like, what's up? The amount of sex workers. Look at that whole, they had a grid of like 15 guys that he used regularly. What? Who knew that? Who knew that all these guys was out here selling ass? Why y'all talking about women? Like, this
It's,
case uncovered a lot of things. A lot of things.
it's crazy.
Kay Lake said, "Not men like Jay. Them over there. Them over there in the back, down the internet
It did.
highway." That's right. And I thank God we have our good brothers over here to stand with us, because your masculine energy is absolutely needed right now. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Debbie
Mm,
says, "Latanya, you have a lot of wisdom. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, sis.
indeed.
Come on for show. Adding our brother for show TV to the stage. What's the
What's
deal?
good?
How we doing? How we doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Pop on.
Chilling out.
How we doing? How we doing? I had to make a run, so I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Hanging
I'm
in
back.
there.
Just a little bit of it.
You could come on camera, brother.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm doing a little steaming right now.
Okay. What I tell you, my
Mhm.
temples are hurting so bad. Vaughn, could you give me a cup of tea? Because my head is hurting so bad, honestly. And give me the Arnica Montana. And Arnica Montana is a homeopathic natural pain remedy for guys, for y'all that don't want to take over the counter pain remedies like acetaminophen and Motrin and ibuprofen and all that. Arnica montana is a plant, and it is a homeopathic natural remedy. Like when I tell you my head is pounding, and I know it's stressed.
Um, first of all, I wanted to say I feel bad for you. You know, Sonny. You know, I got a special relationship with y'all, so I look at things different. But in the same token, I got to be real about what I'm seeing. And the fact of the matter is, this this trial was never about the sex trafficking. The trial came up because he sued them people, and they knew he had them tapes to put over their head. So they had to do something. That's why the Cassie tape came out. The next day he settled with her 30 million. I'm pretty sure it was an NDA that was signed. So how did she get into court and become the main witness?
Well, an NDA is not an NDA cannot.
Yeah, I know it had nothing to do with court.
Federal.
This what I'm saying. This what I'm saying. They used that tape to get to the court. The whole thing over this was to get the tapes. Use that thing with Cassie. It's disgusting. I'm not taking up for nothing. I don't want nobody to think I'm taking up for nothing. But I'm putting this in perspective. They used that for public opinion. He's guilty in everybody's public eyes. But the thing was, it was never about them. They don't care about Cassie or the other girl. They cared about them tapes. And they got them tapes. That's why nothing ever came out on them tapes. They wanted them tapes.
Mm-hmm.
The highlight of this case is Baby Oil and 50 Cent. I mean, my fault. I don't want to say nobody's name. With alleged Jane Doe. So, out of all this stuff, it was never about that. And I feel bad for the people that really thought that it was really about that. And it's sad to say that.
Here's the thing, though. I think two things can be true at the same time. I think the prosecutors that fought this case did so, and they may not be a part of the elite that, they fought this case vehemently trying to prove all that was done. I think there is a hidden hand. We all know that. Anybody who watched Scandal, who watched all of that, there's a hidden hand. And those hidden hand, what you're saying is 100% true with that hidden hand. I believe that. I believe it.
And I want to say this real quick. I said something earlier, and Jag thought I was saying something. I was saying we saw what power and money do. I wasn't saying he had power. I was saying it's some people we already know, some people that's up here.
Mm-hmm.
They want to push all the buttons. They pushed the button for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
They pushed the button for whatever payments that need to go out and make this the way it is.
They wanted to thank him. You're right.
Everybody won't right. But the world is not right.
Yeah, we this world is cooked, boy.
So that's why I say I feel so bad, because it's people out there that deserve real justice. But this wasn't the right setup to get what people really wanted. Now, he's still going to get some time.
Absolutely.
But the people thinking that was life and him, it wasn't set up for that. It was set up for nobody else to get outed. That's what I think.
But here's the deal. The jury also, now the hidden hand may have had their agenda, but the jury was tasked with their own right. And for what was presented, he was absolutely unequivocally guilty. Did a hidden hand put him out there to spank him because they knew he had too much on everybody? Absolutely. I don't doubt that at all. But the prosecutors fought their case, the good fight. The jury knew they were called to task, but they wanted them 20 pieces of silver. They think that little new car they're going to get themselves, or whatever little shit they get with their money is going to do them good. I hope it burns a hole in I hope while they sitting there eating dinner, all they can hear in their head is, what the hell? What the hell? You on the way to Heli? You on the way to Helion? You on the way to Heliante? That's where y'all going.
Yeah.
That's where y'all going.
And I just want to say,
Free said, don't forget the record producer too, who he abused on that album. Yeah, that was Steve Stout.
Yeah.
Steve Stout took the payoff and didn't prosecute, and then they made Puffy plead guilty on reckless endangerment or something like that, and then what you call it? What was I gonna say? Give me. You saw the Arnica Montana. It should be in my top drawer. How you doing, Poopsa? How do you feel about it? My daughter said she's upset, and upset doesn't even begin to cover it.
I understand. I understand. I understand totally.
When I literally, it's funny because I was sitting on the couch and I was like, you know what? I think I really felt like I was talking to God. I said, God, I really feel like a verdict is coming today. Let me go upstairs and get myself together. Let me go wash up and get myself together and put my hair in a little twist and get ready to go on camera because I feel like the verdict is going to come down. And I didn't take my phones upstairs with me. When I came downstairs and looked at my phone, I was like, what? I said, how did this happen this fast?
Yeah.
Wasn't up there that long.
Yeah. We were talking about it last night on my channel.
I was watching last night too. Rage was building up in me.
I want to say this here real quick. I just saw the video with the guy out there, baby oil and stuff like that.
I didn't see it.
These people
are crazy.
Let me tell y'all something about these people that's on YouTube. A lot of these people are dorks that got a camera and got some fame.
Yeah.
They do not care. A lot of these dudes don't even care about women.
They don't. You ain't telling no lies.
So, and then you got some dudes that look at it like Cassie should be, something happened to her too because she was doing stuff. So you got people that's looking at different angles. But at the end of the day, a lot of these guys don't like women. They bitter. And they only doing stuff for attention. Now the dude viral for taking his shirt off and getting baby oil. He was there for this moment the whole time. He didn't give a damn about what happened. He didn't care if he was guilty or he didn't care if he wasn't. He was only concerned about what can I do to go viral off of this. Yeah. And that's what's messed up with the world. Everybody want to go viral.
And it's what I said this whole time. Content creators were making this about them. They were centering themselves. They had main character syndrome. It was about them. They didn't care about, and that's why they could not feel no type of empathy or respect for me because they was too busy competing with me. They felt like too much attention would be on me, so they was going to give a YouTube blackout. But guess what? They did everything I said. They walked right into it. You going to go on TV. You going to go on TV in front of the media, everything, and bathe down in baby oil.
Remember the first time we had our first conversation, I asked you, I said, a lot of these people was only being messing with you because it was content. They didn't really care about your story.
You said that.
Once you started making your own content, now it's competition. So them same people that looked at it like, hold up, we can tell our story and make money off of it. Now looking at, hold up, now she telling like, hold up now. No, she doing too much now. Hey man, no, you gotta let that shit go. You done already came and told your story over here. Why you telling your story over here? No, you gotta get rid of her. So yeah, I'm just telling you how these men think.
It's ugly. It's ugly.
It's ugly.
It's so ugly. I just, it's so ugly. I don't get.
It's bad, and like I want justice for the people that he really did stuff to, but this case wasn't even really about that. And us looking at it, we seeing the evidence presented, and we like, okay, he making people do things against their will. He got people. So really, to some people, it looked like he was gorilla pimping.
Angela said, y'all, the jury failed his victims, but not shocking. He bought the jury in the Club New York trial. He did. And the security guard.
Yeah.
And the security guard. Sitting there lying, talk about she fell on top of him. So she knew that he didn't shoot because everybody in the courtroom was like, wait, what? Okay, you put a whole lie. Because ain't nobody else said that. And
you said something, I mean, because I'm sorry. You said something the other day. $72 a day for this, right? So that's like $2,200, right? something like that, give or take a couple dollars. When you can get a $20,000, $30,000 check in the mail to go ahead and say I'm not guilty.
And not even a check, because they're not gonna do nothing that can follow that.
No, yeah. If I'm just saying
That paper bag with that 100,000 that he
yeah,
gave
a
to the security
undisclosed
guard.
location, the bench on a park bench, yeah, you know.
And you know they was following them home. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the guy who was always with the free puff or free Diddy, whatever shirt he was wearing, that would be walking with them to and from the door, the final day of the first day of jury deliberation, he was suited and booted. If I'm not mistaken, when I heard him talking, I said, God said to me, that's the guy Gene Deal talking about with the bird at my trial, where he supposedly did some stuff over his head in the park, and he took the dove and lifted up and it fell to the floor unalived. God said, that's him right there. I was like, wait a minute, what? God said, that's it. He was suited and booted. He leaned on the side with this kind of cocky, righteous indignation, and I was disgusted. Yes, Vaughn? Hold
That's
on.
wild. I didn't even hear that.
Yeah, I ain't heard that either. What's up with you, man? I'm for sure, man. How you doing, bro?
What's popping, man? J Mizak.
That's Jay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, man. You as well. For sure.
So you didn't hear Jay about the guy that Gene Deal said during my trial, where the day that the jury deliberation was over and they was going to come down with a verdict. He was securing Puffy or bodyguard him or whatever. They went to a park. They met like a Obia man inside the park, and he did all this thing and sprinkled some dust on him and blow with some candles lit and blow all kind of thing. And then he anointed his head with something. And Puffy, he opened a cage, and Puffy reached in and took a bird and held it up and released it, and it fell straight to the floor, unalive.
Oh, so
And
I
then
missed that.
he said he was looking at him like, yo, this guy's a demon. He said he walked straight past him and they were together. He walked over across the street. They went back in the courtroom. The court said, not guilty.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I can't even.
You see,
That's
Angela,
right there what we're dealing with. I mean, we're telling what you're dealing with right there.
Gene Deal said that. Gene Deal saw him with a witch doctor. He was guarding him. He walked him to the park across from the courthouse. Renee said, I believe it was somebody I learned from J-Lo. I 100% agree with you.
So Gene saw that. It wasn't no hearsay.
He saw it. He saw it. He was with him. He said he walked past him straight back to the courtroom, and he followed him, and he was like, yo, this nigga's a demon. Now I'm gonna find it for you.
Wow.
Let me find it for y'all.
So I got a question. Is that one of the two truths, or is that one of the 7 lies?
That's one of the 2 truths. I've heard this story for years.
Okay.
That was hilarious, though. I've heard that story for years.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Crowded over here.
Oh yeah, we be having fun.
That was a good. I'm laughing. I'm gagging off.
You know, I'm gonna throw a little joke in there sometimes.
Hey, listen, we need it. We need it. Let me find that.
Sound like a ritual. Yeah, that do sound kind of crazy.
Okay, here we go. I found it. Hold on 1 second. Let me stop it. To show y'all I ain't talking out my head. Fair use.
The Sean and
Shout out to Mighty.
backstory behind Diddy. He did a prayer where a bird died the day of the verdict.
Well, first of all, the Shine documentary, it was
Just
kind
be on
of
the safe side. When you
doing
play
it.
the videos, just throw them on 125 for the speed.
Right.
Yeah, because he is a
Wolf
soldier.
Mother has always been an intricate
Where I gotta
part
change it?
Go to the settings over in the corner.
helping Shine through his prison system.
You say go to what in the corner?
Go to the
Right.
settings on the video that you playing.
So
Okay.
That little circle like star.
when we were on our way to court, I knew
And go to
that
speed.
they were setting Shine up.
You gotta hover over
to
the
take
video.
the fall.
Hover over the video.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
When Shine decided to get his own lawyers,
okay.
Go
And
to
you
playback.
said
I knew
Go to
that
playback
they were
speed.
going to set Shine up
I
to
don't
take
see
the
this
fall,
Right there.
Oh, play.
which
Thank you.
And put
by
120.
right he should have took the fall.
There you go.
But they shouldn't have helped by giving the prosecution
Thank
witnesses
Changes a
to
lot.
testify against Shine. See, these cats want to act like they didn't know that Puff was helping witnesses with jobs. They was getting witnesses with the street team and certain people in the security, bringing it and giving it to the prosecutor. These guys in the industry want to act like that they didn't know that Puff helped send Shine to jail because the prosecution didn't have enough evidence.
You're wrong, Gene. He had enough evidence.
You
One of the
understand?
7 lies.
They did not have enough
They
evidence.
had more than enough evidence.
And the evidence they had probably would have sent all 3 of them to jail because all 3 of them, Anthony Wolf Jones, Sean John Combs, and Shine Barrows, what's his first name? Whatever Barrows, they all had the same charge. They all
That's
had
another
the
one of the
same
7 lies.
charge,
They
bro.
did not have the same charge. See what I'm talking about?
But when
Full truth, 7
those
lies.
people
Nigga, get
from the
to the
street
word
team
part.
to the security brought the people who said that they saw
Y'all don't
Shine
believe
shoot,
everything him
who
said.
they said there was a witness against Shine. That helped free Wolf and Puff from any charges and any wrongdoing.
See what I say? 2 truths.
You hear me?
Lies?
That helped
lie.
free
They
Wolf
did not have the same charges.
and
You could Google
Puff
that.
from any wrongdoing.
Me. He's an agent of this.
So now,
that's why he pisses me off.
before we get to
story,
the courts, me and Puff stops in the Central Park and we walk towards the boathouse. And I'm wondering where we going, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're in the park. I'm wondering where we going. And
now he's saying Central Park.
as we go
On
towards the
another thing, he
boathouse,
said the park across
I
the street
look
from the corner.
in the
See
distance,
what I'm saying?
and it's this man in all black. He's in all black. And he turns, and it looked like he had the white collar. I couldn't be sure. I couldn't be positive, but it looked like he had the white collar, because Puff said, yo, Gene, stay right here. And I stayed right there, and he kept on walking. So when Puff gets directly to the dude, he gets down on his knees. When he gets down on his knees, this man takes something, and it seemed like it had smoke in it, and he started doing it around Puff. And then he went back and forth. And then he went up and down with it, sideways with it, then back around him. And then he put it down. And then he put his hand on Puff's head, and I guess he started, saying something. I don't even really know what he said, but I couldn't tell what he said. You understand what I'm saying? Long story short, I see Puff reach into this case. And when he reached into this case, he came out and you could see something white in his hand. I didn't know it was a bird. I didn't know what it was at first, but he threw it up in the air. And when he threw it in the air, it came straight back down like it was a brick and said, pow, on the concrete. And I was like, oh, that was a dove. That was a bird. Puff just got up. Puff just looked at the dude and just started walking towards me. And I was like, oh, and he's getting closer, and he's getting closer. As he's getting closer to me, in my mind, in my cynical mind, I'm just like this. I'm thinking about Jason. I'm thinking about Damien and all that shit like that. And that nigga Yo, he just walked past me. He didn't even say nothing like, come on, Gene, let's go or nothing. He just walked past me and I just started walking with him. And I just said to myself, damn, that is Damien. And we got to the car and he didn't say nothing the whole ride. We was on the boathouse. I think it was on 70-something street or 50-something street. We was on the boathouse and we was on 5th Avenue. So we drive to the court. And before we got to the court, I said, my man, you need some real prayer, bro. And then that's when I did the Lord's Prayer and I prayed and they went up into the courtroom. And when he came out, we came out and him and Wolf won, and they say Sean was charged with the shooting and everything like that. And we end up going over to the Peninsula. There's some hotel called the Peninsula downtown, and he gave a big party in the presidential suite.
A grown man who was an actual
went to jail.
parole officer who can't pronounce nothing. I never see it in my life.
Oh,
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise.
So Big passed 97, right?
He could have been smoking.
So Big passed 97,
I'm
right?
not giving him. He passed in 90. Yeah,
97,
Tupac
right.
was 96. Yeah.
Okay. Your situation happened 99, right? Your situation 99, right?
Yep.
So what, trial 2000, 2001?
2001.
So my thing is this here. If this dude, talk about this dude as bad as he did, and you say you told him all this stuff that happened with the night Biggie passed, why is 5 years later you still with this dude?
Thank you. Thank you. That's why I tell y'all, 2 truths and 7 lies. Tell y'all. I don't know why people be, oh, why she say that about Gene? I just did a whole live showing y'all Gene is a rotted liar. His own mouth. One rotted liar. That sucker starts. You notice he ain't flashed back at me. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why every one of those people that I named, called out by name, had their face on a thumbnail, ain't said shit. Why? Ask yourself why. Because I got them dead to rights. Them a liar. Them a worthless boy or liar. I mean, I'm frightened.
That don't make no sense to me.
That's why I told y'all 2 truths and 7 lies. This time he say Central Park. Now he say the boathouse. Last time he said the court across the park across from the court. You see my boy? And then fleeting memory.
I thought he said he couldn't mess with him after Biggie passed.
Okay.
When you get back around. So was he around during the trial?
I don't recall, but 2001. There's a picture. There's a video of Puffy outside. Let me see.
Yeah, that's why I said when he's sitting there talking, I'm just sitting there like, man, this shit sound like some bullshit to me. Excuse my language. It just sound like some bullshit. That sound like he heard that story and put himself in that place. That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like somebody told him that story. That shit didn't sound like he was in it. I could be wrong, but that shit didn't sound right.
It sounds like a nigga that got 2 truths and 7 lies. Always.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something. Friggin'
Yeah.
AI can't even pull up.
The bill is set for 5 p.m.
Yeah.
The bill hearing is set for 5. Yeah, I'm gonna go live at 7 tonight.
Y'all talk amongst yourself while I pull this up.
Okay. So what you think about the situation, man?
I just think the whole thing is wild.
Yeah, I do.
Everything. Just chill.
It's a whole shit show.
The escorts, the drugs, man.
It just show you what money, fame can do.
What money will make you do. Well, I
See,
wouldn't blame it on the money. That's some sexual perversions right there.
yeah, but see,
But
this is the thing. This is the thing. This what I'm thinking. I could be wrong. They knew all this time that he was doing this stuff. So the question is, what is the real reason that they did what they did to him? And when you
money.
figure out what the real reason what they did to him, the whole case will make sense.
You want to pay off, right?
No, but the real thing why they I can't find it. Like the algorithm is so stupid that it's not even acknowledging that I'm saying 2001 trial. There's nothing from 2001 coming up. It's nothing but everybody and their mama from this trial.
Probably got to
Every,
use the what is it, Yandex instead of using Google.
I'm on YouTube. This was a widely seen video of him walking outside of the courtroom. Not on WPIX News. Well, I'll tell you, with this clown, the baby oil bandit. Why would you even want to make yourself that person? Like, it is not acknowledging anything that would bring up the Johnny Cock. Let me put Ben Braffman.
Unapologetically
Honey,
black.
honey B's thing is scrubbed.
That's what I said. Unapologetically black. That's what I said. Once we figure that out, it all makes sense. When I first came up, that's what I said. He sued them people. It was never really about them. They threw the Cassie tape out because they knew that can get the public reaction. So we're gonna try to get him. If we can get him off of this, cool. But at the end of the day, we want them tapes. So he can't have nothing over our head because his spot was the go-to
But,
spot.
but here's the deal. I don't want to confuse people with that notion because two things are simultaneously happening. There were one is the power elite that he messes with. They were trying to spank him, and so they came after him behind the scenes. But our out front trial that has been going on for 8 weeks or whatever amount of weeks was a true and substantive trial. I don't want to confuse those two.
No,
Yeah,
no, 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 no. I'm not saying it wasn't a true
up with
trial.
and
Yeah,
they
I don't want to confuse nobody. Yeah,
yeah,
what I'm saying it was two things can be true, like you said.
absolutely. Two things were happening
The
simultaneously
people wanted him,
with Diageo
and they
and
wanted them tapes, and
Kim
then they
Molester.
wanted to give him these traffic charges to lock him up, so get him out of here. So yeah, they wanted him out of there for real. But
I'm not
I'm
going to
saying
negate
they
the fact
knew
that this trial
that.
went on and that actual survivor victims went up, spoke their piece, testified, said what he did to them, and and sought justice. Like they got to get mad props. Like I'm concerned for them.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah,
concerned
yeah, yeah.
for them,
But
especially because those are the charges that he was found guilty on. There's going to be you not see in situations like this. You don't just have to deal with the person, but you also got to deal with his minions that's out there in the street that want acknowledgement, so they'll run up and try to do something stupid. They'll run up and try to do something stupid.
yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying. I don't want nobody to get twisted what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Everybody knew what he was doing.
Not everybody, because a lot of people were shocked. I would say the powers
A
a
lot of
gross.
people, a lot of people didn't know the details. I'm telling y'all tonight, I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna go live tonight. I'm gonna play the video. Last year, I did a video. I broke down everything that's going on right now that happened play by play. I said the only thing we're going to learn is the details of how freaky he is. I just said we're going to learn details that we didn't know. The overall thing is we knew what he was doing. We just didn't know how in depth it was. So what I'm saying is if we on the outside looking in got a good idea what's going on, how much do you think the people that's around know?
Here's the deal. I think we knew more than that. I think it's more than that going on. Did they put out the salacious details and people run crazy with it? Yes, because since we have been in existence, since people have professed that this was a Christian nation. People have been obsessed with Puritanism and what's going on in people's bedroom. People have always been obsessed with it.
Yeah.
That's what this world is. Everybody's a voyeur. Everybody wants to peek inside your bedroom and see what you're doing. Not because they abhor what you're doing and they think it's reprehensible. Some of them want to get a look because they want to do it too, but they're too afraid. Or they're scared of what the public outcry would be. They heard too many negative assessments about it in their family and they wouldn't dare show that in front of their family. So multiple things are happening at the same time. Are people voyeuristic? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the same reason your neighbor always got their damn blinds open that's pointed by your bedroom, hoping that they could get a glimpse. Because we live in a society of voyeurs and freak. But we also know that people find it hard to find people guilty of the same shit they do. Same shit. Nobody can tell me how debaucherous that goddamn juror number 25 is. Oh, that's leak. He probably out here wilding, baby, swinging from chandeliers and all kind of shit. I told you. Yeah, he was defending his own action. You're not going to talk about what's wrong with a little freak leak.
That's what he said.
I'm sure that's what he was thinking. Why he dared to report him from the get-go. Because they said he won't follow directions. Right.
Sometimes when you cooking, you gotta let it simmer for a second. Because you was dropping some bars, you just kept going. Sometimes you got to let that marinate with the people.
It's
so
just
now you kept talking, and you know what I'm saying? They forgot what you said. Sometimes you gotta let some of that simmer in sometimes so they can get it. Because you put down a lot of game, and they got to be soaked up. You know, so sometimes when you hit them one of the big ones, you just simmer down for a second, let them get that, and then you come with it. But
today is such a crazy day. It's hard.
Yeah,
remember,
I get it.
I
went you dropping some gems right there.
Years ago, 23 years ago, I sat in the house crying, unable to talk, praying every day, standing on faith, praying to God every day, all day, standing on faith. God, I know you're going to give me recompense. I know you're going to bring recompense for the victims, survivors. You're not going to leave us out there every day. So for us to be back at this point,
yeah, but we don't know where it's gonna go yet.
I need to let it simmer though. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, still get a 20-piece out of it. So what that'll make them about what? 70 or something?
But some people are putting in the chat that 4 to 5. They heard 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Would be disgraceful.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
The slap in the face.
Yeah, that's good, Auntie.
The
Auntie Leah in the chat.
Auntie Leah said, "Are they really only going for 4 to 5 years when they can go up to 10 years? Nefarious." That's what's being thrown out there. But
at least 10. I think he
would agree too, because right now he got his entire PR campaign of disinformation. It's going to run rampant. This is the same thing they did after the trial last time. Same thing. It's going to run rampant. So we cannot let that happen. We can't let it drown out the true voices that are speaking truth.
Yeah, that's...
That's real. She said, "It's crazy how all it takes is to be rich to ruin people's lives." Asheo sis, that's the truth.
Yeah, for real. You just pay and just, man. But see, what you got to understand too is, Sarah, whoever just said that, I'm sorry, I didn't see the chat. What you got to understand is, there's not one billionaire who got it the right way.
Oh, you telling the truth on that? Now that's the truth.
But they do have oil connoisseurs in Africa. We have a lot of
absolutely.
Well, yeah, you know them, but you know what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Carla Turner said, "I wish I wasn't
in America."
yeah. We talking about you talking about some real What you talking about is a fact, but we talking about what we talking about.
Shell said the dude had guns with serial numbers scrubbed off. Indeed, yes, indeed. Yes,
that should have been time alone right there.
It really should have. Because in New York, the guns, you can't come on. We already know what New York is.
No,
that means automatic. But no, back in the days, New York was automatic 5 for the gun and 5 for every bullet. That was
Oh, it's
automatic.
5 for every bullet.
Had the serial number scratched off. This could be used with
Dang.
and have bodies on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah, man.
5 for everybody. I think it's like 2 for every
Really,
bullet I
trial
heard.
is a slap in the face to the public, taxpayer dollars, to the people that was really affected by this situation that he got away from and that got to relive this shit. Like,
Now, Halio just dropped a bomb. Halio said, "Want to see a person's true character? Give them a bunch of money, sit back and watch." Now, that is the truth. That's a gold star. That's a gold star right there.
That's a fact.
And Tender Catering came right back with the really real. If you or me done anything, we be sitting in jail without having 2 months trial. Absolutely.
Right.
Hmm. And that's what I said. All these people that think they celebrate Puffy, all you doing is making open season on the women in you. Trust and believe. Every dude that ever ran up on another dude and was like, "Yo, break yourself, fool. You thought you put your hands on my sister? Nah, you just told a ninja, kick my sister behind and my mama too." That's what this is. I'm telling you,
Right.
domestic violence cases is going to go through the roof. Y'all think it's a joke? Grapes are going to go through the roof. Domestic violence, all violence against women is going to go through the roof. But they better remember, some of us women are First Amendment, Second Amendment abiding citizens. We believe in our amendments, especially that second one. I like the number 2. Number 2 is such a cute number. It's cute. So try your best.
see, that's
I know what you.
I
I know
don't
what
want
you.
to go for that because it's wrong. But that's like it's kind of crazy because he charged for that.
What you mean?
Was he charged for the hotel incident?
Yeah, I think it was factored in. I got to read through this stuff, but it factored in to a large.
It was part of the charges.
Not at the time, though.
I think it was, he can't be charged on state charges for that. He couldn't be charged on state charge because the statute of limitations in the state went out. But all of that was a part of the racketeering of using racketeering as the undue pressure of moving bodies, moving people, distributing things, all of that, committing acts of violence for the purposes of getting people to submit to your will. To get people to submit to
Get
your
him on
will.
pimping charges.
Huh?
Why did just they give him pimping charges?
I don't know.
When that'd have been more. I think that would have been more hard.
Well, here's the thing. They did. That's what sex trafficking is. They literally have what happens. The government will change the name of things, and society at large, they recycle things and change the name of things every few years. That's why dudes keep saying, "That ain't sex trafficking." If I fly a shorty out and I send her some money and I fly her out, how that's sex trafficking? Because they changed the name.
That's pimping.
If you fly somebody
That's pimping. That's gorilla pimping. You a hands-on pimp.
But they give it
sure.
gentler names to things now. They don't say blah blah blah. They say sex trafficking.
He definitely gives
People
you
say da da da. They call it something else. Every time you give things a new name, why you think he got so many new names? Every time he do a crime, he changes his name. This man got more in the friggin'
For real though.
It's the truth. That's why I won't call him nothing but Puffy, because he got Diddy once he got P Diddy once he shot me. He wanted to move away from the Puffy and all of the materials and all of the press that followed that. Remember, he was Puffy. Why you think I won't call him Diddy? Diddy is what he got for doing harm to other people. He gonna be Puffy in my world forever, because that's what you elevated to P Diddy after that, then to Diddy, then to this, that, Nick, Nat, Paddywhack, give a dog a bone. Every crime he did, he got a new name.
When you whoop Cassie's ass, he was loved
for the City College 9.
Yeah, he was.
Then he went to Puffy before he shot me. He left Puff Daddy and went to just Puff and Puffy, and then he shot me. Then he went to P Diddy. Then he went to Diddy. Every time he harmed somebody, he take on a new name so that he can move away from the bad press and elevate. I'm not going to never acknowledge him as Diddy. That's somebody else's blood, sweat, and tears. My blood, sweat, and tears are Puffy.
Yeah, I call him Puff. Never saying for call no dude daddy. So
Lena Ninja said he
I call him Puff. I ain't even call no Puffy daddy. I ain't call no dude daddy. Fire.
Based on this comment, I'm assuming that there are people in the chat that are unfamiliar with me. And I'm not going to ever be presumptuous to believe everybody knows who I am. I'm not just some content creator who's upset. I am one of his earlier victims, survivors. Yes, on December 27th, 1999, in Club New York, in New York City, Puffy pulled out a 9mm handgun and Shine pulled out a 9mm handgun, and they both opened fire in the club. I watched both of them fire their gun. I saw the moment of muzzle flash. I could see Puffy's muzzle flash was low and Shine's was slightly higher. And Shine shot Julius Jones in the shoulder, and Puffy shot me in my face, right here and it went in my nose. I have 9 bullet fragments still in my face. I have seizures. I have a traumatic brain disorder. I have a whole lot of stuff. Severe migraines, which I have one right now. I have a whole lot of stuff because of Puffy. I also was trampled, tore my medial meniscus, had to have surgery for that. And I have a long-standing history of trauma, PTSD, all social anxiety disorder, all types of stuff. Yes, Sean, Puffy, P Daddy, P Diddy, Knick Knack, Paddywhack, give this nigga
That's her first time here.
polka dots.
She says her first time here.
I see that, but I'm introducing myself to her and
I'm just saying it's her first time.
Not just a content creator. I am one of his earlier victims. I am the first survivor because we know about the speculation on Biggie, Tupac, the City College 9, Shakir Stewart. I am his first survivor. And not only did he pay off the jury in our trial in 2001 when he was represented by Johnny Cochran and Ben Brofman, he paid the jury. Shine went to jail for shooting Julius Jones. Puffy was supposed to go to jail for shooting me. He got off. Wolf, who was his bodyguard and road dog, is also deceased because of Puffy. Let's not make no mistake about it. And countless other people. I will cry aloud and spare not to the day that I go home to my Lord and Savior. I can't let him. I'm not just angry because I'm angry. I'm angry because I've been here before. I'm angry because in 2001, I had to cry these same tears when he got off. Puffy shot me in my face. I watched him. I could run you down his whole outfit. I can see him in my head. All of the sleepless nights and all of the nights where I was able to sleep, I got shot millions of times in 25 years. And then they commenced to harass me. And yes, he paid me a settlement. Just like he paid Cassie in 24 hours. He paid me a settlement, and not from his insurance company. He had to pay me out of his pocket. And that's why he has never gotten over it. And that is why he continued to harass me for the better part of 25 years, because I wouldn't shut up, because I ain't scared. Unlike these punk bitches walking the street, King Kong Bundy, but they scared of this shiny tinfoil suit wearing polka dots backstage for, backup dancer for Kwame with the Gumby slow and wearing polka dots. I ain't scared of him. He ain't nothing to me. Nothing. I can remember a day vividly. Y'all see what my memory do. I can remember a day vividly. We were in the Park Avenue Country Club for Maria Davis Mad Wednesdays. Miss Jones was on the stage. She had a song out, Where I Want to Be Boy. And I felt this. I was standing, everybody was in the dance hall, in the big room where the stage was. And then back further down, there was a corridor that led straight into the room. You could see straight in there. And I was watching from the corridor. And I felt this presence standing next to me. He was already famous. I felt this presence standing next to me. I turned and looked. It was Puffy, standing right beside me. Back when he still had the white patch of hair, before he started dyeing that shit. And I looked at him up and down. I ain't say nothing. I thought he thought I was going to say something. He looked up at me. I looked at him and turned my head. And God gave me a knowing that for some reason I was going to be connected to him forever. And I couldn't understand it. Because he was all right. He made good music. We used to dance to it. But I couldn't understand what this feeling was. I was like.
So he been had the white hair back then.
Well, he has a patch. It's like a birthmark. He got a patch.
I remember that little patch.
Mm-hmm.
Like Rasheed Wallace had.
And I promise you, he could have been in the open spot, in the open room where the stage was, where everybody was. But for some reason, he stood his ass right beside me. Now, there was people all about in the corridor and people kind of like up ahead in front of us and maybe some people off to the side. But I remember it vividly. I remember I can see us now. I had on a black turtleneck catsuit back when my stomach was flat and slim.
Oh,
And I
see, he trying to get you to choose up. That what he was on.
I looked over at him,
He trying to get you to choose up.
which
Yeah.
I knew back then he was.
Oh,
Looked at him. I'm telling you, I can remember that day in the Pokeman Country Club, and Maria Davis was on stage, and then Miss Jones was on stage, and Miss Jones was on what you call it the other day, and she made a statement, and she talked about why Star and Buck Wild were off the air because remember she was on Hot 97 with them, and why Star and Buck Wild. But what people don't know is before Star and Buck Wild got off the air for acting out Aaliyah's plane crashing, they were suspended for playing rapid gunfire for me and saying, somebody call us and tell us about this one-eye hoe. Tell us about this beat. And it was playing brah, 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 brah on the air. And I was sitting in my room. I was sitting in my mother's house in this room, crying.
I ain't hear about that first one.
Alopecia. I remember touching my head. I would rub my head because this is up here is where the bullet scarred my brain. And it was so tender. And I would rub just to soothe myself. And one day I rubbed and I bring my hair back and a whole bunch of hair was in my hand. And I was like, where's this hair from? And I went and looked in the mirror and I had a friggin' alopecia spot this big, clean as a whistle on my head. All the hair fell out from stress. So when you hear me screaming and you hear me crying and you see me shaking, this is not, no, I'm putting on a show for the internet. This is relived trauma, re-triggered and coming back up in me. This is 2001 all over again. When I was sitting there saying, how am I going to make it through? This is all of the days that I thought that I wasn't going to make it through. These are tears from the days when I sat down looking at my situation and when the whole world was against me, calling me a bitch trying to take down a good black man, trying to take down hip hop. That's who they said I was. And I said, I wonder if it would be better if I was just dead and my mother raised my kids. That's what this is. See, I don't talk about those things, so y'all don't know. I've had that thought many times. I was like, would life be easier if I just was dead? It would hurt less. With random people recognizing me from the front cover of the Daily News and cursing me out, calling me everything but a child of God. Telling me, bitch, you trying to take down hip hop. You trying to take down a good black man. Is this your fucking leader? This your good black man?
That's right. Sarah, the devil is a lie.
Raping people's daughters, shoving a whole litany of drugs down them, making them have sores in their mouth from having unprotected schmexual contract with people that sell their toti for a living. That's what you do to your daughters? Y'all let him free? This is what people don't understand. This ain't about no content creation. I could give a shit about YouTube. This ain't about no clicks and views. This is real life.
Real life shit.
Real life. This is these 9 bullet fragments in my face that got me having to wear these freaking glasses because my vision is going. Because that bullet still is and has always been on my optic nerve. And that they couldn't take it out because they said that it might cause me blindness.
Yeah, so
You know how many times I sat down and said, my kids just be better off if I was dead?
I can't think like that. See, I understand what you're saying, but in the same token too, like at the end of the day, like that's only people's opinion.
But that's the thing. It wasn't just people's opinion. These people would see me in the street and harass me. These people were blowing out the tires on my car.
They'll probably pay.
Harassing me for 25
Yeah,
minutes.
that's way too much. Like y'all take y'all
Chasing.
yeah y'all inserting yourself in shit that ain't got nothing to do with y'all.
No,
You
these are his minions too. But his strangers in the street that felt like they were defending him would curse me out.
now that's what I'm
I
saying.
went to the movies to see my family and them try to take me to the movies to see The Matrix, which, as Lord is in heaven, I was not ready to see it then because I was traumatized, re-traumatized by all the gunshots.
Man.
But when I tell you, the staff treated me so shitty. The staff at the movie theater made such a mockery. I could see myself right now. I think we're trying to ridicule me.
I'm sorry, man. No, it's like what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, how can you tell somebody what happened to them and how to feel what they should feel because you like somebody music? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
They don't care, yo.
Like, that's what I'm saying. People do not care. People only care about what the hell that they like, and that's fucked up. We gonna disregard that he shot you in the face, point blank range, and got away with it. We like the fact that he danced around and he remakes songs.
Yeah.
So fuck all that what he did, girl. Get over that. You got some money.
Now think about this.
Keep doing this
Think
thing.
about
Like,
this.
what the fuck is wrong with people?
Think about this, and it's always never been lost on me. The reason that they have a trial right now is because he got away with shooting me. The whole world witnessed him get away with shooting me, and it empowered him, and it made him even more of a deviant and a demon. And he did all these other things to all these other people. Look how many people no longer here. At his hand, we know it. Yeah. Look at what he did to these people that were willing. Look what he did to Cassie. Look what he did to all these people. Look at all the salacious. Even if you think it's salacious, look at all the stuff that came out. So now that he's found not guilty on all that other stuff, what do you think he's going to be now?
Man, and I'm going to sum it up for people
that devil will have to go into retirement so this nigga could take his place.
And I'm going to sum it up for you because I agree with everything you said. And I'm going to put the cherry on top for you. The man's so bad, he made a man admit his own body.
Yes.
Now, come on. That should tell y'all right there. He made a man go turn himself in.
Think about that.
No evidence against him. The man went and turned himself in.
The man whose life was taken by G. Depp, his family said years later when G. Depp turned himself in, they said, dude, we processed our grief. Nobody knew it was you. Nobody had evidence. Why did you do this? They said, you're not bringing us no solace. Why would you surrender? This is the man whose life he took. Family said that publicly. You should have just took the fact that God gave you a second chance and went and been a better person. This nigga said, I want to get away from the devil. I'm going to go ahead and go do it. You know who his devil was? Puffy.
Yeah.
When somebody gets away with unaliving someone, I think he was free for like 9 years. Nobody knew. And you decide to go turn yourself in.
I think it was 15.
15. What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
Yeah. So that just sums up everything you're saying. Like, yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. They created a whole, as short as the layman's terms, they created a monster when they let them get away with that. Because they, just think about it. If you can get away with that, what you feel you can't get away with?
That's what it did. He said, I could do. You didn't see what his video said? I get what I want. I get what that stupid rant he did.
I'm a savage.
I'm a savage.
Think about it. You can shoot somebody in the face in a club.
And listen to me.
Not in the alley or on the street, in the club where there's thousands of people in there.
The club, public.
And get off.
You know who gotta feel stupid right now? You know who gotta feel super stupid right now? Shine. Because for the whole time that you was in jail, that 10 years, you screamed from the rooftop, Puffy set me up. Puffy set me up. He threw me under the bridge. He's guilty too. You said he was guilty, but you were still hesitating a little. You wouldn't talk. Then you got out of jail. You were such a little pick-me bitch. You wanted to be back in his graces so bad. You went back round him. Then you got deported and sent home to Belize. But when you was in Belize, you was traveling all over because you could travel to other countries. And you were still, I remember that picture of him dressed in a Hasidic Jew with his little spring curls on the side. out in the club with Puffy. You so
Mm,
you're such a little pick me.
yeah.
You're such a little pick me. How stupid do you feel now? Now that I kept my foot on your neck and you ain't nobody's honorable. You dishonorable. You sitting in your house. You sitting in your house broke like a Joe. Oh, I don't know your financial situation. Who knows? And that ain't my business or concern. You're going to deal with them 20 shekels of silver with God. But you sitting in your house and you ain't got no title. The thing that you wanted more than anything. Oh, you thought you was going to be the prime minister of Belize. Bitch. You thought, but ain't.
I did not hear him say.
Hold on, hold
I
on.
heard him say that he was your home. You were his homie.
He
In,
was. This is
in
the
the
shit
clip.
that pissed me off. Now you effed me and you. So when he come out now and say, yes, Puffy did it, who gonna listen? You will be the boy who cried wolf. Nobody want to hear from you now.
Yeah. See,
Right.
and I think leading up to the situation with you, when he got away with the college situation,
Got
he
away with
got away with that. That was the thing right there.
something.
Like, okay,
Well, when he got
was
away with
that
taking
was
9
the start right
lives,
there.
there you
And
go.
then you,
There you go.
oh no, hold up, man. Now you can't tell me nothing. Cause you know what they say.
Feel like a
You get away
man.
with it the first time, 2 through 30 ain't nothing. If that's what you want to do. If you're a robber and you get away with a clean sweep that first one, the do 2 through 30, that heart ain't gonna feel the same. Let's get it.
Listen, complacency breeds contempt.
Shoot him.
When you get away with something, it breeds a level of contempt in you that will make you stop at nothing and do all kinds of stuff. That is why we can hear all these sick things about him. Because he got away. These people had a justifiable reason to feel afraid and to fear for their safety. They watched this man shoot me in my face and get away with it. And then get friggin' key to the city
Man.
and all kind of stupidness.
Yeah. See what happened with him
Just
too.
around doing all the dumbass dances.
And what do you think it's gonna make him do now? What do you think he's gonna do now? Especially if they don't if they give him bail, this time between bail and sentencing, crap will smoke your pipe and the dog will eat your food. But I know one thing I will say in the immortal words of your departed artist. It's gonna be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing. It's
Flower bringing.
singing.
Alarm starts
What you think
ringing.
Dottie Dottie for? All purpose raw got right by the door. And I feed them gunpowder so they can devour
Can
the criminals.
devour.
To stop my decimals. Trying to stick me for my cream. It ain't a dream. Things ain't even what they seem.
Mm.
Yeah, anybody who defend his behavior, something is wrong with them.
People find a problem judging people on
Something
the
wrong with them.
actions that they do in their real life.
Now, if you don't agree with the way that the system is going, I can see that. But to take up for that shit, that's gorilla pimping that man was doing.
It is. And I'm gonna tell you something. Women, and men, look at your brothers. If they're out here laughing and celebrating him, check yourself before you wreck it yourself. You don't want that ninja in your crowd, in your circle. Because show me who you hang with and I'll show you who you are. Women, if your man is out here celebrating and acting like this is a victory and a win, you better reacquaint yourself with everything that you thought was good and holy and get yourself out of Dodge and get away from it. Because the next kick and thump will be on you. And trust and believe, you mightn't survive it.
You see who's remember the time 09? You see that comment?
Hmm?
Talking about Judas right in the house.
Who's that?
Remember the
You remember
time?
the
Yeah,
time.
this
I've
one
never
right
even
here.
seen your name. I know a lot of y'all be
Let's see.
wanting to come in and be famous, but who are you? Just remember the time. I'm not familiar. Does anybody know who this is? I'm not familiar with your name. And what does this statement
Richard Pryor.
mean? Quantify yourself. What does that statement mean?
I have no idea.
Sarah said mainstream Americans are upset and disgusted.
I can see that.
But then this is supposed to be a jury of your peers. So who are these people? If mainstream Americans are disgusted, who are these people? Who are these people on the jury? Like this friggin' jury
No,
5, they said CNN. Somebody sent somebody send me a list of all the people that
one of these people unfamiliar with the case or something. They're supposedly unfamiliar with the case.
first of all, that was a bunch of bullshit.
I know that.
You get on the jury, they wanted to be on the jury. Oh, I don't know anything about Puffy. Who's that? No, never heard of him. Yeah, really?
You in New York?
Yeah.
Thank you. But people that play that game.
Yeah.
Hey, Joy to the world, what's up, my love? People that play that game. They got it. Let me tell you something. What I say is a special place in the fiery pits of hell for them. All these content creators, baby. You see, let me tell you one thing about baby oil. It's flammable. So keep on tap dancing, Armand. Mine a draft and a little touch catch you. Mine it catch you. Because you're going up in flames. It's quite flammable. I can't even believe that somebody literally did that. You know what a slap in the face to survivors that is? It's a slap in the face.
Yeah.
This is bananas. I don't get it. It's bananas.
Yeah.
That's wild. When you think about it.
Great.
That's a
lot of baby oil. They showed that closet. That was a freak.
Listen, I even saw when the third grade Unapologetically Black said he's going to get what he has coming. He can't outrun karmic debt. But there were lots of things that people missed. Because I saw when they raided his house, in his bedroom, they had those little doors under like his built-in open. There was you know how you go to Costco and you buy that massive jar of peanut butter? He had a massive jar of peanut butter in the bedroom on the shelf in the room. I said, but
peanut butter.
Yes. I screenshotted. I got that picture somewhere. I promise you. I screenshotted. I said,
the crunchy kind or the smooth kind?
They're giving out the Reese's Pieces.
Oh,
it was in the bedroom cabinet. This man had all measure of and
that's wild.
I don't know if you could say that word on social media, on YouTube, so I ain't gonna say it.
Probably not.
Sexual apparatuses that are made of rubber and are flaccid and look like male anatomy all over the room.
We know what you're talking about.
All over the room. I mean, to each his own.
So is they making peanut butter sandwiches at the slip and slide with all that baby oil?
And they making peanut butter sandwiches, all right. They just ain't using no bread. I don't even. I'm not even gonna let myself.
I just try to lighten up the mood real quick, man. We need,
Unapologetically Black said, "LOL, crunchy or smooth." And if it's crunchy, that's even worse because that is the nastiest peanut butter in the world. Crunchy.
That was Jimmy.
Yeah, right.
He said it was a demon's lair, and they said he can't sell the house for nothing. Nobody wants to buy it.
Shit, and listen, everywhere. I wonder what that room smell like. Oh my God!
They said it back in that movie, Budusi. That's what it smelled like.
Oh, you got peanut butter and baby oil. I'm in there for 32 hours. Oh my goodness!
And it's and here's the deal. It's not lost on me. He has a lot of women around him that, well, I haven't seen them since the stuff started coming out and towards the end of the lawsuit. But at the beginning of the lawsuit, they were all standing there. Come on. Who are you as a woman that you're standing by this? Or is this part and parcel what you had to take to be able to get what you perceive to be good child support payments? Because them children is grown now. So really, what's your support like? What is it about? Them children grown.
I heard Carisha standing by her man.
Come on. I mean, listen. They have something they just call salt pony. They have something they just call a salt pony. Okay? If your other, and no disrespect to your children, but if it's from my understanding, allegedly, that she has 2 children's fathers and both of them are no longer in the land of the living. If that's what your game plan is, that's your safety net, have at it. But you should go down too because you're a willing participant. I remember that text she sent Gina Han, or not even a text, she posted it live. You a eater. If I wanted him to do blah, 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 you a eater. Who says that to another woman? That means you are a willing participant. You don't fall under the statute of a victim. You're a participant in it. Because how could you gaslight somebody? Y'all all going through the same thing. Okay, I'm just seeing these private chats. I didn't even see them before. My bad. You're not a victim. You're a participant. You're a co-defendant. But she's not the only co-defendant. Because I'm gonna tell you, these content creators that came into the YouTube landscape and did all their mockery and they shiny suit dancing with all these stupid fake stories. I dragged him from a burning building and carried him through the jungle and all. And people was upholding that. I said, what? I dragged him out the burning building and he had beat me and I was bleeding because they stuck me with a knife or glass, but I went and threw him on my back and carried him through the jungle. I saw
super villain.
A platform for that. I saw all that. After I came and said to y'all, God told me they're liars. I had a bunch of people in my thing. Oh, you're a victim. You want to show off on other victims and this and that. Show me the victim. Because I'm a victim. I know a real victim. God told me they was lying. You ain't mad at me. I keep telling y'all. Why you think you coming at me? You coming at God. I come to y'all and I give you what God says to me. He said, ain't nothing clean. It's still in go down my playlist. It's in there. It's called, the playlist is the live interviews, the hotness, and in the podcast. Go look. Go watch it. Go watch it. You will see me so uncomfortable where I'm like, and people are like, sis, I think you're having, when I went back in the chat, there was like, I think you're having an anxiety attack or something. I was just like,
yeah, I remember that.
God was dealing with me. He said, they're lying.
Yeah.
I had to get up and go walk to my daughter's room. I couldn't even talk. I was like,
yeah.
She came.
Your daughter had to end it.
And she followed, you remember, Jay, she followed me back to my room and she came and looked. And then you see her head coming and thing was like, guys, my mother has to go off. I have to click off. And she clicked off and left. I stayed away for a few days. I had to heal myself. I had to talk to God. I had to get on my face. I said, give me revelation. God said, ain't something in the milk ain't clean. Go forth and speak and tell the people, you okay, but they not. And I came forth and I did it. People was DMing me. You think you better than us, a victim. You want to be the favorite victim. That's when all these content creators start giving me flack. Well, guess what? Where they at? Where they at? No. Where they at? No. Where Lamisha? Where's Adria? Where's Courtney Burgess? Where's Lionel B? Where is Ariel Mitchell Kidd? And all the other nameless, faceless, shucking and jiving soft shoe. Where they at? All the people that came to tell a story. Where they at? Chris Todd, where they at? Where are they? Where them there?
Courtney Burgess
was a clown. A whole clown.
Yeah.
But where they at? People came into my chat giving me grief, telling me I want to be the most famous victim and I'm coming against them. Where are they? Because they had enough to say. Can you not see the play? Now that we've gotten to this side of things, hindsight being 2020, can you not go back and see them? You see Adria English all over the camera, sliding through the bed, calling herself she did it. And every time you having a conversation, so tell me who you are. Who are you as a person? Who did you want to be when you were a child? Tell me what your future looks like. Mustard on the beat, ho! That's what she kept saying every time. I said, I can't do this. I cannot do this. I cannot do it. Am I lying? Am I lying? Yes, the blink twice vibes. Yes, Angel. Where she was telling this whole story. And then people four. That sounds like an episode. That sounds like blink twice. I was like, what is blink twice? I eventually had to go and watch blink twice. I said, Like Misha really was. She ain't playing a tall boy. She was reciting the movie.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
talking about that as her.
That he dealing with. He
Misha.
Mm.
What you said?
look at that Renee living free Cherokee.
What happened?
Apparently, he's now stating he's dealing with a serious health crisis. It's a play to get out.
I know what the serious health crisis is. I done told y'all before. House in Virginia. House in Virginia. That's why he's 12 pounds. I done told y'all before. Where would I get that from? I told y'all. The serious health crisis that they fought like hell to keep the immunologist, the doctor who is an immunologist, out of the case. Because if anybody with 2 cents could put 2 and 2 together, why would you have an immunologist? Immunologists deal with diseases that affect your immune system. Oh, he has a serious health crisis? You mean the house in Virginia that you were spreading to all these people? You deserve to be. That is what they should have him on trial for. House in Virginia.
I know that. No, I know that. What I'm thinking is
spreading it to all these people. You saw all them people he was sleeping with? You saw all them people he was. You ain't hear the girl say she had mouth sores and incurable STD and UTI that wouldn't heal, and she Tony's was sore.
You got
Tony's was raw and sore. Come on.
Oh, you got what was there?
You got a serious health crisis? You do. And you sharing it with others. That's a crime. It's a felony in some states. He is dealing with a serious health crisis. I know it's a ploy to get out of jail, but he really is. I told y'all that, told me that a while ago. Matter of fact, there's a video. Fair use. If K-Leg, please put the fair use disclaimer in here, because I'm about to show y'all a video. And it's not me saying, it's fair use. It's they over there in the YouTube atmosphere. Let me show all a lovely video.
Hold on, man. So you right here just slanging free meat, and you got them up, man. Come on.
You didn't hear what the guy, the Punisher, say he book was called? In Search of Freezer Meat. What is freezer meat? What is freezer meat?
Yeah. You have to go hook up with Cameron to get the horsepower. Cam gonna hook him up with a package. So
Let me tell you something, baby. Let me tell you something. And apparently they all slinging the thing all day. Let me find this video. Or let's talk amongst all ourselves. Let me find the video.
Man. So you have a freak off and you in that motherfucker with the house in Virginia, DC, and the whole East Coast. Oh my goodness.
They asking,
this shit is wicked.
they're asking, where's Ali Carter?
In that studio.
Everybody's quiet now.
All right, guys, fair use. Fair use. How long is this video? 10 minutes. We ain't gonna watch all of the 10 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna even play it. I might play a little sound bite here or there because I don't feel like seeing his face. But what I'm gonna do is
Man. Ooh, I'm just reading his comments.
now all you remember, this is friggin' fair use. Let me put my thank you, K-Leg. Let me go up for my fair use. Copyright fair use, U.S. Code 17, Section 107. Fair use is a limitation to copyright set forth in 17 U.S. Code 107 for purposes such as criticism and commentary. And baby, today is Criticism and Commentary Day. Now, this is a publicly available video out here on YouTube. I do not own the copyright to this video. I am simply doing a reaction. And for some reason, the hackation made it. Now it's spinning like you would not believe. Look, it's spinning. It's spinning, nigga. It's spinning, nigga. Why? How? I just click it just now. You see that hackation? You see how the hackation get down? I literally went and searched for it, and you heard it start playing on its own. I had to click it to stop. But now it's buffering. We're going to let it spin and see what it do. We're going to let it spin. That's how the hackation work. You see how they on me? This is his rusty baby mother, because she all in all must have a house in Virginia too. The cybersecurity expert. Oh no, it ain't heartbroken.
Somebody saying refresh.
You gotta have a heart to have a heart problem. Shoo.
Yeah.
You see.
That part right there.
So you gotta have a heart to have heart problems. Let's see.
Girl, the streets are saying that Diddy just got exposed for allegedly having HIV, and the internet is on fire. Not only are they saying that, but there are reports that he allegedly passed it on to some very famous people at his freak-offs. Yeah, it looks like we're about to start seeing people turn on Diddy, because this is crazy. The rumors first started going around when his trial started, and he was looking very skinny. At first, fans assumed that he had a hard time adjusting to life behind bars because it wasn't exactly the 5-star treatment that he was used to. But now it looks like we might have been wrong, judging by the new HIV allegations. So who exactly did he supposedly pass it to during those freak-offs? Girl, this is about to get wild, so let's break it down. Like I said, when the trial started, people couldn't help but notice how different Diddy looked. He didn't have that same flashy, confident energy folks were used to seeing at parties, red carpets, or even just walking through the city. Instead, he looked smaller, older, completely worn out, nothing like the Diddy everyone remembered. It wasn't just about losing a few pounds or switching up his style. Something about him seemed off, and people began to wonder if there was more to the story. And of course, many people blamed it on stress. Facing serious legal trouble would break down even the strongest person, especially someone like Diddy, who has been living large for decades. But this wasn't your typical stress weight loss. His whole appearance had shifted in a way that had people concerned, and it didn't take long for rumors to pop up. People began whispering that this might be more than just court drama or just him missing his old lifestyle. Some believed it pointed to a deeper health issue, and it didn't take long before people started speculating that he had HIV. And the moment courtroom sketches of Diddy hit the internet, people wasted no time picking him apart and pointing out symptoms of HIV. Fans were talking about his sunken face and tired eyes. Court reporters also talked about how sluggish he seemed. It wasn't just casual chatter either. Things got serious when fans started to claim that they had allegedly seen one of Diddy's medical reports from when he was in prison, and it confirmed the rumors about Diddy supposedly having HIV. Girl, when I tell y'all that the internet went into flames after that, and it wasn't all about Diddy cheating, but the rumors that he allegedly gave other celebs HIV during freak-offs. And considering how many celebs have been rumored to have attended his freak-offs, it is not looking good. And to make matters worse, everyone in Hollywood is somehow sleeping with everyone else. It is a hot mess. Then Jaguar Wright came in and completely shook the table when she claimed that Diddy had been living with HIV and didn't stop there. She also claimed that at least 20 other men in the industry might be facing the same thing. That sent the conversation into overdrive.
I mean, he actually caught HIV, like having like a lot of women.
Oh yeah, let's just go down the rabbit hole of all of his sins.
I'm just saying.
You want to know what's wild about that though? He faced that head up.
He did.
And he didn't stop. And he didn't stop doing what he's done.
He an advocate. Now he did that. And
period. Listen to me. He faced that head up. How many dudes is running around undetectable? G?
Come on.
In the game.
Man.
Because I could tell you 20 right now that I could rattle off names, and wouldn't nobody be able to sue me.
The rumors blew up from there. People started digging into Diddy's past relationships and connections, wondering who else might be tangled up in this situation. One name that kept surfacing was Usher. Fans couldn't forget how close they used to be, and with these new claims floating around, the questions about their history came rushing.
I can't look at his face anymore. I can't keep looking at images of his face. But this is a widely available video on YouTube. I surely think have how much of millions. Let me see how much thing it have on it. How much views? It has 103,000 views on 4 days. For 4 days, okay, 103,000 views for 4 days. So people have seen it. I didn't make this up. I didn't bring this to here. I only tell all them what God tell me. Now, how would I know that? I doesn't be hanging with him.
Now
Where would
I
I
will
get
say
it?
this.
Huh?
I will say this.
And no disrespect to anyone else who has HIV,
Yeah, I
convicted,
don't. If he
outside
do, that's
control,
thing. But I'm
or
gonna say something about the
ignorant.
weight part. I'm gonna say something about the weight part. This man has been rich since he was, for at least we're gonna say for the last 30 years.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that man ain't no ramen noodles. And I was telling you yesterday, I used to work in the prison.
You told me that.
I told y'all, you see what I said yesterday about the food.
Mhm.
That food's not made for consumption. So I can see why he lost weight. Now I'm not saying he ain't got the thing.
Listen, well, here's
I'm
the deal.
just saying I can see why he lost weight.
Well, here's the deal.
I'm not saying nothing about what he
Let
got.
me
He
tell you why I'm not going to tolerate that because
no,
25
I'm not
years ago,
saying.
hold on. No, I'm not coming against you. 20, 24, 23 years ago when he was on trial, same thing. I'll play the News Nation thing I did in February 2024 when they were like, oh, he said he wasn't bothered. He wasn't even bothered about whether he was going to. I said, yes, he was. I could show you a picture from the first day where that crazy, wild, skinny attorney that looked like he was hopped up on that K mean was talking all this. He was at the press conference. I had nothing to do with a shooting in that club. And he was thick and chunky, like he was when he shot me. And not even a few months later, this ninja was skinny and maga, no blood clot. Okay? During that trial, I could show you from the first day he walked into the trial till the day that the friggin' verdict was read. That ninja was back to the size he was when he was 15. This ninja was skinny and waif, honey. That ain't just no ramen noodles. He was free then. He was free.
No, I'm saying he's not eating. That's what I'm saying. He's not
I'm
eating.
not, I
I'm
can't
not.
give it to not eating. I can't give
No,
it to not eating. I
no,
know
no.
people
Uh,
lose. Look how thick ninjas are in jail, though. Even though they not eating, they figure out a way to sustain themselves. They got commissary. They get their orders.
yeah.
I'm not giving his weight loss to not eating. His weight,
No, no,
listen,
no, 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 no,
his
no,
weight
no. I'm
loss.
not saying. I'm saying that can be part of the reason
Of course,
because when
but
he
that's
first
not
got
the
in, he was saying he wouldn't eat because he thought they was gonna poison.
all that notwithstanding.
It was probably bullcrap. But
I
what
hear
I'm saying is, for me working in there, I can see somebody losing weight when they go in there because I seen it.
all well and good, but that
Now,
is not what this is. I
I'm
guarantee.
not, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he don't got it. I'm saying I'm not disputing nothing that they saying. I'm just saying about the weight part.
I don't buy it. I hear what
We
you're saying.
we
What
seen
you're
another
saying
person.
is
We
what
seen
you're saying.
another person had. We seen another person have it and didn't lose a pound. I mean, gain weight. So I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, here's
So
the thing. Here's the thing. I hear
I'm
what
just
you're saying.
saying.
When people go
If
into jail,
you-
especially those people who are afraid to eat, they are saying, uh, I'm going to lose weight because I'm not eating. I don't trust the food. I don't like the food. This is not the standard of which I'm used to. And the weight loss is potential. That is all well and good and stated. I hear you stick a pin right there in your mental corkboard. However, in this case, nah, son. Nah.
Okay, I got what you're
And
saying.
then you see on everything, he be sitting outside after a freak out with his mother. He doing the IV and all kind of thing.
No, I
He
don't
doing
want you to think.
IVs to
I'm
replenish
not.
his B1
I'm not
vitamins and all that.
disagreeing with you. I was just saying, me working in
I
there, I
know.
just see people
You're
lose weight.
saying it.
I'm not saying
But
that's the reason why he
even give
losing
him
weight.
we're not
I'm
gonna give him
just,
the opportunity to even hang his head on that.
I agree with you. Everything you said. I don't want nobody to think I'm disputing what you saying. No, that's not at all.
Because
I agree with you saying.
God gave me the ability of eyes to see and ears to hear. And let me just put a disclaimer. The world has been plagued with HIV and AIDS. Unfortunately, it's a scourge on our society. A lot of people are infected without their consent because they trusted someone that they liked, loved, or interacted with and shared their body with them and received something in return that was the negative gift that keeps on giving. And they were not responsible for their being infected, and we are not making fun of anyone or anything. I am simply saying the lifestyle this person chose and his conduct is why he is in that predicament. You may not know this firsthand because you don't live and dwell amongst these circles, but I know it firsthand because I talked to God. And God told me, I said this a long time ago, before this video is 4 days old. How long ago? Y'all that watch my chat, y'all could go in the video and say, God told me, gave me a prophecy. I've been doing it. I told it to my daughter 3 years ago. Okay? I've been new. God has given me eyes to see and ears to hear. I've seen other people that I know and love. People always come to me and say, yo, if you see anything on me, tell me. If you see, I say, it's not a parlor trick. This is about God. If God hasn't instructed me to come and tell you something, even if my eyes see it, I'm not going to. I'm not making fun of anyone whose health is compromised by any of these things, because there are a lot of people suffering that are innocent people that unfortunately contracted this disease. It is now considered a maintenance disease like diabetes. There are medication, there are all kinds of medical regimens and treatments that make people undetectable, that give them long life. There's a lady, I went to school with a chick, her aunt, she said, and now this had to be years ago. So her aunt, and from what I understand, the aunt is still alive. This had to be 40 years ago. The aunt contracted it and she's still good. And she take her medicine and she lived good and you wouldn't even know. Also, Hydea Broadbent. Rest in peace, Hydea Broadbent. I remember when I was a teenager or a young adult, Hydea Broadbent was on the Oprah Winfrey show. She was a 5-year-old child. She had been adopted by a lady because her parents were addicted to drugs and all kind of stuff, and they left her in the hospital. She was born with HIV, born with it. As a 5-year-old girl, she came onto the Oprah show and talked about her diagnosis. She was clearly God's worthy vessel. She spoke so eloquently as a 5-year-old child about what she faced, and that she knew that she, she was told that she doesn't have long to live. And she said, I believe in God and I'm going to have the best life I can. Hydea lived long. She just died last year. I think she was 39 or 30 something.
Good to her.
And she became a mother. She had children. She lived her life. She went through ups, downs, side and sides, man problem and all of that, just like all of us. She was on a healthcare regimen that allowed her to live virtually undetectable and have the fullness and experience the fullness of life. She's an AIDS activist, and she fought the good fight. And we are going to celebrate her. I'm going to say her name, following that child since she was little. Following her, because I always said, I want to know how she is. I want to know how she is. Her puts in the chat.
Magic Johnson. That's what I was talking about.
Magic Johnson is undetectable.
That's what I was talking about when I said somebody had it a while ago and they ended up gaining weight. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, Magic Johnson?
Yeah, I just didn't say the name. That's what I was talking about.
He came out and said his name. And kudos to him. I remember in the 90s when he stepped forward and said he could have hit it. It's a whole lot of your favorite rappers out here hiding it.
I didn't want to say it like people try to think like I was trying to take a shot.
But here's the deal. Cry loud and spare not. You could say it, cry aloud and spare not. We can't run from this. This man came forward and told of his own diagnosis. So it's something for us to run from. But some of y'all favorite rappers, God showed me them too. And they out here talking buku. It's one of them, I want to slap him fierce down because he talked too much junk about women. Every day, he always up here capping, talking junk about women. And so help me God, I want to drag him down to the depths of hell from whence he came, because I can see it all over him. But every day, every so often, he fade away. He just lost his house not long ago. But I'm going to stop there because they will know who I'm talking about. But anyway.
Well, send it to me. I'll do it. I'll do it for you.
Somebody said, thanks, Dr. Fauci, you punk. Absolutely, Anshel, because Dr. Fauci had something to do with it. He was one of the early pioneers in HIV and AIDS. You're saying Dr. Fauci with the jab. Yes, he was in that. He was one of the early doctors involved in that whole thing. Absolutely.
It's crazy. They intentionally trying to take us out. This is wild.
Somebody said Charlie Sheen doesn't look good either.
Well, Charlie Sheen, it came out. It admitted it. Charlie Sheen is sicker than sick. And he was out there wilding and spreading it too. All of their behavior is as a result of their choices. It's one thing for a woman to be married have a husband, love him, give her body to him because she is making a covenant bond between herself and God and this man, and live righteous, have children, live her life, and then is met with this, or a man is met with this, unfortunately. But the science proves the majority of men get it from same-sex contact. And this is no disparagement on same-sex relationships. You're gonna meet God, and you're gonna have to mitigate that with
It's
God.
really,
And have your day of judgment. It's not my decision to judge or admonish them.
there's only really two ways to get it. And you said number one. And the other one is same needles. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody using
Well, three ways: blood,
blood.
intravenous blood transmission,
Yeah.
sexual contact transmission, and then birth.
Yeah.
And really and truly, and those were the early days when Hydea broadband came in. See, I don't just know about all these other cases I talk about. I know about a lot of stuff. Hydea broadband was born during a time where there was still the research was very fresh, and people used to have to take 20 pills a day, and it would eviscerate their body. However, it has changed today. People born today, a woman can give birth to a child because in natural childbirth, even if you're not infected with a deadly disease, when you give birth, between birth and 1 year old, your children go through a process called seroconversion, where they seroconvert out of your bloodstream and into their own. So a lot of people pass things to children in birth, and then the babies seroconvert, so a mother can be HIV positive, have a child, and the child is negative, because in that process of birth to 1 year, they seroconvert. Their whole blood, they flush out their system of everything that the mother gave them and the father gave them, and they exist in their own DNA system. There's lots of these born to positive people, lots, and they live healthy lives, and they're negative. It's called seroconversion. Go look it up. Sarah said, I work with biologists. Am I speaking facts or what, Sarah? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Because you know this ain't a love fest. Everybody don't gotta agree with me. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. But I know what I know because I read it and do it.
That's what's up.
Say it again. What'd you say?
I said I didn't know that. I just learned something. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me too.
Halio said Dr. Tenpenny was saying that the medicine to treat HIV was causing AIDS. She was ripped out of her bed in her pajamas and was harassed to recant her report. She didn't want to and went to jail. Wow. And here's the deal. See, Sarah said right. Babies have seroconversion. They seroconvert and come into their own bloodline and their own DNA and their own deoxyribonucleic acid. Yeah, I'm a true nerd. I'm not no faking jacks. Real deal. My child was friggin' 4. Let me tell you something. Nirvana was little. She was like, how old was she? There was a summer camp thing going on, and I took her to it. It was on the radio. Some people I know were talking about it, and I took her to it. And so she was one of the younger kids. They had like the NBA was there, the NFL, and they were doing this, trying to recruit people into this basketball camp and this and that. And they were doing things for the kids, and they had a lot of festivities and all this stuff and giveaways to the kids. And then they had a portion because they always want to incorporate intellectual portion to it. So they had these big gift things that they were giving away to the kids. And people was like, ooh, kids was like, I want that. And they were asking the kids questions in order to get the stuff. And so help me God, because I am my child's first teacher, as you guys are your child's first teacher. Nirvana was probably 5 or 6. And they had the biggest gift. Everybody was like, ooh, I want that. And they said, who knows what DNA means? Me and Nirvana was relatively in the back. Nirvana jumped up and said, deoxyribonucleic acid. The whole audience said, who child is that? Nirvana ran up to the front, got her goddamn gift. Adults was like, how you know that, little mama? She said, my mommy taught me. The people was like, that ain't right, that ain't true. And they were like, no, say it again. Nirvana said, DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the building blocks of the human genetic structure. Everybody was like, child. They couldn't even talk. My baby was 5 or 6. Okay? I keep telling people, this ain't no act. If you only sit and listen to me for a minute, you know this is the real deal, Holyfield. You know I'm the truth. Where you think I get all this from? I got 9 bullet fragments in my head and a traumatic brain injury. Why would you mess with this woman that spit facts like it's going out of style, verbatim? Why would you mess with me? Why would you mess with me? You don't clearly see God has got his hand on me. I don't take ownership of it. I don't tell myself I'm the ish. That's why God repping for me. God said that. So if God got his hand all over me, why would you play in my face? You ain't playing with me. You playing with the Most High. You got a whole lot of courage. Why would you play with that woman?
Because you won't bow down and conform.
Oh, and if that's what they waiting for, then wait till you're blue in the face.
No, they won't.
Hell gonna freeze over.
He never.
No, they won't.
See, Sarah said this is an important conversation. This is the woman who said, I work with a serologist, immunologist. Whatever I'm wrong about, Sarah, you come on this good internet and you call me out and tell me I'm wrong about it. Whatever I'm wrong about. Oh, me too, Holly-O. 0 chance, baby. I had to tell people I love. I said, listen here. I had friends call me, oh, you going to get it? They giving out $100 Visa gift cards. I said, what? I said, you're mad. You must say mad. I said, listen, your ass going to turn into a zombie. I said, but you know, I love you. It's okay. I'll chain you to the radiator or some shit. I ain't got no radiator. But you know, I mean that joke. I love you enough to chain you to something, even when you turn into a zombie. I won't just take you out unless you try to bite me. Then you got to go.
All right, can I ask y'all something?
Sure.
Now, people was asking me this, and I got into it with a couple people. And I said this here. I said, they've been raising billions and billions of dollars to find a cure for cancer. And they couldn't find it. And there's still no cure for cancer.
So you think.
Let's get to the point. But yeah, you're right. I'm with you. So I said, so you mean to tell me y'all find a cure for something in 6 months that y'all ain't even know what it is or what caused it?
Okay.
I'll pass on it. I said, this was the problem.
Okay.
I said, this what the problem is. That was hurting money. Stuff getting shut down, you know, in transportation, you got essential workers. The cancer is making money. That's why they cure who they want to cure.
Yeah.
So you're making way more money by keeping cancer uncurable.
Angela said
you're losing a lot more money by keeping this virus going.
Yeah.
See what's happening? That's why they're blocking out the sun. That's why we got all these crazy clouds. Angela said there was a white corn star that didn't understand before she had schmecks with 100 men that she could contract viruses by mouth. Wow. Was that lady a few years ago that they said she had done some like viral thing where she, ironically,
I think that, but that was a new one.
I think somebody's
I believe so, because I heard about
100 or 1,000.
It was 100 or 1,000. Oh my God.
I think they said it was 1,000. Yeah, he's right. It was 1,000.
The soul ties on that though. Reparations said the dopest nerd for real. Love you, girl. Thank you so much, Reparations. I love you too. Let me tell you something, baby. You ain't got to say that twice, honey. I would never take no damn zombie juice. First of all, the law of the land is clinical trials are required before anything is introduced into the landscape, the medical landscape. And clinical trials can run between 5 to 15 years. You're not going to tell me say something where you never hear go. You create something in that 5 months. Not me. And people was like, oh, you better go down there and get your honey, me and my children. We was the only, I think we might be one of the only segments of my family that I said, me?
Yeah.
And a few other people. You must say crazy, not me. I ain't taking not one. Not
you know how many jobs I lost? Every time they come, you work there for a couple months and then they hit you with the, oh, are you vaccinated?
Child.
Nope, and I ain't getting vaccinated. So.
And then on top of the nanoparticles, listen, there is a documentary called, and I don't know if I can screen it here, because I know they had took it off of here. I'm gonna screen it though. I'm gonna look it up, but I'm gonna screen it. It's called Died Suddenly. If you've never seen Died Suddenly, oh baby, They said, and
What?
this was made because the funeral industry were like undertakers and funeral parlors were having a problem embalming bodies. They would start embalming bodies. There was this one mortician. He said, I've been embalming bodies, I think he must have said 35 years. He said, I had never experienced this. We would be putting the embalming fluid in, and then we would get to the point where the corpse would start, nothing could push through, and it would start spraying liquids out of every other place because there was a blockage. And he could not understand what is causing this. And all of them started to see. He said he went in, did an incision, opened that limb, and there was this rubbery fibrous, rubby, gummy, kind of almost like a silicone rubbery fiber inside the veins. He said, in all of my years in funeral and mortuary sciences, I've never seen this thing. We've never come across this. They started saving them and putting them in jars until a bunch of morticians all around the country and maybe the world started. And then they started catching video footage where there was a reporter. She was sitting on the news talking. She was like, and today in other news, such and such and such and such, plow, dropped, died suddenly on screen. They showed a man walking down the street. All of a sudden, they all do this kind of spin like they can see whatever, and then pow, drop on sight. Everybody started running over to the man like, whoa. Because the storyline was today, a 17-year-old playing football at a school, they died suddenly. And it was all post, you know what. And when they went in on these people's bodies, they all had that substance in their body. Well, what causes this random fibrous, rubbery, gummy thing to be developed in your blood vessels? The only thing that the last time I checked, the stuff that's in blood vessels is blood. But unless you introduce some foreign stuff that wasn't tested, because you remember all the big thing they did when they fired all those doctors and nurses. Now here's where you knew the okie doke. When this thing was supposedly new and nobody knew what it was, all those doctors and nurses and health professionals and everybody went in there and worked without concern for their own health. They used whatever protective measures they could. What they call it, PE. Tell me the thing, y'all. Something protective, PPE. They use PPE, but they didn't really have any protection. Some healthcare workers passed away because they came in contact with it as well. But nobody had any protective medical regimen that they could use to protect themselves from it. And so they went in there and worked sight unseen and took care of people, and many of them lost their lives. However, when y'all decide, say, y'all made y'all zombie juice, no, y'all force people, oh, if you don't take this zombie juice, you cannot work. How stupid is that? That was the giveaway. Oh, you didn't care before when we was dropping like flies and had to stay away from our own children and our husband and them because we didn't want to bring it in the house. Nobody knew what it was to keep it down. But now if I don't take the zombie juice, I can't work. Well, take your job. Have you heard, have you done a Google search to find out how many doctors and medical professionals have left the profession once they find out the truth? They are abandoning the profession. Who goes to school for a million years to say, oh no, I'm out of here?
It's crazy,
they found out the truth about the industry they were in. They found out the truth. Well, they made a big to-do and put all these people out and fired them and let them go. They made a big fanfare in the news. Other people got scared. I don't want to lose my job. Oh, let me take it. I got to keep my job. And then when those people went to court and fought the good fight and won, what did they do? They made a small byline in the newspaper. We had to reinstate all those employees, give them interest, give them back their jobs, restore all of their lost things, pay them interest and penalties on top of for taking their jobs away. Y'all, you never hear? Google it.
How come they ain't do that out here?
They did it everywhere. They paid millions upon millions of dollars to people because they improperly took their jobs and tried to force them. It was a violation. You cannot force me to take anything. It is, you have freedom of religion. If you say my religious belief allow me to consume this, they cannot. It is a violation. constitutional thing. It was a violation of the Constitution. All those people won. They were all reinstated. You know what the people did? Took all their they took their positions back, got reinstated, got all their time, money, penalty, this, that, everything back, and then almost all of them quit. They all quit. I would take the lump sum and quit too. After you gave degradation in the presence of you compromised my livelihood, you did all this to me. I would quit on them too. It's out there, cyberspace. Go Google. Everybody go Google. Go Google. I said, not me a bomber clot. Me not take it. Me not care what nobody say. Not me. Nicole Ann said, that ish gave my mama dementia and a rare cancer. Oh my God. I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry. And there are homeopathic remedies. Listen, anybody who is fighting their big C, you need to be taking a teaspoon and K-Lig, let me get that disclaimer about this does not constitute medical advice. I am simply telling you different homeopathic remedies that work for other people and myself and other people. And I use herbs to heal my headaches and stress and overcome a whole lot of things. There are other people who have used some of these other things to heal their body of what ails them. And I am offering this to you guys at your own caution. You go do your research and find out for yourself. I'm simply telling you what informed me worked for them. You need to get yourself some soursop leaves. Soursop. Soursop is a tree from the Caribbean. They have a leaf. It almost looked like a magnolia tree leaf, like a waxy kind of leaf. You dry them out and you boil them. You boil them as tea. If you go on IG, there are homeopathic people that have plenty, what do you call it? Remedies. They say if you put 8 cloves, 8 soursop leaves, some Ceylon cinnamon, not your every run of the mill. Make sure you get Ceylon cinnamon. You put that in a water thing. Also, you could put some wormwood and some black walnut. You gotta go to a herbal store to get these things. If you don't have an herbal store in your community, seek out on, I think Etsy has them, and that other place with the guy who was a multi-billionaire who just got married in a sham of a wedding and made a big maku and a mockery on TV. Y'all know it's a site that has everything. Go on
say his name. Yeah, I was gonna say it. Yeah.
Go on that site. But look up soursop. That's SOURSOP. Soursop. Go look up cloves you can get at your local grocery store, not the powder. Get the actual clove. It has a 3-prong thing at the end. You can use that if you have toothache, if you have abscess in your mouth, if all kind of thing. Use your cloves. You can take a bunch of cloves and put them in your mouth right on that tooth that's hurting. Put it in your jaw for the abscess, right on the gum. Trust me, they have natural things inside of them that will the Bible says God gave us something to cure anything that could ail you if you live in and eating right. Yes. If you have that big C, along with the soursop and all of that, you also need bicarbonate soda, aka baking soda, and 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 1 teaspoon of blackstrap molasses in a hot water, like you're drinking a cup of tea. Pour the water in it. I know you're thinking molasses ill, that's going to taste bad. Baking soda ill, they cancel each other out. You don't even taste it. It just tastes like you're drinking a hot broth. And drink that 3 times a day, every day. There is a man online who's had stage 4, and they gave him a little bit of time to survive. And this man been going strong for how much years now? And all of that stuff is out of his system. Hear me when I tell you, stop falling onto the pharmaceutical representative's version of how to destroy your body. The root of all medicines is an herb, a plant, a mineral, a natural substance. The only reason that they step on it, just like the yayo, where they step on the yayo and you could get fish scales or you could get the cheap stuff that they made crack-a-lack with. Well, the only reason that they step on it is because they take out the purities. They leave a little bit so you could feel like it's doing something for you. And it's destroying your body. They add a whole bunch of other stuff. So while you think it might be kind of, sort of psychologically healing one thing, it's causing 19 other things. You ever hear the disclaimer of those medicines on thing? Oh, this will cure restless leg syndrome. And then they speed up the thing and they go, but you will suffer from exploding diarrhea. dry tongue, your winking eye, your eye will wink, and all kind of foolishness, all kind of foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
Be wary and beware.
Yeah, and I know you're telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Leola said the same thing. Leola
They said,
Brown, she cured her father by
really?
making soup and
That's
putting
right.
all the greens and all that in there. And when he had cancer, she used the soup. She made him drink it, and that's what cured him.
Wow. And I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you something. During the whole pandemic, I used to make a thing. God just led me. I used to see my grandmother make up thing and boil for people, but I started making this cook up. God inspired me. Make up this boil. I used to call it boiler pot. Tell you what put. I got it on my playlist. The Trinidadian. If you go on my playlist, you'll see Trinidadian homeopathic remedy to cure anything that ails you. I used to boil a pot for people. All first everything organic: key lime, orange, red onion, all type of things, sour sap in there, sorasi, which is bitter root or bitter herb, all my back home things. I would boil up a big pot and I used to jar it in mason jars to people and give to people. I made my whole family drink it. I don't care if you like,
Yeah, I'll
taste
buy
that.
some of that.
To grow up. If I try to give it to you for free, people are like, oh, what's that? I don't want that.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
sick as a
that's
dog, and then they say, "Oh, remember that thing you give me? Could I get it?" And I say, $65. What?
right.
$65 for a job. And it's like, but you was giving it to me. I say, if I'm giving it to you, it's free. Once you reject it, now you're a member of the public. You gotta pay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you didn't want it when I was giving it to you, don't covet it. Don't spend the block on me. $65, and that jar is just enough for a day and a half.
Mm.
Prescription calls for you to take it for 3 days. Because I'm trying to help y'all. But if you don't want to be, and rightfully so, I did it for people. I gave it to them, and they still gave me something like, "Oh no, this is thank you so much. Here, I want to bless you, but you don't have to do it because I had to buy the things to make."
Yeah.
I drank that all through. People were sick as a dog, and I'm gonna tell you another thing. Even all the tests, I didn't trust the tests. Stick something up in your nose. No, I don't introduce foreign
Right.
things to my body.
Nah, they made us do that too
I didn't do it.
to check if you had it.
I didn't do it. I was like, no, not me.
That shit, yeah,
Not
nah.
me. And I'm gonna tell you something. My daughter went to as it started to fade out. My daughter went to what you call it, an audition. She's a dancer, all this stuff, and she went to an audition. She sang, and to get in the audition, they wanted you to do that. I said, listen here, girl, I'm not sticking that thing in my nose. She was like, Mommy, but I
Yeah.
wanna go
You know
in.
what? Yeah. They
Prove
have
that
to
you're
make sure
not.
you ain't got it. So when you
Exactly.
go in there,
I said,
yeah,
listen
yeah.
here, I'm not sticking that thing in my nose, so I don't know what you're gonna do. And it was so many people that they give you the 2 tests, and you have to go sit down and do the thing and bring it back to them. My daughter wanted to go so bad. My girl say, huh. She took her test, negative. My girl take the test swab and rub my thing on her swab and stick it back in the jar, rub it. Cause I said, I'm not taking it. I'm not sticking that thing. If that's the only way for you to get it, we ain't going in. Cause you ain't going in
Right.
without me, and I ain't doing it. And they came back like, okay, negative, no problem. You're not gonna make me violate the sanctity of my body. It's like I've been telling people for years. People say, oh, you should use sunscreen. I said, what? I said, ain't nobody finessing me out the sun. Why I gotta use sunscreen? Oh, people get such and such if you don't use. I said, first of all, first to begin, all of our ancestors was in the field, plucking all their cotton, being the financial foundation for the entire landscape of America at that time. Our ancestors was in the field. You think they had any sunscreen? And they lived long, old lives. How do you end up with a mammy on the plantation? A long, old, wise woman. Where you get it from? Where you get the elders? They didn't get, the sun was beaming down on them in them hot fields. It was whipping them and cutting their skin with a hot leather whip. And they still put them in that fields, putting them in hot boxes if they didn't want to be here. With the sun shining down on them. They were still alive though, right? So nobody can finesse me out the sun. I saw a documentary years ago where they was putting They told people use sunscreen. They made people rub sunscreen on their face, and they used this ultraviolet camera to tell them what their skin's true age was. First of all, they showed the people, they rubbed the sunscreen on their. You want to know what sunscreen looked like? It come out white, and you rub it around, and it fades away to clear. But when they have you under a thermal light, you know what it looks like? You are rubbing blackness on your face. It's black. I don't care. I don't know what they put in it, if they bleach it, whatever. But when you rub it on and they look at you through that camera, your face is covered in blackness. The video is somewhere out there, YouTube. Promise. In fact, let me see if I can find it. Because I just like to cite my sources on tape. I just like to show people where I'm telling you, people getting finessed out of the sun.
Damn. Yeah, we get finessed out of every damn thing. It is, man. Shit. Gotta wake up one damn day.
Yeah, I seen that Sammy the Bull shouted out Jag.
A word?
Wind chime. Yeah, it was just saying that. But I did see that. I seen the notification from my other page here.
Okay, let me show you. The infrared.
Nobody believed Jag until now.
Let me show y'all. You see the thing about YouTube? Everything lives in infamy forever.
Mm-hmm.
Is all it takes is a small search. Let me show y'all something. This is what sunscreen looks like on your face. This is to show you how they so into finessing you out of your stuff. Now, if your face already black, if you already got melanin in your system, the infrared camera shows what sunscreen looks like on your skin.
That look like one of my face masks.
If God gave me that message, why would I cover that up and put more of that? Okay?
Yeah.
When I be telling people stuff, I doesn't be talking off the side of my neck, you know. I be telling y'all what I know. When people is watching Real Housewife of this, that, and the third, and this show and that show and rap video and this, that, and that, I just be watching documentaries. I sit down and watch symposiums of, neurobiologists and studies that they ran. That's what I watch in my spare time while y'all watching Twerking by the Milk. I take in information. I am a consummate student. I'm a lifetime student. All I want to do is know information. Y'all don't let us slide by. I want to see that whatchamacallit. Don't let the time slide by. They said 5 p.m. So many doctors, yes, Sarah, so many doctors lost their job for speaking out. Yeah, and a lot of nurses and doctors quit because once they realized what they were in, they was like, oh, I don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big old rabbit hole.
It is. It is.
Never ending.
Yeah.
And every day you turn around, is something new.
Right. Joy says she loved the patois.
Oh, thank you, my love. Halio said it's against the law to force medical procedures on people. It is. That's why you have to sign. Listen, let me tell you another time. Let me tell you another thing. Olia go croak on this one. Let me tell you another thing.
I know where you're going.
There was a time when I was in my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we was outside. I mean, I was married, but they, you deciding you're taking care of your personal health as a woman. You deciding whether you want to use, what method of birth control you want to use. And I remember early on, I had a child and then I had another child and I started taking birth control. I was like, I kept saying something ain't right. I could feel in my body. I kept telling the doctor, my leg is hurting. Something is not right. It feels tight. It feels uncomfortable. She's like, oh, you're probably just working out too much. You walked a lot. I said, no, I'm telling you, my leg, something is wrong. I can feel it. So she sent me in for a test for them to check my leg. It's like, oh, it seems like you have a bit of your vessels are constricting. Have you done anything different? I said, no, the only thing I've done is the birth control you gave me. I said, I don't want to take them. I don't trust it. So I got off of it. So then I was, with my husband, so I was fine. But then they brought out this, what is it called? What is the one that everybody's having a problem with now? It slipped my mind. And all these people are coming up with all these illnesses and stuff. It was you took it and it was a thing they injected under your arm. So when everybody started going for having, one of the ladies put it in the chat. Tell me the name of that birth control. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It was the one that not the IUD, the Depo. Thank you, Nicole Ann. The Depo Provera. Did I hit I'm sorry, not the IUD. This one. Depo Provera. I think that's what it's called. Depo Vera. Depo Provera shot. Renee Living Free. The Depo Provera. Do you remember, ladies, when y'all went to the hospital to get that Depo Provera to your doctor's office and they had this stack of papers that you had to sign? I said, well, dang, what's that? She said, oh, this is the release you have to sign to get this medicine. I said, all these pages? No, thanks. She was like, oh, no, you should get it. It's the latest and da-da-da-da. And then you won't have the issue with your leg. And I said, no, thank you. If I got to sign all damn papers for you to give me medication, me now want it. Me now want. All of my friends like, oh, girl, I got that Depo. I don't have to worry. I can do my thing. I don't have to worry. I said, y'all gonna regret that. I said, you should really stop taking it. I said, when you get a beard or some strange shit, don't take. It was like, oh, you always talking. Here you go. Listen, I don't want to call her name, but one of the first ones to start having problems, she started having all these medical problems instantly. She developed a bad rash. And she just kept saying, I'm gonna just push through. It's gonna get out of my system. Doctor's like, it's just my body's taking used to getting used to it. Look at all of these things that people got. The Depo Provera. Look at all of the illnesses. There is a class action lawsuit. They call it tort law. When you hear them come and say, if you or anyone you know took Depo Provera, call this number, baby. I sat back. I was like, got him. Told y'all. But everybody, all of my friends, everybody get on my back when I say stuff. Oh, here you go with that stuff again. You always think something is bad. I've dodged every single bullet except for the one that hit me in my face. Pun intended. But I dodged every other bullet. All the medical stuff, all the other. I dodged them all because God showed me. Don't take it. Don't take it. And everybody I know that took the Depo, they all have all kinds of problems. They blew up. They got inflammation in their body and their joints like crazy. Some of them I know one that got full mustache and beard. She just be waxing. Listen, I'm telling you.
None of them have kids?
They had kids, but some of them had problems. Some of them couldn't have kids again. Some of them become infertile, all kind of thing. Depo Provera. I remember that vividly. I kept telling people, I was like, I don't think, you see what Halio said? There is a class action lawsuit against Depo Provera. Yes, there. Got him. I told people, they talk junk about me. They talk so much junk about me in my friend group. Oh, here she go. You let her tell it everything is bad. Let her tell it everything. Oh.
That's what my family said to me.
I'm not one to say it. Jay,
we can't eat nothing.
Listen, you can't.
Dr. Sebi, don't blame me. I didn't make this shit up.
Hey, don't shoot the messenger. Pun intended. Right? Desert Druzy said, yes, that thing freaked me out. No way. Absolutely. Hey, Beiji Boo, I ain't seen you in a while, girl. What's going on? She said, Depo gave my mom MS probably. I don't doubt it. And I'm so sorry that she had to deal with that.
Is that multiple sclerosis?
Yep. Amazing Love said, I took the Depo. Thank God. I thank the Creator I didn't get sick. Got my tubes tied. Asheo, thank God. Thank God that avoided it, and you got through it without having to end up. Halil said, "Yep, read a book once called The King of Torts. Learned a lot." Was that the John Grisham? Because baby, I love John Grisham, and I think he does all legal, all his fiction and his books are legal things. Victim Voice for Victim says, right, they ended up obese. Deborah Provera did a part of my French. He said they have a lot of problems getting pregnant when they get off of it. Indeed, it did a lot. Rangel said all poison. But here's the thing: I was young then, in my early 20s, but God said, "Don't do it. Don't do it." Joy to the World said, "I have always been super sensitive. I got toxic shock from trying tampons. Wow, and toxic shock is fatal. So glory to God that you survived. Toxic shock syndrome is fatal. Listen here. Listen here. Well, I glad them days long. Well, let's see how does have private summers. So them days is very long gone for me. I don't have no cycle to use nothing, but I am very particular about it. You have to be careful. They have weaponized all of this stuff against women. There is a pink tax. It is more expensive to be a woman. Men be like, why I got to pay for lunch? Why I got to take you out? Why I got to pay for this? Because we have to pay for pads, this, that, all kind of extra shit. There's a pink tax on women. Just by virtue of being a woman, you got to pay extra for everything.
Yeah,
So-
you're right about that. You're right about that.
You can't buy me a meal?
Items.
Come on.
Yeah.
Nah.
I remember my ex was saying, nah, we went shopping and
Michelle
bought the
said,
same
nah.
shit.
Yeah.
Your shit is more expensive.
And it's expensive as
I
all
was
get.
messing.
Go to the store for your daughter and see how much them things cost. It's not cheap.
No, I was messing. Yeah, I'm just messing.
And they got a hierarchy of stuff. So the stuff that's low price, you're going to get something from it. You are putting something against the most precious orifice of your body. You don't want to be in the dollar store servicing yourself. That is, you setting yourself up for a failure. Unapologetically Black said, LOL, every time with those medications. About 6 months later, you do hear that quiet ass commercial. Did you take our medication? Did it F you up? Please contact 1-800-RBAD. Yes, it is. That is exactly how them commercials sound.
Yeah.
Do you or anyone you know, look how much she is, Black women, we relax our hair.
Between this time and this time, you might be entitled to some compensation. No, there's no.
Yeah. And Desert Druzy said, gross how they try to sell us freaking books. The guys are absolutely.
So
somebody said something right here. She said doctors' offices isn't called the practice by mistake.
Hey, because they show practicing. And women is the test, and men and women are the test dummies, the crash test dummies. Oh, I see it. Amazing love. Doctors' offices isn't called a practice by mistake. You 100% right. Because this show be about practice.
Yeah. Dr. Sebi said over 200 years, and they still haven't come up with one cure.
Hey.
Not one cure.
Listen, speak it now. Nicole Ann said, all those chemicals in feminine care are dangerous. Yes, they are. Reparation said, I know 3 young Black women that got breast cancer soon after getting on birth control. One of them, doctor recommended she still get on birth control for her acne, even though she was celibate. Listen. See, my good daughter went through acne. She went through acne, and you know she is a beauty contestant, a beauty pageant contestant, and acne really started bothering her. And I didn't go through acne as a young child, as a teenager. I didn't have that issue, but she went through it. Why the doctor gonna come? Oh, we can take care of that. I said, well, what do you suggest? Oh, we can put on birth control. I said, who child? Oh, no. Oh, it's not a big deal. I said, put your child on it. Put it on your child. She's not taking that. No, you're not coming to, just like they try to do that other thing. What was that? When they came out with HPV and they were like, oh, you need to take this. What was that? Do y'all remember?
Yeah. The HEPA.
Remember that thing that came out? They was like telling everybody, you should give it to your daughter at 11 and your sons to combat HPV. What was that thing called again? I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know what you're talking about.
Dragon Queen Z, she said, maybe that's why I had so many miscarriages. And I'm so sorry for you, sis. Right, I am so sorry that you endured that. And may God bless your womb. to your desire and your life. What
Right.
was that? What was that shot they were trying to give everybody for HPV? They came out with a vaccine. The HPV vaccine didn't it have like a name or something? I forget the name, but yes. Oh, Martha Cardile said a bail hearing in 11 minutes. Hope judge takes into account people's safety. Yes. Yeah, the HPV vaccine. They started trying to give it. It was a name. There's a brand name for it. They were trying to get people to put their daughters 11 years old on it. You're welcome, my love. 11 years old. I say, bombo clatangwe. I give you my daughter that. No, no. Nicole Ann said birth control pills also cause feminine glandular cancers. Messed up.
So basically, this is what it is here.
Mm-hmm.
If you get into that medical field, meaning if you start taking pills, it's going to be a long standing you taking pills because it's going to cause something else.
Yep.
And you're just going to be in the system, keep
Yeah.
getting pills. So the
They,
best thing you can do is don't get in that system to start getting the pills.
that's right.
Buy
They
an alternate.
Gardasil.
Buy an alternate because what she's saying, contact her, get some a remedy from her.
Mhm.
Do
Yeah.
not go and get in them systems because the moment you do,
They
it's
want
gonna
you
bring
to
that
survive.
one.
Stuck on it.
But like she said, it cause your urine to go bad. You might get a bad bladder out of it. Your kidney
Mhm.
might go weak.
And that infects your kidney.
Yeah, and then you been having migraines for a couple of weeks. Now you got all types of stuff wrong with you.
Mhm.
So do not get in that system.
It's called Gardasil. Thank you, Halio. You be on it, girl. On it. Yes, Gardasil. They had such a heavy campaign for Gardasil on the news, on social media, on YouTube, on it just everywhere. I was like, yo, why they pushing this so hard? Anything mainstream start pushing, you got to be wary of it. You got to be
Michelle says it causes seizures too.
Gardasil. Yeah,
I believe
listen.
so.
They
Yeah.
cause all kinds of stuff.
Like how can I go to the doctor to get something and the side effect is me catching a seizure? What the fuck am I coming to you for?
Right. That's even worse. than
Yeah, like
whatever.
And Michelle
look.
that's
she
crazy.
said Accutane
Yeah.
poison also.
I'm
Daughter
not
had-
coming to you for having seizures, but I can get a seizure for taking this medicine you giving me.
Yeah.
Damn, like,
And let me tell you something. There is nothing nice about a seizure. When I got shot and that bullet scarred my brain and gave me that traumatic brain injury, one of the outcomes was seizures. And the seizures didn't start immediately. I literally, I can remember it vividly. It was a Wednesday. I was with my homegirl and she picked me up from work. We work nearby each other and we live nearby each other. She picked me up from work. We used to commute so she could get in the HOV lane. So we were driving together, come out together. She said, let me stop at the supermarket. This is right after. This is like literally when I finally went to work, when they moved me out of town and I went to work. We went to the supermarket. I'm in the supermarket and I'm walking and I start feeling a heaviness on one side of my body. When I say heavy, I'm talking, it felt like, if you look at a horror movie and you see a monster with the flesh hanging down and it looked like rubber and it's just heavy. And I was just walking and people were walking by me and going, and these people were walking up to me and they were like, are you okay? And I thought I was answering them regularly. And they were like, miss, are you okay? And I was just like, I was answering people. And somebody said, oh my God, who are you here with? Are you by yourself? Who are you here with? And I was trying to say her name and they were on the microphone saying, I was trying to say Robin, but they were on the microphone saying like, Roddy, your friend is in the aisle. Please come to think, Roddy. And I was saying Robin. That's how bad my speech was. And I looked, people were just like, oh my God, what's wrong with this lady? What's wrong? And she came through the aisle and she found me and she was like, hey, what's going on? What's going on? And they rushed me to the hospital and they tried to take me in. They thought I was having just some kind of neurological impairment and they tried to rush me in to have a MRI. Thank God she was with her. Thank God she was with me. She was like, I don't think you could give her an MRI. And they were like, no, we have to give her an MRI to check her brain. It's some type of neurological. And she said she got shot. She got bullet fragments in her face. She can't have an MRI. If she wasn't there in that MRI, you know what MRI is? Magnetic resonance imaging. The magnet from the MRI would have sucked the bullets out and killed me.
Man, I had back surgery last year. I had to have about 3 of them things. Man, that thing that would have been no good.
It would have drew the bullet out in my brain and killed me instantly. That's why you saw those tears earlier today. Y'all don't know what I've been through. If my friend wasn't with me, I used to have to wear medic alert. Okay? Medic alert bracelet.
That's why.
As a young woman, to tell them I cannot. I used to go and in the early parts of this, in the early stages of this, when I would go, and anybody who got shot could tell you, in the early stages, I would go to the airport. Beep, 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 beep. They would be. I have to say, I have a GSW. Huh? I have a GSW. What?
Yeah, you don't know what that means.
Can I tell the supervisor? Because who wants to say gunshot or bullet in the airport? You know, I have a GSW to the head. And whenever they call a supervisor or a manager, they come over and I say, I sustained a GSW to the face. And then they like, oh, okay. And they know what it is. You know how many times I've been almost restrained from getting on the plane because they was insisting that I was cuffing something somewhere. Okay? Y'all don't these tears wasn't just because, oh, I'm mad. It's all the shit I've had to endure. That there's not enough time in this world to tell the story. Make sure y'all buy my book. Because now I can finish my book. Now I can take a little time away from social media or my quiet times and get back to my writing so I can write. See, I'm going to tell it all. I'm going to lay it bare. They think they got away with it, baby. I'm going to be on New York Times bestseller list. I'm telling you, when they read everything I had to go through, and then people have to say, well, why wasn't she testifying in the trial? And then some people have to account and answer for that. See, I'm not finished. I'm not by no means going to stop. Somebody tell me where we can see this so I can stream it.
Yeah.
What channel can we watch? How much time we got left?
Say 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay, we're fine. What's the best channel for me to watch it on, y'all? Tell me. Let me find something to watch it on.
I heard there's someone called Diddy Dox on X.
Oh yeah, Diddy Dox.
But I don't know how X. I'm not an X person.
Me either.
Twitter person.
Oh, Diddy Docket. You mean Diddy Docket?
Yeah, Diddy Docket, and then somebody put Inner City.
Inner City Press. Yeah, hopefully we can.
Inner City Press. Yeah, I seen that.
NBC.
Is it live? All right, Inner City.
What's JLR investigates?
Inner City live.
Nah.
Is he live?
I have no idea. So Cindy just put it in there. Maybe BJ might go live with it. She's big with that.
No thanks.
BJ investigates.
No thanks.
You ain't down with her?
I'm cool on her. Them shady heifers, please. I'm dragging all them bitches out. Trying to be shady with me. They shady.
Wow.
You want nothing to do with them. I'm tired of people.
Shady with that.
Because I was cool with all of them. I was on her channel, all of them, until they all decided to get together behind closed doors and do a blackout on me. So I ain't letting nobody slide. They all Puffy's defense team. Let me just look for what? CNN Live? They his defense team. They the reason for all of this.
Somebody said JLR is a guy.
JLR? Okay.
JLR investigates.
Oh yes, I've seen him before.
I don't think I have.
Yes. Live stream now. Is it live? Let me see.
Somebody said BJ mentions Natalia several times.
Oh, please. Tell these people to stop capping. I don't need nobody
Pardon
caping.
my French.
I don't need nobody caping for her because trust and believe. When they ran up in there and rabbits member only chat and was dogging me for filth. They was dragging me for filth using the video I had just made. Yes. Remember, I got eyes everywhere. I'm like screwhead. I'm like screwface. I have 2 head and 4 eye. So they can move on with them, whatever. They can move on with them, whatever. They can say what they want. I know what I know. They be feeling like they want to defend everybody. I don't feel the need to, because trust and believe, I see the slickness. They went on and did a member-only live about me using the video that I just made and hid and went in there and dragged me for filth. So please, nobody can tell me, said no. Nobody can tell me what I know. They can tell me what they think.
Danny Lee says, I thought the instruction was to find only one time ever that a victim was coerced. So the jury didn't find a butt whooping as coercion for trafficking.
Thank you.
Paid off or not? Look at it.
Frico is not. That's the guy right there. I think that a Frico is not a Rico. Like, look at all this picture. What?
Now we got the shirt.
I myself get it. I can feel the heat.
A Frico, not a Rico.
What they don't understand is when they went over there and they piled up, they was making a mockery out of me.
He's out there literally holding it up.
On the ground, watching they live stream, and they came right over and told me. So they can act like, who, me? I didn't do anything to her. Oh, really? Well, I ain't no different.
That is the family friend.
Oh my goodness.
Open season already. Open season. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Lucci, his name is Lucci.
I have no faith in the you're 100% right. No faith in the justice system. Please give me the phonetic spelling of your name so I can make sure I pronounce it correctly. Absolutely, Temple. Payola is in place. Absolutely.
Right. All right, so there's a lot of people out there. A lot of people have been gathering outside this federal courthouse.
And so, Tanya, can you explain why they dragged you for filth and what that means?
All right, so it goes back and forth with all the chaos out there. This is
They
another
were talking junk about me. They were talking junk about me, trying to make it seem like I don't deserve any recognition, any sympathy.
We're getting this
and
bail hearing
trying to
underway.
Encourage everybody else to continue to ignore me.
The last report we have is Combs' family is arriving at court ahead of bail hearings.
Calling me out my name.
They've arrived.
Because they want to censor themselves. They want to be famous.
Don't know how long this bail hearing will be, but I don't think it will be that long.
Their entire gravy train is finished. We shall see. The whole gravy train is finished now, and I'm happy for that. Talking junk. I made a video.
Bail hearing, so we'll see if he makes bond, and then we'll know if he comes out or not, or they whisk him to the side.
Rabbit down the rabbit.
He goes back to MDC.
And hold merry bandits of friends.
Sign some paperwork and gets released there. But I'm sure some media outlet will be somewhere waiting for him to be released if he gets released. If
their membership and dogged me.
Very
and some of the very people that
good chance he could not be released too. I'm leaning towards he will if I could be a betting man.
My inside
but it's crazy. We never even thought of this where we were at today. I mean,
so
a lot of us yesterday left the chat, and we're talking about 15 to 20,000 of you.
You should mute
anybody in the chat.
This guy?
This is getting convicted.
Can you mute him?
Of a lot of stuff.
Say it
again.
Can you
turn it down? Can you turn him down? Because we could barely hear you.
Sure.
Convicted with the least
well, I can't. Anyway.
Serious charge. The least serious, 2 counts, but the least serious charge. Absolutely insane. Now the judge might factor in conduct and everything. Conduct, preponderance of the evidence. We'll see.
Well, no, preponderance of the evidence is not
in determining bond.
He's wrong. Preponderance of the evidence is not for.
Will be interesting though.
Preponderance of the evidence is civil litigation. Beyond a shadow.
Can't really say Diddy's going to be a flight risk. I know some people said, well, he's just going to jet and leave the country. He got all this money, but why would you leave if you know? Why would you be that foolish to leave and get your? He'd get more time on bail jumping than he would on the time that he's going to get.
But he's jumping bail. He's going to go somewhere where they can't get him, where there's no extradition. What is he talking about? See, this is what I'm talking about. Like people that don't know the law.
You going to join Russell Simmons?
Yep, right in Bali.
We shall see. So we're getting this bail hearing underway shortly. So we're going to be here and see what's up.
Anybody that after all of this time that this trial has been going on, that says
Combs' family
hopefully the judge will get him on a
Police
preponderance
are
of
out
evidence.
in the street directing traffic
You do
around a
not
crowd
know-
of onlookers and
Let me
journalists.
turn him down a little more. You do not know the law. A preponderance of the evidence has nothing to do with criminal law. A preponderance of the evidence is civil law. When you have a lawsuit against someone and you are bringing charges against them, or you're bringing
judge to reject Combs'
civil
release.
lawsuit, the lawsuit is determined.
Record, edit, and share your content all in one place with Riverside. One touch recording.
Try to stop Diddy from assaulting Cassie and all the things he
And a criminal justice
Diddy do to Cassie. He
the shadow of
is saying
beyond
that
the shadow of doubt.
Diddy is dangerous. Poses a serious and imminent threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. That's what his words were. I can say without hesitation that he is a serious and
See, this is now, I understand what you're trying to say, baby girl, but please don't do that to me. I'm 55. I don't have to control my emotions. God said, anger but sin not. I am livid and angry. You cannot imagine what I've been through for 25 years. Please, I told y'all, nobody gaslight me today. I don't have to control myself. Why do I need to control myself? For who? Who do I need to be a good little girl for? Nobody.
Listen to testify. And I thought he was.
I have a right to be angry, and I'm going to do that.
Didn't hate Diddy all like that. Like he's just kind of like, yeah, I'm here on a subpoena, but it didn't seem like he was like ham against Diddy like that. But you just heard his letter. I mean, now this dude's in fear. He's like, no, he can't come out. Don't release him.
Whose letter? Who is he talking about? I missed that.
Some people think Diddy's sick enough to be out to be bonded out and go do a freak off tonight at 2-Star, like tonight in celebration, like a celebration freak off. 5:04 p.m. Combs' attorney Mark Alexandra Shapiro and Kenny Garagos emerged from the holding still waiting for Sean Combs to be brought into the courtroom by U.S. Marshals. 5:04.
Hold on.
So he's not in yet.
I'm gonna turn him down because it's 40.
Now you're gonna see people coming out. That's people at the end of the day when court is no longer in session.
I'll turn him up when the time comes. Cindy Bowley said Tasha K has been talking about how hopefully he would get off. I couldn't stomach the thought monster. I have a copy of the letter he reading. Oh, send it to us. Send it to K-Leg if you can.
Guilty of a crime to stick around the courthouse.
Please don't let him get out, because if he gets out, he is just going to do it again. Well, who's the person? Who's the person that said if he gets out, they're afraid? Yeah, I'm not showing no TMZ on my channel.
I mean, we're talking about.
Thank you, guys. Now it's that I have the right to my emotions. I do. Y'all don't know what I've been through. I don't want nobody gaslighting me. Don't tell me how to feel. You can't imagine all the years my kids had to cry. You can't see my 13-year-old child with a sleep mask over his eyes, holding me up in the shower so he don't have to lay his eyes on his mama's naked body. Y'all can't tell me nothing.
Only if you're Diddy, I guess. Only if you're rich. Only if you're famous. If you're poor, you don't have no money. We're just average citizens.
And that's true. Choo-Choo said people are uncomfortable sitting with the emotions of others. Let it out in the time. You have every right to it. And then, yes, we got to get past that. Holding on to your emotions. If you have dis-ease in your spirit, in your mind, body, soul, spirit, and flesh, you will create disease in your body. That's why I'm so healthy after all these years. Because I'm not holding it in. I'm not going to hold it in. I don't owe nobody that. And it's okay. I know you probably wasn't trying to offend me. Baby girl said, I apologize if I offend you. It was coming from a loving place. I feel you and I hear that. I appreciate it. But I can't hold it in and I'm not going to.
Sit there and whisper with family members.
And I know you didn't mean to offend me. I'm just saying.
Marshals are just letting them do that.
Are they still doing that now, right, studio? Right sounds said people outside of court are pouring baby on themselves. Oh God! Again, see, everybody want 5 minutes of fame. So stupid. Now this is gonna be a thing.
Right? So we are here. We're waiting for Combs to enter the courtroom. Mr. Combs, come on in. Oh, I'm sure he's happy. Combs has been brought in. All right, Combs is in the courtroom.
Right, let me turn it up.
Been brought in. He sits next to Tenny Garagos, reading. Mark walks over to the lectern, then back to his seat. There's like a little podium there, a little microphone. All right, prosecutors are waiting at the table, waiting on the judge. All right, judge, we're waiting on the judge. Will he or will he not be granted bail? Stay tuned, we shall see. Will he or will he not be granted bail? Crazy, folks. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs JLR investigates. Will he or will he not be granted bail? We shall. Most of you in the chat have been with us throughout the entire trial. That's why we have one of the biggest chats on the internet when it comes to this trial. We've been here since day one, and you know we're going to be here. We'll be here at sentencing down the line
for a little while.
Maybe even be there at this point. Maybe we go up there for sentencing in New York. Check it out. And any other subsequent or before hearings or matters in reference to this case. Then we'll do the civil suits. We'll be starting to tap into the civil suits and other legal matters. And following the case of, Diddy Combs, what will Diddy be up to next? What will he do? What power moves? Any moves that he makes? What is his next steps? Damage control, tried to restore his reputation. What's his plans here? They said he's been making money. Daily Mail came out with a report. Remember what we just heard earlier about them saying, well, his plane is over the West Coast.
The only standard in criminal
you don't even have to access
beyond the reasonable doubt. Absolutely.
For people to use. They say he made $4 million since he's been incarcerated just by leasing out his plane. $4 million he's made since he's been sitting in jail. Leasing people.
Sarah said, I work with seizure patients and don't tell them how to think and how they should feel. It's rude and
the private plane that he has.
Who's Deontay Nash?
Using that to pay off his attorney.
Oh, Deontay Nash is the stylist.
Prison. He's making money off his music
friend.
And any other business ventures that he's still involved that haven't been seized by the United States government. And that's a whole other talk and conversation.
Darren Bannerman, that is
Will
true.
the government seize his assets? Will they go after him? Will the IRS go after him?
Darren Bannerman said, I guarantee those jurors will be breaking their necks to collect the check for book deals and interviews. They should not be allowed to travesty.
When it comes to this case, you had Star Island raided by Homeland Security, Los Angeles, Homeland Security,
unapologetically
KK's phone,
if he gets in one
Paul,
rapper, that better
Jane's house, all these raids done. So much evidence collected, and he walks away. Pretty
mess around and get bail if you want to. End up and get Nipsey hustles on a random Wednesday, said Jen J. Absolutely. Absolutely.
We got a hold on.
Leilani said,
Will the judge
changing the
grant
rule
bail for
right
Diddy
in
until
face.
sentencing?
Boy, they're really
And
the
you
hungry
see,
people
a
out
lot of
there.
people, 68% of the people say, yeah, he's going to get that 1 million bond.
Damn,
68%,
68% of the people think he's going to get bail.
say no. So we'll see where this goes. Will he or
68%
will
of
he
people think
not
he's going to
take
get bail.
bond? Waiting on the judge. That's who we were waiting for. We're waiting for the judge.
Unapologetically Black said, I think the streets will deal with him.
Let's get
well,
JLR to 400,000 subscribers. Yeah, help us
Damn,
get to
400,000.
400,000 subscribers.
You said help him
If
get
you
to
haven't subbed
400,000.
up,
Y'all help me
please
get to
hit that sub
100,000
button.
subscribers.
Very easy.
Everybody
It's in the
who's
corner.
watching this, if you have not
Hit it up,
subscribed,
and
please
we
whip
really
your phone
appreciate
out and
that,
subscribe.
'cause we will
Also
continue to cover
subscribe
this
to
case
Joe TV.
and lots of other
Subscribe to Jay.
criminal cases around the world and interesting things.
Right.
Appreciate that. Thank
I
you.
like the stream.
KC Cook. Thank you, KC.
And absolutely like the stream.
My eyes are kind of little staring at the screen. Sometimes I've seen letters backwards. I don't know what's going on. Long day, crazy stuff, or maybe this whole world is backwards because I've been seeing some really wild things right now. Wild,
Yeah, no, Inner City
stuff.
Press.
All right, so we're here. Hey, Restored Faith, thank you
on
for
X.
the 5 gifted memberships. 5 more members.
X is really a cesspool.
Courtesy of Restored
I ain't got time
Faith.
for it.
Thank you, Restored Faith. Very grateful. Thank you. Oh, and 5 more. Sunshine.
If y'all feel so inclined to give people memberships,
5
give
more.
membership
5
in the
more.
chat.
5 more gifted memberships. Sunshine and Tan Lines. We have an update. We got an update. But 5 more gifted memberships. Restored Faith and Sunshine and Tan Line. Sunshine and Tan Lines and Restored Faith. Thank you. Now let's get to business, shall we? Will or will not Sean P. Combs? Bail is denied. It's not easy.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father God. Oh, Spirit of the living God. Hallelujah.
Hey, it's a victory for the prosecution.
Hallelujah.
No bond. Look at that. I've read the parties.
Hallelujah.
And others.
There you go.
The jury
Hallelujah, Father
convicted
God.
the defendant of count 3 and 5, and for the following reasons, bail is denied. Oh, I didn't expect that.
Hallelujah, Father God.
He sits in jail. Diddy sits in jail. Thank you, Jonathan Avery. Hey, I'm not wearing a JLR cup for the 1 gifted membership. Pretty Little Poison. Thank you, Pretty Little Poison. 1 gifted membership. Bail has been denied.
Thank you, Father God. Thank you, Father God. So where they freako is a Rico. Let's watch these films now. So apparently they can hear it outside the court now. Because I can hear people making noise.
No bond. Thank you, everyone, for the gifted memberships. Did I forget everyone? Yeah, we just bumped up more. Thank you very much for everyone that gifted the memberships.
God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're almost
God.
at $3.99.
Thank you, Father God.
$3.99. Pimp Diddy, bail denied.
Thank you, Father God.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Thank you, Lord
Seems
God.
like the judge is taking this very seriously,
Thank
and
you,
that's
Father
to
God.
me feels like maybe whatever the prosecution says
like
the
said,
sentence should be, the judge is going to
smash
lean
the subscribe
more
button,
towards the
make sure you
prosecution and not the defense, because the
You don't
defense
be
is saying
polarized.
he faces 21 to 27 months. He's already been in 10. But it's crazy because almost like
27
that
months.
letter that they sent to the judge, it might have insulted the judge a little bit. Like, are you kidding me? Considering this, you just got lucky, Diddy. You just got lucky. But it seems like the judge is going to go hard here. And it might be an indication that the judge goes hard at sentencing and maybe even enhances them.
Thank you, Father God.
Bail denied. He took those letters into account.
Thank you, Father God.
Thank you, Allison. Allison S. Thank you. Thank you for the Restored Faith. Thank you so much, Restored Faith. Allison, Restored Faith. Lauren and Tom. Our
Everybody
friends,
went.
Lauren and Tom, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. So many. MBS, thank
Where
you.
y'all at?
Thank you, MBS. Thank you. Gifted memberships.
27
So
months.
they want to grow the JLR army. We're getting our army stronger and stronger. I have a lot to say about this bail being denied. Excellent news there. And might be some really bad news for Diddy when they think that he's just going to walk. I think the judge here, look at this. Even if the defendant was solely required to show that he is not a danger to the community, he does not meet
No.
that burden.
All the lawyers are happy right now.
Interesting.
They still gonna be getting paid.
Mhm.
Prior to trial, the court denied bail and sees no reason to reverse it now. The defense conceded to the defendant's violence, pretty much saying, we own it. We own the Cassie video. We own that. So the judge is like, the defense conceded the defendant's violence. So even they admitted that he's violent. Look at that. They used it against him. Or he's using it against them. Their own words. Well, if there's any good news out of this, Diddy stays in jail. If there's any good news out of this, Diddy stays in jail. Who? Wild. Thoughts. Keep your thoughts coming. We're probably going to get maybe a press conference outside. Maybe the attorneys come out and speak. Maybe they don't because they still have to deal with him at sentencing. We shall see. Come on in. JLR investigates. Bail denied. Bail denied for Diddy. So what's going to happen is, as we previously said, judge will order a PSR will be done, comprehensive report. Probation department will interview victims, interview Diddy himself. He can choose not to talk. PSR will be done in the presence of his lawyer. He can choose to say things. Look at this. Violence depicted in the video of Cassie. The defense admitted this is a terrible moment. Domestic violence is the issue, is what she said, using this all against him. Well, I'm starting to think the judge here might be the hero. Wasn't only that. There was the London hotel incident. There was violence after the searches in this case. As to Jane, there was June of 2024. After the searches of Combs's residence.
That's right. Some of those things took
this evidence
to the search.
A disregard for the law and the propensity for violence.
That's right. That's right. After we get off of JLR, I'm gonna play y'all my
bail denied.
I'm gonna play y'all my 2 interviews that I did as soon as this case started back in 2024 when Cassie's lawsuit came out, when I was on News Nation.
All right. We will continue to see what is being said.
And shout out to the News Nation.
Judge should address some other issues too, besides this probably.
One of the first people to text me today.
Will the defense appeal?
Shout out to you, Alice.
This bail denial. Judge notes that Combs's personal circumstance do not warrant release. The judge noted that the prosecution appropriately cited the section of the Bail Reform Act that requires Combs to remain in custody until his sentencing, which has some exceptions.
Yeah.
Combs' circumstances do not warrant those exceptions. According to the Bail Reform Act, a defendant who's been convicted must prove that they do not pose a flight risk or danger to the community to be released. Prosecutors argued that Combs did not meet that burden and proved letters on behalf of 2 witnesses who worry for the danger Combs might pose upon release. Ventura's attorney supplied one of those 2 letters. New report, NBC News, supporters disappointed but not angry.
Thank you, Naj. He's standing with you, Tanya. Thank
People
you.
in the courthouse. Oh,
Leo said he was
like,
a walking news.
what? Seems like people are more disappointed but not angry inside that courtroom. Supporters of Diddy.
God is so good. Amen.
All the time.
The court takes no position on what it will consider at sentencing, nor what sentence it will impose. But here, the burden is on him, and he cannot carry it. The defense argues the guideline starts at 21 months. The U.S. says 51 months.
Terrible. Thank you, Joe.
He's done 10 months.
Blessing sent way to your house. Thank you, Katie. Hugs, sis. Thank you.
See what he says.
Oh, Lord, that's why I was talking about emotions. See, baby. Need to be strong for the mother. Praise God. The Most High don't play about his.
We'll see what the judge says to follow this last statement. He's done 10 months.
God is good.
So there's a little discrepancy. There's 30 months in between there of what their sides are in their position. That will all be ironed out
others. Where are
with
all
the PSI and the arguments.
Nowhere. Just the legal counsel in the family.
Oh, I set sentencing for Friday, October 3rd, 10 a.m. I am willing to expedite.
People right.
That's what sentencing is.
Combs' attorney, we would like it expedited. They want the sentencing quicker than October 3rd, but that's the time we said it would probably be in October.
Damn.
We know you're going
Judge goes on to say, we will need an expedited pre-sentencing report from probation, PSI. But I will be available anytime.
The Lord didn't bring you this far to leave you now the time. Thank you, Keisha.
Yeah, they want to expedite it because Diddy wants to, even if Diddy has to do time, they know he'll do it in a camp. So it'll get him out of there at the NBC. So they want sentencing as quick as possible so he can get up and go and do that minor time or a little bit of time sometime. Now, of course, his defense will probably say in the PSR they want him to go home, or they'll cite halfway house, or they'll say something like house arrest or something. The judge's not going to do that, most likely. I mean, just not.
They're just going to go harder.
At least get him out of the NBC.
I pray to God.
Judge proposed the sentencing on October 3rd, 10 a.m.
Thank you for your resilience. Yes, let him wait. We are walking on each side. Thank you, guys.
October 3rd. Well, maybe we get a press conference too, by the way.
I agree.
We shall see.
Keep praying, girl. Love you too. If the judge is saying October, he gives 0 Fs if he's in there. October 3rd.
Judge says there is a great divide on the sentencing guidelines. I see that Ms. Comey has her statute book open.
God's child, I wish I was there to hold your hand. But the disciples are in the Holy Ghost right now. Blessings. Thank you.
The rule, she says, required the preparation of a report, PSI, absent of
You know, in
a
October
reasoned
is
waiver, probation may be able to
What,
expedite.
Jay?
That means
the
expedite.
Libra,
Probation department does the
the
PSIs.
balance of the scales.
Probation
Mhm.
department does the PSIs.
Psalms 91. Absolutely.
Update me by July 8th at noon.
God said no.
Mm.
This is a beautiful day. October is the Hebrew season of judgment too.
Mm.
So we look like July 8th, they have to give them an update whether the judge will expedite that October 3rd hearing or not, sentencing hearing. But as of now, his sentencing set for 10 a.m. October 3rd.
Amazing said, I changed my classwork time to come support you, Natanya. Positive energy in numbers is always great. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That's so amazing.
Oh, there's a hearing.
Auntie Liz said, Jay,
They're going to have a hearing on the afternoon of July 8th on this matter.
No, he's saying what the energy, like the moon and all that is in, not the sun.
Yeah, not your sun sign.
Amazing that's going on.
So we got a hearing, a new court hearing. See you there.
Amazing, very
This channel. Make sure you watch on this channel with a hearing. We got a hearing
today.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, next week. We got a hearing next week. New hearing. Diddy hearing. We'll cover.
Carla said, you will be free of this heartache, Natanya.
Mark has some things to say, though.
Absolutely.
Your Honor has a lot of information from presiding over the trial. We want the sentencing as soon as possible. Other Mann Act cases, there is nothing remotely similar to this.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, hearing already.
Mm-hmm. Unapologetic. He also be free right up until the day he got arrested. That's right. And was planning another one.
We'll see ultimately what the
New one for what?
or what else Mark
To
says.
decide that they're going to expedite sentencing quicker
He's the
than
lead attorney.
October.
They want sentencing right away. They want to get him out of there. Of course they want sentencing right away. You want to get him out of there. That's what they want.
This case. Thank you, for the $20 super chat, my love. Congrats.
Because even if he got some time, which I believe he will, get
Thank
time.
you so much, Boo.
Get him out of there. Get him out of the
Thank you so
MDC.
much.
He don't want to be in that MDC. He wants in a better security. He's probably going to a camp now. So crazy. Early for this trial, we were like, he's going to maximum security prison, and now he ends up going to a camp.
But of course,
minimal time.
The sentencing.
Few years at the most. Crazy.
Started this over to the beginning, Natanya. You are in my heart. Stay strong, okay? Thank you so much. God always had the first, middle, and the last word. Ashayo. God be the glory for that. And I thank God that the judge is not yielding to their whim, because I know he knows that the jury dropped the ball. I know he knows it.
We'll see how this ends here.
Kicking it while Auntie Leah said, I'm speaking into judgment that the judge will give him 20 years. Praise God. I hope they throw away the key. So go ahead and piss.
Judge went hard.
Gives your client the max as he deserves.
Judge is not the jury.
Mm-hmm. And like Jad said, the judge can take it upon itself to set aside the conviction or the ones they found him not guilty on and actually give him a conviction on those. The judge has the final say.
Mm.
Judge is taking this very, very serious. Judge is not the jury. Imagine if Diddy got a bench trial. Ooh. Imagine if Diddy had a bench trial.
And I said last night, the cops should not be allowed, once they unalive a civilian, they should not be allowed to get a bench trial. slap in the face of the public.
Camp. Federal prison camp. Those are the most minimal securities, usually by military bases or attached to LOAD, Federal Correctional Institution LOAs. They're camps. They don't even have bars. You sleep in dormitories. Inmates go around work. They can walk around. No fences. No fences. They can get furloughs and things like that. Leave. Come back. It's pretty laid back on federal lows. That's where he'll probably go, or maybe or camp, maybe a low with
Shout out
minimal
to
fences.
Turner for the
I doubt they would send him to a low though, because the lows are pretty wild.
Thank you,
A
my
lot of inmates wilding out at the lows,
Salute, Carla.
in the dormitories and everything, up all night playing cards and drinking hooch.
It's all good.
Probably go to a camp.
Shout out to Angel.
Nobody's gonna do nothing to him at camp. Nobody's gonna do nothing. There's not. They don't let violent people at the camp anyway. I would consider his charges violent.
Of a sigh of relief for Cassie and all of the Jane Doe.
BOP might not classify it as violent.
All of them. Deontay Nash, everybody who came and spoke. Shout out to them.
Might not.
Because I can imagine
He's not going to maximum security. The USP days, the ADX days are over for Diddy. It's not going to happen
The reason I'm
on this trial.
I was angry.
Hey, Hawaii, Rochelle O.
The girl said
Thank you very much, Rochelle. Oh, thank you. From Hawaii.
Every day with my clients. Indeed.
3 a.m. Hawaii time. Rochelle, thank you.
It hit me hard.
Aloha. Hawaii. Hello, Hawaii friends. Hawaii.
It hit me hard, but
we start out
I've been here
at 8:50 in the morning. Rochelle says she's on at 3 a.m.
So this is
watching this 3 a.m.
that they're
from
going
Hawaii. Wow.
to
Thank you.
endure and go through.
All right, so we're probably going to get a press conference here, maybe an update. They're setting them up as if somebody's going to talk. This looks like they literally have the go-ahead that someone's going to come out here and speak.
That's what
attorneys. They're going to sit there and say things about this prosecution team. This is an injustice. The cases we've reviewed involve defendants making money, millions, or involve minors. That's different. Here are the facts. From our letter, U.S. versus Dylan.
Pickett is over there cooking on his channel. LOL is quite entertaining.
All right, so Mark is still going.
I'm going to go look at it afterwards, too, because I know he is going off. Because he be going off on a sunny, bright day. So I know he goes.
Mark's trying to put something on the record here.
Mark Agnafillo.
Well, I'm glad he ain't getting no bill. Hopefully they give him
And he's saying then there was the Emperor's Club case of a former governor of New York. We understand this is moving quickly. The issue for us is if we had more time, we could have shown extraordinary circumstances.
Well, thank God they moving it from Halloween, because if it was Halloween when they, or even in October, I think it was going to be too much chaos on the streets. They got young goons that worship. You got red pill guys who worship this dude.
He's trying to say they needed more time to present what they wanted to present. Things came up quick here
Trying to present
today.
things. The defense is still trying to present more things after they said no bail.
They ain't gonna change his mind now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Fine.
All right, I gotta make
Wow.
make a room. I gotta
All right.
make a room.
All right,
I'm
guys.
gonna see you later.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, I need to get off for a little while too, because my head is.
Yeah, I got my food in the oven right now.
Later.
All right, peace out.
All right, y'all. Guys, Lord, let me turn off this so I can say my salutations. I'll jump back on later on today, but I know I need to take a break because my head is hurting so intently. Like, really hurting. Oh, he's still in the background. When I tell you, I'm gonna silence him there. I'm gonna pull it up. I gotta go sit for a minute. Or
Yeah, just take a break.
Montana. Guys, we're gonna get back on live. What time is it? 5? Maybe it's 7 o'clock, and just talk about whatever. Whoever wants to come up can come up and say what they want to say. I definitely got to take a break. What time is it? 5:41. So like 7 o'clock, we'll come back up. 'Cause my head is. Oh,
Yeah,
Lord,
your nap.
guys. Later on, please God. All right, eat your food. Jay, come back and be with us, and then we'll go. Jag said she's gonna get on too, but I gotta
Yeah,
get this off of me because it's too heavy.
yeah.
It just
Lots
feels like
of energy.
they
All
said
right.
TV attacking Tisa outside the court again. Jeez Louise. All right,
No life, niggas.
all right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jay, for staying with me. Thank you for show for staying with me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See, and all of y'all, whole nerd herd, everybody, my neurodivergence, my people sitting on their couch luxuriating, the people in the nosebleeds and in the bushes. I love y'all all. I shall return. Give me like 7:30. I'll be back up here, and we'll just shoot the breeze. And let me not say the word shoot. We will just chat and sit back and have a good time. I'll see y'all later.
All right. Peace.
Peace.